What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. As you guys may know, I'm a bit of a fan of this little show. The little show I watch is called Doctor Who. But also, you know, a lot of people, they hear that, they see it, they think this shit is too complicated for me. They see the number of episodes, they see that it's got like 300 seasons and it's celebrating its 60th anniversary. They tune out. And you know what? I can't really blame them. They don't know where to start. All these dumbasses giving them the wrong information, the wrong episodes to start. They don't understand what's even going on. They don't even know what the show's about. So I thought maybe what people need is a short, comprehensive guide just to ease them into the show and catch them up to speed so they know what's going on. You know, just doing my bit for the community. This is community service for me. But you know, with something so daunting, some people don't really know where to start. So first and foremost, what is Doctor Who? Doctor Who is a sci-fi adventure serialized TV show about this guy called Doctor Who, or the Doctor as some people like to call him. He goes on adventures in time and space in his time machine that's called the TARDIS. It looks like this blue box because it's supposed to be able to camouflage into things in its environment, but it got stuck and now looks like this forever because the TARDIS is pretty much broken all the time. And half of the reason why the Doctor even ends up in all these wacky locations and situations every week is because the TARDIS doesn't take him where he wants to go. That's the basic premise. Doctor Who in the TARDIS goes on adventure in time and space. But you know, let's not end it there. I want to make sure everyone's caught up to speed with everything. I want to go a bit more in depth, you know. So if you haven't seen any Doctor Who before, or if you're new to the fandom, or even if you're like me and have seen every episode like 50 times, buckle in because I'm about to go over and give a brief explanation on the whole chronological history of Doctor Who from memory. Here we go. The year is 1963. Life is, well, you know what it is. The BBC have a problem. They have a gap in the show times between Match of the Day and some singing program. Who cares, man? Either way, we have a 20-minute slot and it's got to be filled somehow. But how? Enter Sidney Newman. He's from Canada. He's in charge of the BBC drama department and he comes up with a new idea. Grandfather, granddaughter, two teachers go around history and get taught lessons. You know, an educational program. What a great idea. Two rules though. No aliens and no bug-eyed monsters. And fun fact, those rules are actually still in place today. No aliens and no bug-eyed monsters in Doctor Who. That's a true fact, certified true. Enter Verity Lambert. She gets the stuff together as producer and sets to work to create what we now know as Doctor Who. They go along with the pitch. William Hartnell is cast as the titular Doctor, you know, from Doctor Who. Carol Ann Ford is his granddaughter Susan. Wait, granddaughter? Yeah man, don't worry, I'll go into all the details in a second. Let me just establish the scene. William Russell is Ian and Jacqueline Hill is Barbara. They are both teachers at Coal Hill School. So anyway, pressure is high, money is low, and the time is short. They've got to get to work, they've got to make this show work, and they've got to get it done fast. And they do! And it sucks. Doctor Who's first episode was this unaired pilot that you can still find today. And while the framework for a good episode is here, there's too many flubs, too many errors, people miss their cues, they get their lines wrong, there's technical difficulties. It's just not a success. Somehow, and thankfully, as I said earlier, this unaired pilot still exists. You can watch it today, but there's not really much here. It's cool to watch, but after you do so, you think, yeah, I'm really glad they redid this, because they did. After watching it, Sidney Newman basically took one look at this and said, this is crap, redo it. And now, with actual time, more rehearsals, and basically just a better production, Doctor Who starts for real. An Unearthly Child, November 23rd, 1963. Now when I said Doctor Who's first episode before, this is probably what more of you thought. And to myself, this is the first episode of Doctor Who. Because it was unaired and only uncovered truly in the 90s, I do not count the pilot, but I did think it was important to mention just to show the constraints of the time. They had 12 20-minute episodes in production, and if they weren't successful, Doctor Who wasn't getting renewed. So the figurative doomsday clock was ticking. Luckily, this episode is far, far, far superior to the unaired pilot. When I said that there was framework in place for a good episode in the pilot, well, here is that good episode. It's mysterious, the production is sleek, the lines are delivered well, it's well directed, there aren't technical errors. Here, the main characters are established as Ian Chesterton and Barbara Wright. They're just finishing up for the day talking to each other when the topic of a certain strange student comes up, Susan Foreman. Who is she? She's shown to be knowledgeable about certain complicated things, and then she's not knowledgeable at all about really basic things. It's like she's an outsider or an unearthly child. So they do what any good teachers would do, and they follow her home in a car. Okay guys, it was a different time, but to their credit, it was because the address that was labeled as her home was actually just to some junkyard and not to like an actual house. They put two and two together, and although it isn't directly said in the episode, the subtext is pretty much they think Susan is having a rough time at home, and they wanted to check to see that she's like, you know, doing okay. So they go and see, and yes, Susan's home is actually this small junkyard. They wonder what she's even doing in there and decide to follow her in. They go in to try and find her, but she's vanished. All that's there is this random police box. I'm sure that's not important. Then entering the junkyard is this mysterious old man. Who is he? Who is this random old guy, and why is he here? We find out soon enough when we hear Susan open the door and call out from inside. Ian and Barbara race in and find it's called the TARDIS, and it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. But how? Well, it's dimensionally transcendental. Don't worry, they explain it all here and many times throughout the show, and it makes a lot of sense. Don't worry. The Doctor and Susan come from another time, another world. They're exiles, wanderers in the fourth dimension. Of course, this is setting up a very mysterious backstory and gives us many questions, like, who is the Doctor? Is he a human or is he an alien? Where is he from? Why did he leave? He's an exile, right? So what did he do? Well, for that last question, that one to this day has actually not been answered. Yep, I'm being for real. It has not been answered to at least a satisfying degree. Which means, yeah, there still is a lot of mystery in this first episode, even if you go back today. But for the other questions, well, those will be all answered in time. Also important to note here, they say that Susan is the one who came up with the name TARDIS, the initials standing for time and relative dimensions in space. However, in future appearances, it seems the name is just TARDIS for like everyone. Like the ship is just called the TARDIS and everyone else calls it that. So either Susan is probably lying or like she's like a super genius who came up with the name. Anyway, the TARDIS begins to dematerialize and the crew are sent on a journey through time and space. But where will they end up? We see a shot. The TARDIS landed on a strange barren wasteland, and then a shadow. Roll credits. 10 out of 10. As first episodes go, this is a pretty good one, especially for 1963. But in real life, tragedy has struck. Just the day before its airing, the President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, was assassinated. Now, does this have any real impact on Doctor Who? No, not really. But it is pretty crazy coincidence, and I just wanted to point it out. Anyway, the episode continues. The TARDIS has landed in the far past of Earth, and the shadow that loomed over the box was actually a caveman. The TARDIS hasn't changed shape. The chameleon circuit of the ship is broken. Very important. Also important is this small detail. As I mentioned earlier, Susan's second name is Foreman, but that isn't actually her real name or the Doctor's name. Foreman was just what was written on 76 Totter's Lane, which is where the TARDIS was situated while Susan was on Earth. The Doctor is not named Dr. Foreman. That is not true. In fact, we don't know their name at all. The Doctor in these first few episodes is he's a bit aggressive. In episodes following, we'll come to know the Doctor is a very kind man, caring through life, a hero. But at the start, he was grumpy. William Hartnell was quite an established character actor and typecast in a lot of things, mostly as generals or grumpy old men, because, well, that's what he did very well. The Doctor is a very different role for him, but to be honest, I think he does incredibly well. He's a scientist, he has an inquiring mind, he always needs the answers to his questions, and he's cunning, quiet, and yet sometimes very loud. He speaks his mind. I'm a big fan of William Hartnell's Doctor Who, and the character arc he gets as a whole in season 1. Oh yeah, seasons. Okay, we'll get back to the storyline in a second. I've got to explain this one because it's actually important. So what's going on with the seasons of Doctor Doctor Who. There's season 1, there's series 1, season 11, series 10. What's up with this? Don't worry, it's got a simple explanation. Let me explain. Most fans like to separate Doctor Who into two sections, Classic Who and New Who. This is because, spoilers, in 2005, Doctor Who gets a revival show or reboot with the same name and in the same canon, but they reset the series, meaning that the revival show or New Who starts with series 1. They're all in the same canon, which means that technically series 1 is season 27, but like, we don't call it that. Series 1 rolls off the tongue better and it serves better as series 1, you know what I mean, like as an introduction, so we call it series 1. So yeah, basically season means old, series means new. Each season and series was basically 1 year's show of episodes, so season 1 would be 1963, season 2 1964, 3 1965, etc, etc. And for series, it would be series 1 in 2005, series 2 in 2006, and so on and so forth. I hope I explained that well. Anyway, back to season 1 we go. So Doctor Who's in caveman times. There's this trippy fight scene and the Doctor straight up tries to kill a dude. Yeah, see what I mean? He's grumpy. Luckily, Ian saves the day and they just about escape in the nick of time. Wow. That was close. Luckily, there isn't going to be anything worse than that in the next episode. The TARDIS lands in a dead forest on an irradiated planet. Briefly exploring, they find some animals have been turned to stone. There's only a single flower that still survives, but then that gets crushed. But also, a futuristic city. Wow, look at that. Very impressive. The Doctor is intent on going, but everyone else is like, well, that's cool, but pass. But then the Doctor's like, well, we need to find this spare part in the TARDIS for it to work, because it's not going to work, it's broken. This is obviously a lie, but everyone believes him, so they go down to the city to try and see if they can find a piece to fix the TARDIS. Before we move on though, lore implications here. We find more parts of the TARDIS, such as this thing, which is only used in William Hartnell's TARDIS, which gives people water, and also like this weird food bar, which can be flavored to taste like anything they want. Like they input what flavor they want, and then it becomes that flavor. That's crazy. Anyway, they go down to this city and get separated from each other. There doesn't seem to be any life here at all. What even happened to this planet? What is this planet? Well, all that and more is revealed. The Daleks. Introduced in the second ever serial of Doctor Who, the Daleks are the Doctor's greatest foe, breaking both the no alien and no bug-eyed monsters rule in one. In literally the second story. The Daleks are mutants forced into these tank-like shells who hate all things that are not like them. Their tanks are powered by static electricity like dodgems at a fairground, which is only inside the city, which is why they don't go outside. But also it's to align more with isolationism, totalitarianism, Nazi parallels. It's kind of obvious nowadays, but back then this was written only a decade and a half after the end of the Second World War. The allegory was not missed on most people. The Daleks became one of the most successful villains in British history. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What is actually established in the story? Skaro is a titular dead planet, destroyed in a nuclear conflict between two sides, the Daleks and the Thals. The Thals live outside the city, while the Daleks prepare to find a way to destroy them once and for all from within. However, the Thals are a peaceful people and don't want to fight. After just about escaping the Dalek city, the Doctor finds it hard to convince them to fight, but he does anyway, and they do, and they defeat the Daleks. In short, for lore, Skaro, dead planet, Daleks from Skaro, Thals also from Skaro, Daleks fight Thals. Important, remember that. Also, in this episode, many have theorized retroactively that it is in response to the evil of the Daleks that the Doctor becomes such a hero, standing so adamantly for life and for good. I myself do think that there is a turning point here for his character. But this episode also ends on a cliffhanger, with the TARDIS being sent into disarray as they quickly escape in a similar last-minute rush. Now, before we continue on with the season, I think it very important to explain some of the real-life context here, because just as with the characters in the show, this serial marked a real turning point for Doctor Who. And by turning point, I mean exploding point, because even though the Daleks broke every rule Sidney Newman had, and being honest, there were plans to cancel Doctor Who. Doctor Who and the Daleks was immensely successful. 10 million viewers, it became a national icon. When I say it was huge, I mean huge. Comics, magazines, annuals, pins, books, toys, cereals, you name it. This point in time became known as Dalek Mania and secured Doctor Who as the cultural linchpin it is today. There was a movie adaptation based on this story made starring Peter Cushing as Doctor Who. I want to save time, so I won't go into full depth into that, but I have actually made a video on the movie and its sequel, which you can watch if you're interested. My point is, Doctor Who was big, and so were the Daleks. The show was allowed to continue, and continue it did. This is the final story in the first block of season 1, so if this didn't go well, it would have been the final episode of Doctor Who. Luckily, the success of the Daleks means this didn't happen, but in an alternative timeline, This could have been the final episode of Doctor Who. Due to more restraints, money was low, meaning no more sets or costumes could be made. There was also only enough time for 2 episodes to be made as part of the serial. Just a quick distinction, episodes are the 20-minute, like part 1, part 2s, etc. And serials encapsulate the whole episode. However, most people use the term interchangeably, so if someone says like, oh, An Unearthly Child, I love that episode, they mean they love the whole thing, like entirely, and not just like the one episode that's called An Unearthly Child. Usually Doctor Who serials are 4 episodes long, but sometimes they go to 6, 7, and if you're unlucky, way more. But anyway, we'll get there when we get there. Edge of Destruction is, in my opinion, where the restraints make it even better. It's a Twilight Zone episode set only in one location, the TARDIS, and somehow it works. I love this episode a lot. It has great mystery and, at least to me, a very satisfying explanation and ending. An episode set entirely in the TARDIS would never be attempted again, unless you count the Doctor Who adventure game TARDIS, which I don't, but it is still quite an impressive feat. This episode also concludes the Doctor's first character arc, where he finally stops being so grumpy and more or less becomes the character we all know and love. After being so aggressive to Ian and Barbara throughout the story, especially Barbara, he sits down with her at the end and says, in the best way he can, that he's sorry, which leads us then into the next story, Marco Polo, which is missing. Well, here I think I need to explain a few things. So if you couldn't have guessed, the landscape of television in the 1960s was a bit different to how it is now. I know, who could have guessed? But one of the main things was that film was expensive and a lot of television had to be filmed. Now, of course, the concept of home releases, all of that was like really alien to people back then. They never would have thought of it, so what they used to do was just re-record over previous showings, or because they didn't have a lot of space, just chuck it. Now, for Doctor Who, sadly, the latter was mostly the case. Thankfully, a lot of the episodes do survive, but sadly, many got thrown away, burned, or scrapped, which includes some of my favorites, and sadly, this one, Marco Polo, a 7-part epic based around the real-life travels of Marco Polo. Stills of this episode still exist, as does the sound, but the visuals are all gone. And this is the case for many episodes in the 1960s. But it could have been worse. If you think about it, it's a miracle that any of these episodes survived in the first place. And some of them were saved on the day that they were meant to be scrapped, like the first Dalek stories. If that one was lost, that would have sucked. Season 1 continued on with some historical stories set either in the Aztecs or Marco Polo, and also some alien stories with the Keys of Marinus and the Sense Rights. Things of note for these episodes, the Reign of Terror had certain episodes missing, but had an animated reconstruction made using the audio after the fact. Now, while it is not the best quality, for many it beats audio only or telesnaps, which are low quality screen caps of the episodes. In the future, other episodes would also receive animated reconstructions, however sadly, production on these have now stopped due to lack of funding from BBC America. Also, to do with the historicals, they are much more in line with Sidney Newman's vision for the show, with the focus being on education, with there being basically no sci-fi elements in them whatsoever, outside of the main characters, you know, being time travelers. The Keys of Marinus includes the Vord as the main villain, with the story written by Terry Nation, the creator of the Daleks. These were initially intended to perhaps match the success of them. They never did, but the idea was they had taken and reimagined into something that potentially would. The Sense Rights features a group of peaceful and psychic creatures above their home, the Sense Sphere. This idea would also be reused again later. Season 1 was a massive success, and it wasn't long until Season 2 began airing. And this is where things became a bit more complicated. This season is stacked, with it having 9 stories, which may not sound like much, but it's actually 39 episodes. The season starts with Planet of Giants, which I think was meant to be the finale of the previous season that got pushed forward, however, that may be just a rumour. Either way, it's another episode that shows the TARDIS going wrong, which has happened in actually every episode of the show so far, so par for the course. Next up, however, is one that is monumental, the Dalek Invasion of Earth, a large-scale post-apocalyptic sequel to the previous Dalek story. The Daleks are back, and greater than ever, no longer powered by static electricity, and having learned because of the Doctor of the existence of alien life outside of Skaro, they have invaded Earth in the far future. At first, they sent a virus, and once that ravaged the Earth, they then sent an invasion force. This episode is so well done, with great location work, character building, and just a great script, written by Terry Nation. Lore-wise, it's also very important. The first time the Dalek ship is shown, the Daleks don't use static, they're invading Earth. Their plan is to hollow out its core and turn it into a moving planet. This is also referenced in future stories, so it is important. Also, it confirms that Skaro is not Earth in the future. A lot of people, including people who wrote some of the Dalek comics, thought that the Daleks were humans from the future, but that is confirmed here. Not true. As I mentioned earlier, there was a movie adaptation of this episode made as well, starring Peter Cushing and Bernard Cribbins, who would later play another character in Doctor Who much later on. And at the end of this episode, another monumental moment. The first companion departure. At the end of this episode, Susan leaves, staying with David on Earth. The Doctor gives a goodbye speech, and then they leave. It's an emotional moment which harks back to the first episode while being something new, and is a moment frequently referenced throughout the rest of the show's history, with the 20th anniversary of the show even starting with this scene being replayed. So yeah, a lot of stuff in that one. Early on, there's going to be a lot of episodes that I really need to go in depth, so I'm sorry for that, but also I hope you're taking notes. Next up is The Rescue, a short episode introducing a new companion, Vicky, who's basically like Susan but different, and not the Doctor's granddaughter, but like she basically is. She's a new Susan. They didn't really know how to write Doctor Who without like that dynamic of the two teachers and then grandfather and granddaughter, but trust me, she does have her own unique character traits and is a different character. She just fulfills the same role basically. The Romans, the Web Planet, and the Crusades come next. Two historicals, education in nature as I previously stated, and the Web Planet, an episode featuring these guys dressed as butterflies and these guys dressed as bugs. They're called the Zarbi. I quite like this one, but don't worry, we won't have to talk in detail. There's no lore implications here. Up next though is the Space Museum, which is a weird episode featuring this cameo from the Daleks, where in the titular Space Museum there is an empty shell of a Dalek, which the Doctor jumps in for this like fun gag, I guess. Someone going into a Dalek shell and offering it is something that the Dalek writer Terry Nation loved having happen in his episodes, so you know, that's cool. The episode itself is this like weird time travel shenanigans. It's good, but what's important is the cliffhanger at the very end of the story. The Daleks are back already. Yep, and this leads us right into our next story, The Chase. The Chase is a 6-part epic which takes us from this dune-like desert to the top of the Empire State Building to the Mary Celeste. Then the Daleks fight Count Dracula and Frankenstein. And okay, I'ma slow down. This story is crazy, and I love it. The Daleks have time travel now, lore implications, and they're chasing Doctor Who through time and space. This episode is mostly a comedy, and for that I think it does well. It also includes the Beatles because it's the 60s, man. At the start, this random guy at the top of the Empire State Building, played by Peter Purvis, sees the TARDIS and a Dalek. Now that may seem random to just like mention, but trust me, it will be important in about 30 seconds. So in the final few parts, the story then shifts, as after landing in a spooky haunted house and getting separated, and also having a fight with a Doctor Who doppelganger, yep, I told you, weird story, the TARDIS lands in another futuristic city, except this time it isn't run by the Daleks, but instead these guys called the Mechanoids. These were another attempt by Terry Nation to recapture the success of the Daleks, and they were a bit more successful, but sadly never appeared again. Also in the Mechanoid city, they encountered this guy, Stephen, played by Peter Purvis, who's been in captivity for months. Yeah, they recast actors in the same story. Damn, I hope nobody notices. Anyway, the Daleks and the Mechanoids have an epic battle scene, or as epic as you could get on a £20 budget, and the Doctor and crew sneak off. I think this is awesome. Did I take LSD? However, when they find the Dalek time machine, Ian and Barbara have a realization that they can actually go home. The TARDIS is broken and never takes them where they want to go, but here they have an actual option, a ticket to go home. After a somewhat emotional scene, they say their goodbyes, and then there is the first true companion departure. Ian and Barbara return to London 2 years after they left, and the Doctor watches from the same thing that he watched the Beatles on as they go off and live their lives. A sombering end to a great episode, and a satisfying exit for the last of the original TARDIS crew. From here on out, the only character who stays on is the Doctor. Ian would then later return to the role after 58 years in 2022's Centenary Special, giving him the world record of the longest gap between appearances in a TV show. But the season is not over yet, because we have next the Time Meddler. Stephen joins the TARDIS as a companion, as they land in 1066 England. Things seem normal up until the Doctor finds things are not as they seem. This marks the first historical episode to also have sci-fi elements. This monk, specifically, is not what he seems, because in fact he is a bit of a time meddler. You see, this guy is actually called the Meddling Monk, and he has a TARDIS of his own. He's the same as the Doctor. The first time anyone has ever been the same as the Doctor. Say it with me now. Heavy lore implication. The Doctor defeats him by making the inside of his TARDIS the the same size as the outside of the TARDIS, trapping him in one place and one time. If you want more information on this guy, you should check out my video on the meddling monk. I go into more detail there. Either way, this guy is a major clue to the Doctor's origins. If you thought things couldn't get any crazier than season 2, well, season 3 puts this into overdrive. Yeah, but after the first 3 episodes. You see, sadly, whereas season 2 is basically wholly intact, season 3 is sadly almost entirely missing. Galaxy 4, Mission to the Unknown, and the Mythmakers are all missing, which is a shame, as the Mythmakers is the exit story for Vicky, and also they're all actually pretty good. I won't talk about them as they're missing, but I will make an exception for Mission to the Unknown, as that episode is special. It is the only episode of the classic era to only be 1 episode long, and also is the first episode of the show to not include the Doctor or any main characters in it at all. This would later be coined as a Doctor Light episode. Instead, it serves as a prequel to the monster epic of this season, the Daleks Master Plan. 12 episodes long, 13 if you count Mission to the Unknown. This episode has a 4-hour runtime, and it is fittingly epic. My favorite story of Doctor Who. Yep, we're here already, guys. I mean, it literally has everything you could want in it. Hell, it even has a Christmas special halfway through where the Doctor breaks a fourth wall and says Merry Christmas to the audience. Multiple companions come and go. Nicholas Courtney plays a role, although you don't know who he is yet. And I mean, it's just crazy. I will not attempt to explain the story here because it's 4 hours long, but the basic gist is that the Daleks are being evil with this thing called the Time Destructor. This episode also features the first ever companion death. Katarina, being introduced only a single episode prior, tragically dies getting sucked out into space. And while the episode in which this happens is missing, this scene does actually still survive. And goddamn, they were acting. It also features the second ever companion death, where Sarah Kingdom, who is introduced in this episode, dies when the Time Destructor is used on her. She rapidly ages to death right in front of Stephen's eyes. Brutal as hell. Also included in this episode is the second appearance of the meddling monk, who seems to have fixed his TARDIS and is now out and about again. But I need to get moving. I could talk about this story forever. If you guys want, leave a comment below and I will make a full video discussing this episode, because I could. Anyway, season 3 is not done. Not even close, man. 6 more episodes, but we will only talk about 2. The first being The Massacre, a historical story with no sci-fi elements apart from maybe the fact that the villain of this story, who is a human, is also played by William Hartnell. But that is played off as merely coincidence. And in other stories in classic and New Who, actors who play the Doctor will also play different roles. However, it isn't just the story that's interesting here, it's the characters. Stephen wants to leave. After seeing so much death in not only this episode, I mean it's called The Massacre, but also the previous, he is tired. In fact, for a moment, he does leave before deciding to come back. And I mean, who can blame him? And while he's gone, the Doctor talks to himself. He's sad. Everyone's leaving.
Now, they're all gone. All gone. None of them could understand. Not even my little Susan. Perhaps I should go home. Back to my own planet. But I can't.
But why? This question is another which to this day remains unanswered. There are so many elements of this story which to this day are shrouded in mystery, including what it looked like, because there aren't even that many screen caps of it. This is one of those ones where I really wished it survived, but even in its current state, it's one of my favorites. Another of these is the next story we will talk about, The Celestial Toymaker. The episode is named after the villain of this story, played by Michael Gough, or Alfred from the 80s Batman movies, except here, he is evil as hell. This is the first time the TARDIS is taken outside of the universe into another dimension, the Celestial Toymaker's dimension. Now this is another one where I've already made a video about it and I went into a lot of depth there, so I don't want to repeat myself. What I will say though is that very likely this character will be important in the close future of the show Doctor Who, so if you are interested I would very much suggest checking that video out, but I don't want to repeat myself. We still have a lot to get through. On to season 4. With the last episode of the previous season, The War Machines, an episode I very much love, seeing the departure of the companion Dodo, who was so unimportant I didn't even mention join the TARDIS, and the introduction of 2 new ones, Ben and Polly. The Doctor is ready and rejuvenated to take on whatever foes come at him next, or not. In the second episode of the season, The 10th Planet, the Doctor dies. Yep. You heard me, he dies. But it's far from being all over. The Doctor regenerates into a new face. Patrick Troughton takes up the role. He is the second Doctor. Okay, for that whole first section, I tried to not call William Hartnell the first Doctor, but I think we all knew that he wasn't the only actor to play Doctor Who, so I don't know why I was doing that. But how? How does it work? Simple. Let me explain. So at the time, the Doctor dies of old age because Paul William Hartnell was having health issues outside the show and needed to be written out. So then Patrick Troughton appears and the Doctor has rejuvenated. Patrick Troughton is playing a younger version of the William Hartnell Doctor. However, this idea was quickly scrapped because it was only limiting the potential of the show and the casting. Now, that explanation is completely gotten rid of and the new one given is called regeneration. Now, I think you all might be a bit more familiar with this one. When the Doctor dies, they become covered in this energy and then they change all of the cells in their body, effectively becoming someone else with a different personality, but is still true to the core aspects of the character of Doctor Who. So each actor to play the Doctor is playing a new incarnation of the same character. They can be completely different to each other, but they are also the same. So Patrick Troughton plays the second Doctor and not the first Doctor, but younger. Hope that clears everything up. Maybe that even made it more complicated than it had to be. But basically, when the Doctor dies / when the actor moves on, the Doctor regenerates into something new. But now that tangent is out of the way, we need to talk more about the 10th planet. Wait. This just in, I actually need to talk about the previous episodes in the season. So there's this one called The Smugglers, which is missing and pointless. The War Machines is about something called Wotan. It's a computer that calls the Doctor Doctor Who because it knows what the Doctor's actual name is. Because the BT Tower was new at the time, they wanted to make an episode about a landmark. Great episode though. Anyway, enough of that. Back to what we were actually talking about. An important thing. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the 10th planet. This episode is very important. This episode marks the first appearance of the Cybermen. They're from the planet Mondas, the twin planet to Earth, except Mondas was lost and fell far away from the sun. Now, in 1986, which was at the time the future, the planet has returned, making it the 10th planet in the solar system. Hence the name, the 10th planet. You get it. Forced to adapt to the harsh environment of their planet, the Mondasians were forced to turn themselves into Cybermen. And now they're here on the South Pole to take Earth's energy to renew Mondas and then convert humanity to become like them. The Doctor saves the day and the Cybermen deflate. I'm sure that's the last we'll see of them. Now, Patrick Troughton is the Doctor. Known for playing serious roles, just like William Hartnell, he plays against type here for a more comedic tone. His first episode plunges him right in the deep end with Power of the Daleks. The Doctor lands on Vulcan, not that Vulcan, and finds a human colony where a small group of barely powered Daleks are acting as servants. However, they're pretending and secretly building up their forces from within. The episode concludes in an epic showdown, and to be honest, I think this, writing-wise, is a perfect Dalek story. Right after that, in an episode in Highland, Scotland, called The Highlanders, Jamie joins the TARDIS team, a new companion who had quickly become the Doctor's right-hand man. This episode is also the last for a long while of the pure historical stories. They proved to be the least popular of the episodes, so they were phased out completely. Season 4 becomes a bit more straightforward after that, with an episode in Atlantis, the moon base, set on a moon base, which includes the Cybermen, the faceless ones, set at Gatwick Airport, but the one we need to focus on for lore reasons is Evil of the Daleks. Terry Nation, creator of the Daleks and owner of the rights, wanted to branch out. Dalek Mania had stopped a few years ago, but they were still popular and recognizable, and Nation wanted to bring that success over to America in a spin-off Dalek show. This would never get off the ground, but either way, Nation asked for the Daleks to be written out of the show just so he could build them up himself, I guess. I don't know what he was thinking. And so came Evil of the Daleks, intended to be the final end. A somewhat gothic story with time corridors and Victorian houses, which then turns into a princess rescue story. Evil of the Daleks goes everywhere, including in its final part, Skaro. The Emperor of the Daleks is introduced in this very impressive prop, to be honest. The Daleks are working on a human factor to try and find out why they keep losing. However, it infects them and ultimately leads to their own undoing, with the Dalek civil war destroying the city on Skaro. The final end, the Doctor says. Everything is neatly tied up with a bow. All of the Daleks die. This is the end of the Daleks. And on to season 5. I think it's fitting to mention, seeing how this is basically the ultimate Doctor Who guide, that also around this time was the introduction of the sonic screwdriver. At first it was literally just a screwdriver that emitted sounds, but later this will become one of the Doctor's main tools and is basically a magic wand. It does whatever the plot wants, including opening doors and scanning things, but it doesn't work on wood, apparently. Also, did I mention that with a new Doctor came a new title sequence? Yep, every time things switch up, Doctor Who has a new title sequence. That's basically all you need to know. From either of the Daleks, Victoria joins the TARDIS as a companion for this season. Now, all of the episodes in this season are important, but I'm gonna go quickfire on them right now and come back to them later and you'll see why. Tomb of the Cybermen, very important for lore. I'll explain why later, you'll see. The Abominable Snowmen, set in Tibet, the Doctor's first encounter with the Grey Intelligence and their threatening Yeti. The Ice Warriors. On the planet Mars, the Doctor has another first, this time with, who would have guessed it, the Ice Warriors. The Enemy of the World. Patrick Troughton plays the villain Salamander as well as the Doctor, and at the end of it, he gets thrown out into the time vortex. It's quite a well done fight scene actually, especially for the time. And now, the Web of Fear. I actually need to talk about this one. The Great Intelligence are back already. It's been like 2 episodes, but here they are, and now they're in the London Underground. This is a very well done episode. The sequences shot here on film are incredible, and the Yeti, whereas before were cuddly little guys, I was gonna say they were threatening. Well, they're more threatening than they were before, right? Let's just say that. The Great Intelligence is this malevolent force that has no form but does have sentience. It possesses others to do its will and objects such as the Yeti and the control spheres. It's one of those villains that's more metaphysical in Doctor Who, like the Celestial Toymaker I mentioned before. Also introduced here is one Alistair Gordon Lethbridge Stewart, who in this episode is a corporal in the army. Later on, this character would go on to be very important, so put a pin in that. And yes, he is played by Nicholas Courtney from the Daleks Master Plan. I told you he's going to be an important character, so remember that face. The next episode, Fury from the Deep, sees Victoria leave, and the finale of season 5, The Wheel in Space, is an episode I will talk about in just a moment. But first, Season 6. From the finale of the last season comes Zoe Harrier, a new companion from the far future who, in contrast to Jamie from the past, has a lot of technical knowledge. Here we have my perfect second Doctor TARDIS team. It's the complete trifecta. You've got the logic-based Zoe, the instinct-based Jamie, and the mix of both that is the Doctor. They all have stuff to learn from each other. It's just a great dynamic. I love all the this is just perfect Doctor Who for me. However, it's not put to good use immediately, with season 6 being one with some pretty big production issues. A few of the scripts were either unfinished or scrapped, with other episodes having to be quickly rewritten to fill the gap. And now, I don't dislike the Dominators, but it isn't as clean as some of the other stories. Same with the Crotons. These episodes are, I mean, they're not bad, but like, The Space Pirates I would lump in with them as well, but I think that one wasn't even rushed. Plus, it is completely missing, so to dump on it is kind of unfair because you can't see it, you can't judge it properly. But that's a lot of negativity. It makes it seem like the season is bad. It isn't, by the way. How is the rest of the season? Well, let's start with The Mind Robber. This is a very strange episode taking place in another location which may be very important in the future episodes. I don't know, maybe, could be. The Land of Fiction. This is another more metaphysical threat. Yeah, we're getting a lot of these around these times. The rule of the Land of Fiction is called the Master, but he's not the Master you're thinking of. He's just a guy who's called the Master, okay? Nothing to get confused about, just don't think about it. I've done a video about the Land of Fiction already, so I would highly recommend checking that one out because I do think that this will be important for understanding future episodes of the show. And now we move on to The Invasion, an 8-parter. Fun fact, my first episode of Doctor Who. Instead of talking about the episode, I'm going to talk about its lore implications, what it introduces, and the previous Cyberman stories I skipped over. First of all, introduced here is UNIT, the United Nations Intelligence Task Force. After the Web of Fear, they were created to monitor alien threats. They are led by previously Corporal, now Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart. Told you he was important. They're here to fight against the titular invasion, which of course the Cybermen are behind. But how did the Cybermen survive? So, the Cybermen died at the end of the 10th planet, but those are only Mondasian Cybermen. Cybermen have spread across the galaxy to planets such as Telos, Marinus, and Planet 14. In the far future, they fight in cyber wars, which they lose. They hide away on Telos in the Tombs of the Cybermen, which are uncovered in the Doctor Who episode Tomb of the Cybermen. They also hide on the moon base in the episode The Moon Base to try and affect the Earth's weather so that they can then try to invade and do evil stuff basically. And then in The Wheel in Space, they attempt to take over the Wheel in Space. Actually, this is pretty self-explanatory. Also, first appearing in the Wheel in Space and then again in the Invasion is the Cyber Planner, the Cyberman supercomputer that forms these strategies. In the Tomb of the Cybermen, there was a Cyber Controller, but he's gone now. In the Invasion, the Cybermen are defeated and put to rest for a few years. Next up, the Seeds of Death. The Seeds of Death is a sequel to the Ice Warriors, where now instead of being on Mars, the Ice Warriors are attacking Earth through this like teleport transmat system. It's set in the future of Earth. Basically, Ice Warriors are aliens from Mars that were frozen in the ice and originally ruled the planet before it was all messed up and stuff. We like to call this type of story the Base Under Siege. This subgenre of story set on either a space station or an underground base or an oil rig or somewhere remote and desolate blah blah blah, where the Doctor has to hold out with a crew of people against an alien threat. This would be commonly used throughout the Second Doctor era and beyond, but mostly the Second Doctor era. And already we're coming up to the end of not only season 6 but also the Second Doctor's era in general, with his 10-part finale, The War Games. Now this episode has lore. 6 years in, 6 seasons in, finally, we get some reveals about the Doctor's origins. In this episode, we meet the Time Lords, the race of people that the Doctor belongs to. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Landing in what appears to be the middle of World War I, the Doctor and co are shocked to find themselves in the midst of a war game, run by a shadowy group of enemies motivated to analyze battles in human history. The Doctor vows to save everyone involved and put a stop to them, but the war chief seems to know the Doctor. Like the meddling monk, he is also a Time Lord and has given these people their technology. They use a different version of the TARDIS to travel between time zones. This nefarious guy's identity still remains unknown, but eventually the Doctor comes to a dead end. He's gone in way over his head. He doesn't know how he's gonna save everyone, which he promised to do. This seems to be an unwinnable position, so he does the unthinkable and contacts his people. The Time Lords in this story are shown as a all-powerful, almost omniscient force. They're kind of scary. They put an end to the war games and send everyone back to their home time with their memories erased, including the Doctor's companions. It's actually quite a sad goodbye. The Doctor then is held on trial and found guilty for breaking the main law in Time Lord society, interference in others' affairs. He tries to plead that he is interfering for the better, but it is no use as he is forced to regenerate and is sent flying into the dark abyss. It is imagined that the reason why the Doctor was in exile in the first place was because he had interfered, and now we see why he ran. This episode marks the last of the 60s Doctor Who, and after this, with the third incarnation of the Doctor, we move into the 70s and into colour. Look at the BBC. Now that colour is invented, we can have colour in Doctor Who. That's just crazy. Season 7. It's time for the GOAT! John Pertwee is the third Doctor, introduced in Spearhead from Space. John Pertwee was a famous comedy actor, but played against type and played the Doctor completely straight and serious, most of the time. Spearhead from Space introduces the Autons and Nestine consciousness. They're living plastic. So we have the Great Intelligence, the Land of Fiction, the Time Lords. How many metaphysical threats do we need? Spearhead from Space had a troubled production with basically the whole BBC going on strike. It was a miracle it was even made, to be honest, which is a theme for Doctor Who. Because they couldn't use sets, the production is filmed entirely on location, which is great in that it's all shot on film, which makes it look great nowadays, but also kind of bad because it means the audio is terrible. But I'll take it because the episode is great. Season 7 introduces us to the new format of the show. The Doctor is exiled on Earth. He can't use the TARDIS, he can't leave, all he can do is make do. And make do he does, becoming the scientific advisor at UNIT, which is of course led by the Brigadier from last season. You're seeing how all of this is beginning to tie together now. Also introduced in season 7 are the Silurians, creatures from a prehistoric age who used to rule the Earth but now are alone in caves with their dinosaurs. These episodes are very long. I like them all, but season 7 has only 4 stories, and apart from Spearhead from Space, which sits at a good 4 parts, all of these have 7. That is too much for 3 in a row. But Ambassadors of Death and Inferno are pretty great. But for now, onwards. But before that, a bit of context from outside the show. The late 60s had seen a small decline in interest towards Doctor Who. People liked it, but they couldn't really be bothered to sit down week by week to watch it. This changed with the introduction of colour, as Doctor Who was getting good rating numbers again. But it would only go up. Season 8 is where Doctor Who's popularity would resurge with the introduction of a new character. A new villain. While writing the previous series, some writers commented about how the dynamic between the Doctor and the Brigadier was kind of like Sherlock Holmes and John Watson, which of course only led them down one train of thought. Who would be Moriarty? The Master. Season 8 is the Master season. a new companion and a new change in tone to be slightly less dark than the, well, let's be frank, depressing tone of season 7. Season 8 is one of, if not my favorite in the show. Terror of the Autons introduces the Master, a renegade Time Lord who teams up with the Nestine consciousness from last year. This also features the second appearance of a Time Lord character just appearing, I guess. This episode also features a lot of experimental new technology called CSR, Color Separation Overlay, or blue screen. Well, it looks terrible. I'm sure that it will never be used again. This is a good episode, but it's really the Mind of Evil where the Master truly gets his chance to be the villain to the Doctor. Introduced in these episodes is his signature weapon, the Tissue Compression Eliminator. I like it because it's the action figure gun. It turns you into an action figure. With the Doctor having taken the Master's dematerialization circuit from his TARDIS, he can't escape either, meaning they've got to play this little cat and mouse game. This leads us into the Claws of Axos, where actually the Doctor and the Master have to team up to defeat the enemy. But don't worry, in the next episode, Colony in Space, the Master is back to terrorizing him again. Wait a second, you may be thinking, colony in space? But the Doctor's exiled to Earth. How can he go to a colony in space? Well, the format of the show had changed a significant bit, whereas before the Doctor would be flying around in his TARDIS, going from place to place with new sets and casts having to be made and found every episode. Now with the third Doctor, there is a clear base of operations, a regular cast, and a grounded setting. It was very much based on the show Quatermass, which was big at the time but no one cares about anymore except in relation to Doctor Who. However, the crew thought this could get stale, so they added a workaround. Sometimes the Time Lords would send the Doctor on missions to do their dirty work. Having heard his plea at his trial in season 6 and deciding maybe sometimes we should let him interfere, put a pin in this for later. This is very important lore. Anyway, the Doctor goes to a colony in space in the episode Colony in Space and he fights the Master at the end. But wait, there's more. The demons. The Doctor goes to a village called Devil's End and the Master's there. Gasp sound effect. And then there's this goat guy. Nothing really important happens here except at the very end where the Master is defeated and actually captured this time and then put in prison. Yep. He actually gets caught. And that's season 8. The Master was the villain in literally every single episode. Great season. But can they top it? No, but it's still very good. For season 9, John Pertwee was now very firmly established in the role. And for most, the third season would be the last for their incarnation. But yeah, John Pertwee still got some more in him. Similarly to Alfred, the third Doctor takes no sugar. This guy's straight up karate chopping these fools. When I say the Doctor fights an enemy, usually I mean like intellectually, you know what I mean? When I say the third Doctor fights an enemy, I mean he beats the shit out of him. Season 9 starts with a bang. The Daleks are back, baby. Yep, it's been 5 seasons, but they're back this time. And now there are only 3 props of them left. But contrary to what people think, I think this episode is goddamn great. Guerrilla fighters from the far future come back in time to try and kill this guy named Reginald Styles, who is not related to Harry Styles. Because apparently at a peace conference at this guy's house, basically everything for Earth gets messed up and it can all be traced back to here. But in the future, this guy called the Controller, who's played by the Candyman from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, is hunting them down because he wants to stop them because he's evil. So he sends Ogrons, which are basically like hired guns, to stop them, right? It's funny because the guerrilla fighters are fighting against guerrilla fighters. Also, the Daleks show up. The Daleks apparently invaded Earth again in the future with the same strategy of using a virus and then invading, but it's a different invasion to before, I think. In the end, after an epic battle scene, everything works out. Hopefully. The episode kind of just abruptly ends. I hope things worked out. Next is The Curse of Peladon, a story set on Peladon. Wow, who could have guessed? Which is basically a political drama, but everyone's in these ridiculous costumes. I love it. The Ice Warriors are back, but they're good guys here, and the Prince of Peladon is played by David Trown, who would then go on to play another role later in the series. Also, Alpha Centauri exists. To me, she looks like a really big roll of toilet roll, but painted green with an eye on it. Leave your descriptions of what you think Alpha Centauri looks like in the comments below. Talking of funny monsters, here are the Sea Devils. Look at these little guys. These guys are the cousins to the Silurians, except they're in the water. But more importantly, the Master's back. He's locked up in prison, but psych, he's actually the head of the prison because he's made a deal with this dumbass who somehow got tricked by the only inmate he has in this prison. You had one job. Then he and the Doctor have a cool sword fight. This is why I like the third Doctor era. The mutants is an episode. It's good, but it has no lore significance, so we move. The Time Monster is also definitely one of the episodes of all time. The villain is this guy in a bird costume flapping around, and then this happens, whatever this means. I've watched this episode like 10 times and I still don't know what's happening here. So the Master is in Atlantis. By the way, not the same Atlantis from the episode The Underwater Menace. This is a totally separate Atlantis. Basically, this episode exists. It has some good parts and I do actually enjoy it, but let's be honest, this is a bit of a flop. Season 10. It is now the anniversary year. Jesus, it's been a long time, 10 years, holy. I can't imagine this show lasting at most 6 times longer than that. But an anniversary calls for a special episode, and that's what the season starts with, the 3 Doctors. And be warned guys, this episode has lore. Omega is a pioneer of Time Lord society, but he is trapped inside a black hole. However, his will is so great that he can pull people and then a whole building through space into the black hole, into this own dimension which he has created through sheer willpower. Also, he is very loud and has a funny mask. But I like his cape, and I also like the lore. Omega is a solar engineer who created time travel for Time Lords. He is one of the big 3 in Time Lord society alongside Rassilon and the Other, who is probably the Doctor. Now, Rassilon and the Other are not mentioned yet for like, I don't know how many years, probably like 20, but I thought it was good to mention. Also, interesting lore in this story, the Time Lord's home planet is shown for the first time here, but it is still not named. The Time Lords break the first law of time because their energy is being drained into the black hole. They send the only person they know who can help the Doctor. And when that doesn't help, they send the Doctor. William Hartnell was very ill while filming, so his role is minimal, but the effect is still felt. What carries the story here is the 2nd and 3rd Doctor with their great dynamic and interactions with the Brigadier, who's met both, and also Corporal Benson, who is great and has also met both. By the way, he's like the best character in the whole show. What I like here is the Brigadier sees the 2nd Doctor and immediately is like, well, I preferred you to the other one anyway, and then moves on. All of the characters come back together and trick Omega by destroying his antimatter universe, and then once the dust settles, as a thank you from the Time Lords, the Doctor is given back his ability to travel freely in the TARDIS. Finally, the Doctor is no longer in exile. This is the perfect story. The contrast of the usually serious Patrick Troughton, who plays the comic Doctor and improvises all his lines. They also start the running joke of the, oh, you've redecorated, I don't like it, and the fact that the Doctor always hates his other incarnations without fail. Season 10 is another where, goddamn, this is just banger after banger. Up next we have Carnival of Monsters, which is ridiculous, and also it features a cameo from the Ogrons and the Cybermen. This is the only appearance of the Cybermen in the John Pertwee era. Yep, that's it. Considering they showed up very frequently in the 2nd Doctor's era, this is quite a change. And now, Frontier in Space. What an episode. So this episode is basically one big frontier in space. It's a political drama between humans and Draconians. What a creative name. Someone is using Ogrons and illusion technology to pit the 2 sides against each other to try and start a war. But who? Who do you fucking think? It's obviously the Master. He's back. And it's not just the Ogrons he's teamed up with. The Master and the Daleks. They've teamed up. He doesn't like them very much. Frontier in Space is one of those episodes which really showed why the Doctor needs the psychic paper. This is a 6-part story, which is basically just the Doctor getting captured again and again, and then again, and then again. And this, of course, is to lead into the next episode, Planet of the Daleks. So this is all just one big setup. But before that, I have to mention that unfortunately, this would be the last appearance of Roger Delgado as the Master. After filming this episode, he would tragically die and leaves the Master in a peculiar position, as his character would not be brought back for a very long time due to the creators not wishing to disrespect or take away his ownership of the character. I must admit, even after all the others, Roger Delgado remains my favourite. You will live on forever. But on to the next. Frontier in Space ended with a cliffhanger of the Doctor injured and dying, sending a message to the Time Lords and floating off in the TARDIS into space. What will happen next? Find out right now. Planet of the Daleks, written by Terry Nation, is more or less a remake of the original Daleks. I mean, Thal's minds hiding in the Dalek. Pretty much the same story, but with a few gimmicks, namely the location. Spyrodon is a pretty unique planet where the inhabitants are invisible. The Daleks are trying to get this invisibility technology, and also on this planet there are 10,000 Daleks.
Well, somewhere on this planet there are 10,000 Daleks.
Back in the day, this was a big number. The files here are a bit less peace-loving and also have this guy playing the leader, who is also the same actor who plays this Time Lord, among many other roles, because Doctor Who loves reusing the same actors. In the end, of course, the Daleks get defeated. The Doctor saves the day, but 6-part story, you know. The Green Death ends the series. It's an analogy for environmental damage. Any lore here? At the start of the episode, the Doctor goes to a planet called Metebelis 3 and takes a crystal. Also, at the end of the episode, the companion Jo leaves, and it's quite a sad moment. I like it. I like this episode. Lore-wise, there's not a lot here, but when actually watching, it's a good time. Oh, we are not done. Season 11 is next, and guess who still has not left? John Pertwee went 5-0, and this time he has a new car and a new companion. But first, the car, because that is fucking crazy. So I haven't mentioned yet that throughout the whole era, because he hasn't really had a TARDIS, the third Doctor mostly went around by car. Not just any car, he had this crazy car called Bessie, which was yellow. It could be remote controlled, but it was not as crazy as the Whomobile. Yes, you heard that right. The Whomobile. Not the Batmobile, the Whomobile. It served as a hovercraft as well as a car and was road legal. And I know that because John Pertwee himself drove it around in real life. What a legend. If you haven't figured it out yet, Doctor Who for John Pertwee was basically an excuse for him to be a spy, scientist, super intelligent, kick-ass hero, drive all the cars, wear all the capes, get all the girls, all of that stuff. It's basically wish fulfillment for him. He had a fucking snake tattoo, but that's what makes it awesome. He's a pacifist who beats people up. Fun fact, by the way, John Pertwee worked alongside Ian Fleming, the writer of the James Bond books, and Christopher Lee, Dracula, Count Dooku, in the Secret Service in World War II. What a badass. Oh yeah, Sarah Jane Smith gets introduced as well. So the first episode of season 11 is huge. The Time Warrior introduces not only Sarah Jane Smith, who would go on to be probably the most iconic Doctor Who companion, receive not only 1 but 2 spin-offs, and be basically everyone's favourite companion, including mine. Yeah, so not only that, but also names the Doctor's home planet, the planet of the Time Lords. It's called Gallifrey. That's very important. But also, this episode introduces the Sontarans. Yeah, so 3 major lore events right there. The episode is also pretty good too. And then it just gets even better. Invasion of the Dinosaurs. Now, there's no big lore here, but if you're a fan of funny model dinosaurs, then boy have I got something big for you. This episode is so good. Some people complain, but not that. It has a certain je ne sais quoi. You gotta have a particular taste. You gotta have a very particular taste. It's not for casuals, this one. It can only be appreciated by, a very particular taste, higher intelligence. You've got to have a very high IQ to understand Invasion of the Daleks. Next is Death to the Daleks, which I could talk about this episode for days. What's important here is that Sarah Jane meets the Daleks. I'm literally having to stop myself from talking about this episode, but if you really want to hear it, then I will make a video about it, because this is one of the ones where I was talking about this episode for a long time, and then I just realized this is 10 minutes of me just ranting about this random episode. It's not even that important. I just really wanted to talk about it. I cut all of that out because who wants to hear all that? But if you do want to hear it, then I probably will make a video. After that is the Monster of Peladon, which I don't have much to talk about, unlike the previous episode. It's the sequel to The Curse of Peladon from season 9. And then after that, we are finally here at the Planet of the Spiders, which takes things up to 11. Holy shit. This episode also features a comically long chase scene. Basically, long and short of it is, Mike Yates, who was a sergeant in UNIT, betrayed UNIT in the previous episode, Invasion of the Dinosaurs. So he goes to therapy at this random ass house where Sarah Jane goes there to meet him and do a story, but he finds out that they're worshipping spiders in the basement. Meanwhile, with the Doctor and the Brigadier, they meet this random psychic. They confirm that his psychic powers are real and do exist with no explanation. Okay, here's something that's unironically important, so you probably want to remember this. Telepathy and slightly psychic powers do exist in the Doctor Who universe, just naturally for people. Some people are just born with it and it's never been explained and it just keeps happening. And then this random psychic who was introduced just now dies after he touches the Metebelis crystal from last season's finale. So he comes in, has psychic powers for no explanation, touches a crystal, doesn't elaborate, and then dies. What a goat. You see, these spiders in the basement are from Metebelis 3, and they want their crystal back so that this big spider can rule the entire universe. The Doctor says no, so he sacrifices his life to defeat the Great One, who's that big spider. It's actually quite sweet after the Doctor always talking down on Earth, that in his final moments, when he comes back, he does say that the TARDIS brought him home. Earth is his real home. And then the Doctor dies. Not regenerate. he actually dies, like for real. Luckily for us, this random Time Lord guy shows up and gives him a psychic push that helps kickstart his regeneration cycle. If this guy wasn't here, then the Doctor would have actually died. This Time Lord is called Campo and was in charge of the monastery where Mike Yates was having therapy, but they were having spiders in the basement. I don't know what was going on there. He was previously in Tibet, which lines up with the episode The Abominable Snowmen in season 5, but now he is here. When they finally talk, the Doctor quickly realizes that this man is actually his teacher from the past. As I mentioned earlier, throughout his run, the Third Doctor would sometimes tell stories of his time on Gallifrey, so this is a kind of neat way to thematically tie it all together. But now his run is finally over. After 5 seasons, it's time for a new face to take the role. Hopefully he doesn't stay as long. Wow, what a great transition. What's that called, a cross dissolve? Great job, guys. Well, why don't I cross dissolve into the next section? Well done, very good, yes. I hope you're still with me. Hope you're taking notes. Hope you've enjoyed the video. If you have, why don't you consider hitting the like button? Really like it, maybe a sub, you know. So just to do a little bit of house cleaning, I'm using this part of the video as kind of like a break, like get everything in order type section, because we're more or less halfway through classic. Yep, there's a bit more to go. Anyway, here are the threads. You can now cross off your notes because they are done. The meddling monk, yeah, he never shows up again. The war chief, yeah, he also never shows up again. The Doctor's origins, like reason for why he went into exile. Time Lords, that's basically been explained. You're getting more of that. The rest from here on out is kind of building on everything, and so for now we have a lot more of the essential pieces in check, so I can focus more on the new stuff that they add. You get what I'm saying? Keep in mind, now we're going into season 12 of the old show, not the new show. We're not even halfway to the new show yet, so just get ready, because now things are gonna go crazy. Robot, there's a robot. Arc in space. There's an arc in space. Okay. Well, I've got to be a bit more in depth than that. With the changing of the Doctors usually comes a changing of the guard, and a lot of the writing team from the previous year had left. Now, this had happened many times before and will happen many times after, but in this case it's interesting because the previous episode left some stuff left over from the previous era, namely Unit. Robot is the first Tom Baker story, so he's doing some comedic bits, trying to ease his shoes into the role, and in my opinion it's effortless. He is, as always, on top form here. Robot also is the last real Unit story, with them showing up here and there afterward, but mostly getting phased out. I think this is for the better, although I do wish there were more. I think this is as good an ender as any. Also, this actor from The Invasion is reused as a different professor because Doctor Who loves reusing actors, and this actor from Carnival of Monsters is reused because Doctor Who loves reusing actors. I love reusing jokes. Anyway, this is Harry Sullivan. He is a new companion and apparently people find him annoying. I actually quite like him. Anyway, the fourth Doctor, unlike the third, feels no obligation to Unit whatsoever, so the first thing he does is run away. Sarah Jane of course joins him, and Harry gets dragged along too. Arc in Space is an episode about an arc in space, except it's actually called Nerva Space Beacon. This episode is famous for A, having a good Doctor Who speech in it, and B, inspiring the movie Alien. Now, Ridley Scott never confirmed this, but if you look at the episode, then the movie, how much earlier the episode came out to the movie, and the fact that Ridley Scott is not only a Doctor Who fan, but also worked a small bit on the first Dalek story, then well, let's just say it's a bit more than likely. Anyway, this season is very similar to the first Doctor Who season in that every episode directly leads on from the previous, but unlike every other season, for a large chunk of it, the Doctor is separated completely from his TARDIS. But how does that even happen? Well, the arc in space is set on a spaceship where an alien infiltrates using a guy as a host before bursting out of him and killing him, and then turns out the power, tries to hunt down the survivor, then gets blown up and killed with fire. Meanwhile, there's a whole load of colonists in suspended animation waiting to go back down to Earth to repopulate, because this is thousands of years in the future, right? Did I mention that? So at the end, the TARDIS team go to fix the teleports and get sent down to Earth, which is where the next story picks up. They land right in the middle of a Sontaran experiment. The Sontarans are back. Here we learn they are a clone race, but the story is very short, only 2 episodes long, so there's not really much room for anything here. Basically, the Sontarans show up, the Doctor beats him up, and then blows up his ship, and then everyone goes along with their day. The Doctor and everyone get ready to go back to Nerva, but their teleport is intercepted. The Doctor finds himself in a wasteland. How is he here? Why is he here? Boom. Old white man jump scare. The Doctor has been sent on another mission by the Time Lords. But what is it this time? The Doctor has been sent back in time to Skaro before the creation of the Daleks, and in the middle, or should I say towards the very end, of the original Thal and Khaled war. Khaled, you may be asking, what's a Khaled? Well, Khaleds and Thals basically look and act the exact same, but they are not the same. Why are they not the same? Because they're fighting a war, and they're fighting a war because they're not the same. They've been fighting for so long, in fact, that they have had to go back from their once technologically advanced weaponry to regular old guns and muskets. Also, Khaled is an anagram of Dalek. Very clever, Terry Nation. Outside the context of the show, Terry Nation have pretty much written the same story for the Daleks 3 times in a row. Basically, the showrunner stepped in and said, do something different, man, Jesus Christ. So he did. And in fact, him doing something different was what resulted in one of the most celebrated episodes in Doctor Who history. Genesis of the Daleks. 12 seasons in, by the way. Here we see that all that really separates the Khalids from the Daleks is their casing and mutant status. The planet really is desolate. There is just nothing here. I've made a video about this episode already, but I do think I can repeat myself a bit here just because of how important this episode really is. And let me reiterate, this episode is important. If you maybe watched some of the revival but never any of the old stuff, I think you can figure out why. But anyway, the real star of this episode is not the Daleks, but it is in fact Davros, the creator. His eyes are burned shut, forced to use technology to see, hear, talk and move. He is already practically a Dalek, scarred by war, but not just physically, mentally. He is pure evil. In the end, after countless betrayals, deceptions, brief glimmers of hope, the episode ends in complete failure. The Doctor cannot fulfill his mission. Asking him to commit genocide is something he cannot do. The Daleks are created, the Khalids are all killed, all of the scientists are killed, Davros himself is killed. Now this is the reason why I ask you to mark this on your calendar, boys and girls, because in the grand Doctor Who timeline, this is the first act in what people would come to call the Time War. And then in the next episode, the Cybermen show up. So the Cybermen are back, 6 seasons, and they're as unimpressive as ever. The Doctor and crew go back to Nova. There's a lethal virus being spread through Cybermats, and Cybermen are coming to take control. They've been in hiding since their defeat in the Cyber Wars, except now they're back and ready to destroy the planet Voga. It's the planet of gold. These are goofy ass Cybermen. So big lore revealed time. Cybermen are weak to gold. Somehow this is still getting referenced to like today. Can we just forget about this? It's incredibly dumb. I'm just kidding. I love this episode. Sometimes I just love garbage, okay? I'm watching Doctor Who, not 2001: A Space Odyssey. I do find it funny going from like this tense scene where Sarah Jane has to climb up the railings to escape this prison and like dead bodies are falling around her to this. Anyway, Revenge of the Cybermen may seem like a flop note to end the season on, and it is, but I love it. Anyway, the Cybermen aren't showing up again for a good while, so you don't have to worry about that. Season 13 starts with Terror of the Zygons, which is where season 12 was meant to end, but it was pushed back to the next year. Harry leaves this episode, which is sad, but also it then sets up the Doctor and Sarah alone as a TARDIS team, which is, I think, literally the best one. So, you know, pretty good. Terror of the Zygons is a very important episode because A, the Loch Ness Monster is in it, B, it's set in Scotland, C, the Doctor wears a Scottish outfit, and D, the Loch Ness Monster is a funny model. Let's fucking go. Also, the Zygons are in this one, but who cares about that? These guys have a great design. They're shapeshifters, and they've got all these suckers. They even turned into an evil Harry. Damn, what a scary guy. Also, there's this cool model shot. Sad to say, but this episode also marks the Brigadier's final appearance as a regular in the show. Unit is gone, and so is he. I wish there were more, but alas, you know, a good episode to end on. Planet of Evil. Guys, I think this planet's evil. On to the next one. No joke here, there is nothing in this episode. Pyramids of Mars. Now this is a good one. The Doctor tries to land in the Unit HQ house, but instead lands a couple years in the past when it is owned by a guy called Professor Scarman, who was an explorer in Egypt and got killed and possessed by Sutekh the Destroyer. This evil bastard is bad news. He is an Osiran and another metaphysical threat who is bound on a pyramid on Mars. This is when Doctor Who started going full gothic horror. Also, Sarah Jane wears Victoria's dress from season 4, and she says she's from 1980. Even though this episode was made in 1976 and Sarah Jane left the present day in an episode that aired in 1974. The timeline is in shambles, guys. The android invasion, another really good one. This includes people from Unit in it, including Harry, but they're all android duplicates. There's a lot of android duplicates in this episode. Anyway, the brain of Morbius. Give me that sweet, sweet little baby. The TARDIS lands on the planet Khan. Khan is like a ship graveyard. They keep on crashing here, and every time a ship does, this guy Dr. Solon sends Kondo, down to kill them and get their body parts. You see, he's building a body, but he needs a head, and luckily the Doctor's got the perfect one. Also on Khan are these groups of gals called the Sisterhood of Khan, who guard the flame of eternal life. Boring. This episode is basically Frankenstein but Doctor Who. However, there is lore here. Not just with the Sisterhood of Khan, who randomly become important like in 30 years or something, but also with this guy, Morbius. So yeah, Morbius is this renegade Time Lord who had this like full cult behind the scenes, but he was executed years ago. But his brain survived, and Dr. Solon has been working to create him a new body. Unable to get the Doctor's head, he switches to plan B, which is this. But Morbius isn't too happy with his head. He thinks he's a monster, which he is, but he could be dead, so he should be thankful in my opinion. Then he takes on the Doctor in a head-to-head duel. Literally, it's a mind duel. They go head to head. In this mind duel, they show all of Morbius's lives and all of the Doctor's... Wait, why are we still going? Who the hell are these guys? Are these the Doctor? Well, that was weird. Surely that won't come up again. Now might be a good time to mention that around this time there were some complaints surfacing from pussies who were complaining that Doctor Who may be getting a bit too violent. These people, with all due respect, deserve death. I don't care. The kids loved it. I loved it. Everybody loved it apart from these wastes of space. Nobody likes you. Stop talking. I hate these people. Seeds of Doom was another episode that was called Too Violent by weirdos and losers. This episode starts in Antarctica and it's basically The Thing from another world, except it's plants, but it's a good episode. I actually like this one. I like this one. Season 13 in general is another smash out of the park in terms of quality. Basically every season so far has been great, and we've passed unlucky number 13, so how long can we keep the streak going? Maybe on to season 14? Yes. Doctor Who is very successful at this point with averages of 10 million per episode, and the fourth Doctor already is incredibly popular. In fact, the most popular. Previously working on a building site, Tom Baker is loving life. He's changed his whole behavior. He doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke anymore, he's an icon to the kids, he's got a responsibility. He said later that maybe he stayed too long, but for right at that moment, at season 14, life was good. Mask of Mandragora is a good episode too. A villain from another dimension, a historical story set in the past. What's not to love? I personally really like this one. But is there any lore? Yes, only one piece though. The Doctor says that the reason why all the companions can understand other languages is because it's a Time Lord gift he shares with them. This would later be retconned to be the TARDIS translation circuits. Also, the Doctor for this season goes to the secondary TARDIS console room, which looks pretty cool in my opinion. Anyway, next up is Hand of Fear, which is another good episode. It seems pretty standard up until the end, where suddenly the Doctor receives a message from the Time Lords. They want him back on Gallifrey, and humans aren't allowed, so Sarah Jane has to leave. The Doctor drops her off, they say their goodbyes, and that's it. It's pretty abrupt, considering to many this is the best Doctor Who and companion pairing. He also left her in the complete wrong place, because of course he did. But you may be looking around kind of confused. This is episode 2 of the new season. Where can it go from here? The Deadly Assassin, the first ever episode set on Gallifrey, and the Time Lords are kind of normal actually. At the time, this episode was very controversial, with people writing in, voicing their complaints, and I guess at the time, I get it. In the War Games, the finale of season 6, they were almost omniscient beings with powers unmatched, and while yes, in their subsequent appearance in the Three Doctors, they were far less powered, they didn't leave quite nearly the same impression of incompetence as they did in this episode. In this one, all of these Time Lords are basically idiots apart from the Doctor and the Master, and yet I think it works. Oh, did I let the cat out of the bag? The Master is back, by the way, and he's more evil than ever. This guy is a fucking skeleton. Personally, I really like the prosthetic here. For some people, it doesn't work, but to me, I don't see it. I think this looks pretty convincing. A new rule introduced in this episode is that Time Lords can regenerate up to 12 times. They have 13 incarnations. This is the rule, and yet it is broken in this very episode. The Master died in his 13th incarnation, which is the Roger Delgado Master, and now he is clinging onto life with pure hatred being the only thing keeping him going. But he has a plan involving the Matrix. This was before the movie existed, but unlike the Ark in Space, I doubt this inclusion really affected the film. The Matrix is actually very important lore-wise in Doctor Who. It's like all of the Time Lords' data hub, and like the Matrix in the movies, you can go in and interact with it. It's basically the same thing, except not run by robots. This is also the first episode to have no companion in its entirety. I think. I'm pretty sure. But as you expected, there's lore aplenty here. First things first, the Time Lord from the War Games is back. His name given is Chancellor Goth, and he is that so deadly assassin that the title's talking about. He fights the Doctor in the Matrix and almost drowns him, runs him over with a train. Also, there's a clown here. Also named finally is Rassilon, as in the seal of Rassilon, which is a part of the Master's plan to restore his life force alongside the Eye of Harmony, another piece of Time Lord technology introduced in this episode. The Eye of Harmony is a nucleus of a black hole which powers Gallifrey, most likely engineered by Rassilon. The TARDIS is named as a Type 40, which is an old model, which is presumably why the TARDIS is always broken. Is there any more lore? Anything more to go over? The Master's back, as I said, he escapes at the end of this episode. If I missed anything, leave it in the comments below. Next up is the Face of Evil, introducing a new companion, Leela. There's also this. You'd think this had heavy lore implications, but it doesn't. So Anon was an ancient computer. The Doctor had an adventure here many years ago off screen and accidentally imprinted himself on the computer. The computer has an identity crisis and basically has multiple personalities that clash and yell at each other. Then there's the Robots of Death and Talent of Wang Chiang, which are both good episodes, and that's all we'll say about them. On to season 15. Guys, I hate to break it to you, but this season sucks donkey dick and balls. We have one good episode and then it's over. Horror at Famrock is a story set on a lighthouse, which is actually pretty good, unlike the rest of the season. Lore-wise, it introduces the Rutan host, which is a very well-designed monster. Fun fact, the Sontarans are in a war that lasts like forever against the Rutan host. It's kind of their thing. These guys also never show up again, unless you count the Doctor Who adventure games, which I don't. So, you know, it's cool we saw them one time. Anyway, on to the rest. The Invisible Enemy. K9 is introduced in this episode. Yay, guys! K9 is a robot dog. Do you get it? K9? Now, I actually really like K9, but this episode sadly sucks. Then we skip this garbage and on to the finale, The Invasion of Time. This one is 6 parts. 4 parts of trash, 2 parts of fun trash. I love this episode. You've got to have a certain taste to enjoy this one, to enjoy this episode. It's got that certain je ne sais quoi. It's just one of those episodes where you're like, you know, you gotta have a certain specific taste. You just gotta be better, to be honest. Like, you just gotta be superior. But what's the story? Well, we're back on Gallifrey and it's just as pathetic as it was before. In fact, even more so. The Doctor is acting very weird and says he's here to claim his legal right, but he's working for these guys, these evil pieces of tinfoil. So we run around for about 4 episodes. We see outside of Gallifrey. That's cool. It's like this orange sand biome. I don't know. Then we defeat these bozos and get out of here. Or so we thought. The Sontarans. They're back. Look at this goofy ass motherfucker. What the hell is that? We spend most of the final episode inside the TARDIS running around. Just like the Deadly Assassin, this episode was also controversial at the time because of its imagining of the inside of the TARDIS. In this episode, the inside of the TARDIS is just a derelict hospital. Yeah, they ran out of set budget, so they just went and filmed here instead. Also, we see the swimming pool. The swimming pool in the TARDIS is mentioned all the time, and here it is. Also, there's this. No running by the pool, guys. Leela then leaves at the end of the story. She stays behind on Gallifrey with K9. But luckily, the Doctor has another one. K9 Mark II. 10 out of 10. So this season marked a change in production staff, and while I don't hate these new guys, it just isn't as good. These episodes are all actually quite fun. I'm just joking around for comedic effect. They're not that bad. But anyway, surely the next season can't be any worse. Season 16 does something new in that, for the first time ever, basically the whole season is telling one story. A story arc across multiple episodes. This idea is novel and may be used again in the future. Maybe. Who knows? The Doctor and his new companion, a time lady called Romana, are tasked by the White Guardian to collect all 6 segments of the key to time. So yeah, Time Lady, Time Lords, they come in all shapes and sizes. Also, probably should have mentioned, in the Invasion of Time, Time Ladies were introduced and Gallifreyans that weren't Time Lords were also introduced. In the Deadly Assassins, these guys were called Shobogans. So it's really important to know that there is a difference between Shobogans, which are Gallifreyan natives, and Time Lords and Time Ladies. So now the Time Lords have been totally demystified, the writers thought it'd be good to write in a new metaphysical force to be all-powerful, now that the Time Lords have been power-crept. So enter the White Guardian and the Black Guardian, who is the same guy but inverted colours. These guys are Eternals and they're the new top of the hierarchy, basically. Season 16 also had some episodes written by Douglas Adams in there, such as The Pirate Planet with this geezer. Yeah, it has some good ones, but nothing here is really notable lore-wise. I think these episodes are enjoyable, but until the Armageddon Factor, these are more so just fun adventures. The Armageddon Factor has some stuff hidden in it though. First of all, the Doctor and Romana are going around collecting the segments of the key to time. That was all just a waste of time, as the Black Guardian has just skipped ahead and is hoarding the last piece all to himself. Here the Black Guardian appears, but only at the end, and throughout his stand-in is this guy who's called the Shadow. Kind of pointless, but neat prosthetic, I guess. Also here is Lala Ward playing Princess Astra. You'll see why I mentioned that in a second. But the real reason I want to mention this episode is this guy, Drax, the most random inclusion in any Doctor Who story probably ever. This guy is niche. Most fans do not know about this guy, which is very weird to me because not only is he a Time Lord, but he also calls the Doctor by his real name. Like, yeah. For real. They just drop it in here randomly in this episode for no reason. Drax calls the Doctor Theet, short for Theta Sigma, which is the Doctor's real name. Yep. For real. Later, of course, this was retconned into being a nickname, which is weird because he has the nickname Theet for his nickname, which means he has a nickname for his nickname. But anyway, that was a thing. Bit of an anticlimax, but you know, kind of fits with this season as a whole. Talking of anticlimax, the way the Doctor defeats the Black Guardian after finally completing the key to time is by splitting it up and separating again. So, back to square one. But the Black Guardian gives one more decree. He says, "Doctor, you shall die for this." 10 out of 10 voice acting. Luckily, the Doctor's got something up his sleeve. The randomizer. This will now make every single journey in the TARDIS take him to a random place. Now, usually the TARDIS does this anyway, but as of recent, the Doctor kind of really got the hang of piloting it, so it took him to everywhere he needed to go every single time anyway. This thing added back the element of randomness, which was, for some reason, removed in the first place. I don't know. On to season 17. Yep. We're still going. Can't stop this train, baby. Season 17 starts with Romana regenerating in this sight gag. You know when you're trying to give a really comprehensive lore breakdown video on Doctor Who, it's stuff like this that really makes it hard. So Romana can apparently choose what she looks like when she's regenerating, which I guess is in line with what the Time Lords did in the War Games when they gave the Doctor a choice of who they could regenerate into. But I don't know, man. I guess it's meant to be funny because it's like woman trying on clothes. The actress who played Romana before decided to leave, so instead Lala Ward from the finale of last season joins the team as Romana 2. So is season 17 better than season 16? No. But I still enjoy it. Just for context, this is 1979 to 1980, and things in Britain weren't looking too peachy keen. There are a lot of production issues this season, which actually results in one of the episodes, Sharda, being just lost to time. Half of it is filmed, it just never got finished, so there's half an episode lying around that never got aired. It's quite a legend in the Doctor Who community. Written by Douglas Adams, it's one of those stories famous for just being the one that got away. If you want to learn more about it, here's my video, ha 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 ha. In this season, luckily we only have to talk about 2 episodes because the other 3 are filler as hell. Thank the Lord. The first one is City of Death. This episode is one of the only times we get location footage from another country. John Cleese is also in this one. This episode is written by Douglas Adams, the same one who wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This one is one of the greats. If you're going to watch a classic Doctor Who story, this is probably one of those ones you want to watch. You've got the Doctor and Romana in Paris, Tom Baker being funny, you got this guy Duggan, you got time-hopping Mona Lisa stealing. It's a crazy story. Only 4 parts long as well. The production issues which plagued this season actually benefit it here, with City of Death reaching a peak of 16 million viewers due to an ITV strike. Personally, I would have rather had Sharda. Destiny of the Daleks is the final Dalek story to be written by Terry Nation, and well, due to an uncredited but extensive rewrite by Douglas Adams, Terry Nation decided never to come back again, which is a real shame. I mentioned earlier about the Romana regeneration gag, but to be honest, that's the least of my worries here. I really like Terry Nation, and to be honest, I really like this episode as well. But, this is a big but, this episode is just dumb as hell. Davros lives. Somehow. He's recast here, and yet it's the same mask, which means he has a different voice, and his face doesn't quite fit on his face. John Goodison does a good job with what he had. I mean, the mask literally doesn't fit him. Talking of different voices, for some reason K9 is also recast here. He got laryngitis, the character, not the actor. And so for this season, because of this, John Leeson is gone, and Roy Skelton is here to replace him. But John Leeson is back next season anyway. I actually love the K9 voice, but in a kinda this is shit way, which is basically how I feel about this season. Roy Skelton is K9 at home. We got Skaro at home. We got Davros at home. This episode is so B-Tech, man. You have these Dalek props which are just like barely functioning. They're here to be blown up at the end. That's literally all they're here for. But it's not just all these production issues. The storyline itself, like, where do I even start? So Skaro is here, but no Thals. Instead, for an opponent, the Daleks are given the Mavellans. These guys are at war with the Daleks, but have been in a stalemate because they are both robots and their battle computers keep predicting each other's moves. Wait a second, I hear you saying. The Daleks aren't robots. Well, now they are! At one point in the timeline, the Daleks were pure robots. Very confusing. The Movellans appear very briefly once in another story in like 35 years from now. But apart from that, this is their only appearance. But it is a striking one. I mean, look at these costumes. At the end, Davros is placed in cryogenic suspension and sent to Earth to stand trial for his crimes. Unironically actually important. Remember that for later. Okay, on to the 80s. As you may have noticed by now, while each of the other Doctors have a clear defined era, Tom Baker has several, 3 to be exact. Seasons 12 to 14 are known as the Hinchcliffe Holmes era, or as I call it, the good ones. Then Graham Williams took over for seasons 15 to 17, but now we're moving into 1980 and beyond. A new showrunner takes center stage, one who's been lurking in the background for a while now, John Nathan Turner. Immediately you can see the new direction being taken, a new title sequence, a new title theme, new outfit for Tom Baker, and the introduction of the question mark aesthetic. It's a bit too on the nose for me. I go semi-regularly on and off 80s Who, but I think that's just me being inconsistent. Also here was a big shift and focus on fan service. Seeing how popular the show was internationally, JNT frequently attended conventions, fan meetups, and etc. With the new decade came new competition, and JNT wanted to keep up with it, which meant new budgets, new production, and new ideas. Sadly for him though, the job came with baggage. That baggage being Tom Baker, who had become incredibly attached to the show. He even got married to his co-star Lala Ward for a time. Tom Baker had enjoyed quite a bit of creative control over the years, but with JNT, that was all out of the window. And after a lunch where they had in everything but words told him to fuck off, he decided that season 18 would be his last. It was a mutual decision. Yes, that's right, Tom Baker stayed on for 7 seasons. 7. By now the role was basically entirely his. The long scarf and hat were now synonymous with Doctor Who and remain synonymous even up to today, probably. And seeing how successful Tom Baker had been, especially how hard it had been for him before Doctor Who, you can't really blame him for being reluctant to let it go. But he did, and for a long time, he didn't come back. To him, Doctor Who was his character, and he didn't want to watch other people pretend to play his character. Tom Baker was so prideful about himself as the Doctor that he pitched that his companion should be a talking cabbage because he could carry the whole episode on his own anyway. But he hated K9 for some reason, and he was basically a talking cabbage anyway. K9 was also written out, alongside Romana. K9 never really got a time to shine anyway. Despite being around for 3 series and being very popular, the prop was A, very expensive, and B, very impractical, which led to people on set finding him not very fun. Also, writing wise, most of the effort into utilizing him went into finding ways of writing him out. But when he was included, he was great. I love K9. He has 3 uses: not being there, being a computer that never has the answers, and shooting the fuck out of people. This dog's kill count is gotta be like 200. He just shoots everybody. He blows up in this episode. Season 18 takes the show in an entirely new direction. The only problem is it starts with the Leisure Hive. We'll skip this episode and Meglos too. Actually no, Meglos has Jacqueline Hill playing a character who is the same actress who played Barbara, because Doctor Who reuses every single actor. This one's about a talking cactus that shapeshifts into the Doctor. 10 out of 10. Luckily now that those 2 are out of the way, we can talk about the season 18 stories that are actually good. Full Circle is the start of the E-Space trilogy, which is 3 stories set in an alternate universe, E-Space. It's like space, but green. Romana is called back to Gallifrey, but doesn't want to go. Luckily for her, the TARDIS is pulled into this space called E-Space. They land on a planet called Alzarius, which could basically be in our universe, but who cares? Now on to the controversial bit. This episode introduced a new companion, Adric, to the cast. Now I don't actually hate Adric, but like a lot of people do. He's basically the Jar Jar of Doctor Who, except Jar Jar is like friendly and happy, like he's a nice guy. Adric is just a dick. He isn't even invited onto the TARDIS, he just sneaks in and then no one takes him home. Most people don't like him, as I said, but I don't mind him. He sneaks on board for the next episode, State of Decay. This was originally a script meant for a far earlier season written by Terrence Dicks. That was just lying around. They made some changes to it to fit the new season and went along with it. The general consensus after the previous few Tom Baker seasons was that things had gotten a bit silly. Now, I don't know if the talking cactus was meant to be less silly, but with this episode, you could really see that they at least tried. This episode introduced vampires, the 3 who rule. They're vampires who serve the Great Vampire. Long ago, the Great Vampire fought in a war with the Time Lords in the Dark Times. They must have run away into E-Space, but that part of the story is basically just left out. To be honest, most of the stories in E-Space don't really need to be set in E-Space. They're just there for a gimmick, I guess. Up next is the last in the trilogy, and also the most confusing, Warrior's Gate. Now, I would explain this episode to you, but this shit is too complicated. And also, Romana and K9 leave here. If that seemed a bit tacked on at the end, that's because that's how it is in the episode. They leave via CSO of black and white images. It's quite bizarre. Either way, these bozos are gone now. Up next is the Keeper of Traken. The TARDIS is out of E-space now, and they're headed to Traken. So Traken is like this utopia planet, and the Keeper is like the one who keeps it all in check. He's powered by the Source. The current Keeper is dying, and he tells the Doctor in a vision that he thinks evil has somehow infiltrated Traken because randomly this statue called the Melka showed up, and he's right. This Melka statue is influencing people to do bad. The Doctor teams up with this guy Tremas and his daughter Nissa to try and figure it out, but he's too late. The Melka takes the Keeper's place and gains the power of the Source. But wait, the Melka isn't actually a statue. It's a TARDIS. But whose TARDIS? Who else but the Master? He's back, and he takes Tremas's body before escaping, because of course he gets defeated. Ain't no way he's keeping those OP Keeper of Traken powers. But this all does lead into the next story, the finale of not only the season but also the 4th Doctor's era, Logopolis. The cloister bells are ringing. The cloister bells in the TARDIS means something is terribly, terribly wrong. It's an alert to impending disaster, and we don't really hear them that often. When you hear the cloister bells, you know things are bad. The whole story has this sense of impending dread. Trying to fix the chameleon circuit, the Doctor lands on top of an actual real police box. If you dematerialize around something, it will put that object inside the TARDIS. If I'm not mistaken, this concept is introduced in this episode. Meanwhile, while they're doing measurements on that, Tegan Jovanka is getting ready to drive to Heathrow with her Aunt Vanessa. She's a flight attendant. However, they get a flat tire and have to pull over. In the TARDIS, the Doctor plans to use their measurements by going to a planet called Logopolis and doing a complex mathematical calculation called block transfer computation that will reset the circuit. But when the Doctor tries to leave the TARDIS, he finds himself in another TARDIS. The Doctor is landed on top of the Master's TARDIS, which means the Master's TARDIS is in his TARDIS, but his TARDIS is also in the Master's TARDIS. You can't land a TARDIS within a TARDIS. Luckily, by exiting the real police box that's inside the Master's TARDIS, they end up in the real world, which coincidentally is the same place that Tegan had to pull over. Sadly for Tegan's aunt though, she gets a meeting from the Master and gets turned into an action man. In the distance, this mysterious white figure watches. This creature is called the Watcher, and while I will explain what it is later, if you want an in-depth explanation, watch my video because yeah, this is a complicated one. Going in the TARDIS to a boat on the River Thames, the Doctor sees the Watcher once again. He goes up and talks to him, but we the audience don't hear it. What we do know is that they have to go to Logopolis. When they do arrive, they find out that unbeknownst to them, Tegan has snuck on board. I guess she's along for the ride now. Also along for the ride is Nissa, who is also in Logopolis, and the Master's here too. Wow, everybody's on Logopolis. What's the deal with Logopolis? So this place is pure math, which sounds boring, and maybe it is, but I love this episode, so no it's not. This is the new Master, played by Anthony Ainley, who would play the Master for the rest of the classic series. He is ridiculously cartoonishly evil, and to be honest, I'm all here for it. The Master's plan here is crazy. Logopolis, a place that keeps the whole universe going through mathematical equations, right? He stops these equations, which starts to cause the whole universe to crumble to dust. Correct me if I'm wrong guys, but I think so far these are the highest stakes for a single Doctor Who episode. The universe is literally at stake here. Also on Logopolis is a replica of the Pharos project from Earth, for reasons too complicated to go into now. There is a lot of exposition given in this episode, and a lot of it has to do with maths, so you know, saving you from all that. Anyway, the Master and the Doctor agree to team up to save the universe, but obviously the Master betrays him. Literally, why would he not? Doctor, how did you not see that coming? Anyway, the stakes get higher as the entropy destroys a portion of the whole universe, permanently, including Traken. Yep, that part of the universe is just gone now. Anyway, to try and save the rest of the universe, the Doctor and the Master go to the real Pharos project on Earth to try and relay the signal, which despite the betrayal from the Master, the Doctor still manages to do, but he is forced onto the gantry. The Doctor has more visions of previous companions, until...
He was the Doctor all the time.
Pause. Not even gonna try. Season 19. This saw another big boom in popularity for Doctor Who, whereas Season 18 had slightly faltered. Peter Davison steps into the role as the 5th Doctor Who. He's just a nice guy. I really like this Doctor Who. All of these other guys are like super quirky and all that, but the 5th Doctor just has a stick of celery and he wants to play sports. However, this season, while being pretty damn good in my opinion, does have its critics. Most of them like to point out how having too many companions crowds the TARDIS and leaves them with nothing really to do each story. But luckily that will never ever be a problem repeated or something people will ever have issue with again. Castrovalva is the first episode for the 5th Doctor. After a more troublesome than usual regeneration, he is taken to the tranquil planet of Castrovalva. Meanwhile, Adric has been kidnapped by the Master. Anyway, the rest of Season 19 is basically just one long attempt to try and get Tegan back to Heathrow Airport in time for a flight. Skipping over forward to Doomsday, Kinder is an episode that introduces the Mara, this like nightmare snake thing. It possesses Tegan and is another one of those more mental villains, you know what I mean? We've had a few of those by now. Next up is The Visitation, an episode which has these cool animatronic villains, the Pterodactyls. But the real reason I'm mentioning this one is because it is the first story written by Eric Saywood, who would write a few more stories in the future, all of which are famous for being quite dark in tone. This is a good episode and you can see a lot of his Doctor Who tropes forming here. Black Orchid is next and this episode is pretty bad. This episode is the final historical only episode, meaning that it has no sci-fi elements. Also, I think this one is dated pretty damn badly. It's a contrived murder mystery where there's a random Sarah Sarton doppelganger just because coincidence, and say it with me now, Doctor Who reuses all its actors. But now we're on to the big one. Finally, after all this time, Earthshock. This was the big smash hit of the season because it marked the return of the Cybermen. After 7 seasons, they're finally back. Yes, you heard that right, from seasons 7 to 19, there were 2 Cyberman stories. Either way, it had been a long time, and they were back with a new redesign fitting for the 80s. Played by David Banks, everybody loves this cyber controller. Me personally, I think these guys are a little goofy, but you guys already know I think the Cybermen are mid as hell anyway. This is a good episode though. Part 1 is set inside these minds. The whole episode is atmospheric and actually genuinely well done. It's all building up to this moment, the big reveal. The Cybermen are back. The next few parts change location to the space frigate, where Cybermen are actually hiding on board. Okay, I've watched this episode like 1,000 times, and I still don't really know how, but they get sent back in time millions of years, and then the ship that they're on becomes the meteor that destroyed the dinosaurs. This was set up earlier in the episode, but also goes against A, everything we know from real life, and B, everything that was previously established in the show, so you know, overall B+ for effort. Anyway, the episode ends with Adric dying tragically after thinking he might be able to save the day, but he doesn't. They all watch as the ship he's on explodes, and the credits roll over silence. Damn, that was really tragic. Let's see how they react to this in the next episode, Time Flight.
But he wouldn't want us to mourn unnecessarily.
This episode is not canon. Okay, so interesting facts about this episode. Tegan leaves in it, but she comes back in the next one anyway, so who cares? The Master is in it, but most importantly, Concord is in it. Yeah, there's a Doctor Who episode about Concord. Remember Concord? Yeah, no, because it doesn't exist anymore. Anyway, this episode doesn't count, so on to season 20. 1983 was another anniversary year for Doctor Who, and while Peter Davison himself has gone on record saying that he isn't too big a fan of this series, I think it's actually pretty good, though he may be right in saying it's his worst. As it is the anniversary, and due to the massive success of the previous year's Earthshock, a decision was made to have every episode in this season feature a returning villain from the past. Unlike what you might think though, there isn't really a lot of lore here. Arc of Infinity is a sequel to The Three Doctors, with Omega returning with a brand new design, and a new plot to frame the Doctor and then assume his identity. Tegan is back immediately after leaving, and she is in Amsterdam. They film part of this episode in Amsterdam. Aside from that, and the inclusion of Gallifrey, a deeper look into Time Lord society, and this guy, whoever he is, played by Colin Baker, there really isn't much here. Omega gets shot by the Doctor at the end of this episode because he's the man that never would. And that's about it. Next is Snake Dance, sequel to the previous year's Kinder, with the Mara returning, Evil Ass Snake. I don't really know which episode I prefer, but luckily for us, there's no lore here, so we can skip over it to Mordrin Undead. Okay, so this marks the start of the Black Guardian trilogy. Yeah, the Black Guardian. Remember him? The guy from the final 5 minutes of season 16? He's back, and more evil than ever. So this episode makes no sense from a timeline perspective, because this story marks the return of the Brigadier. Yep, he's back too. Anniversary year, baby. Except he's retired now and works as a school teacher. He retired in 1976 though. Guys, I think something is wrong with the space-time continuum. Either way, things get more confusing in the episode when the two parties split and then 2 brigadiers show up. Without getting too much into the story, there's this kid Turlo, who was recruited by the Black Guardian after getting into a car accident and given a second wind. In short, he makes a deal with the devil. The Black Guardian is finally getting his revenge, and he's using Turlo to get it. Turlo becomes a companion, but for a while, his whole shtick is basically that he's trying to betray and kill the Doctor. I like how the Doctor basically knows this the whole time, but lets him tag along anyway. And when he's turned good again, the Doctor still just doesn't really care. Anyway, Mordrin is this criminal who pretends to be the Doctor, but he's just a fraud who stole something called a metaphoric symbiosis regenerator, which can induce regenerations. A piece of technology which can induce regenerations. Anyway, the episode ends neatly, and now we're back to 3 companions in the TARDIS. And then in the next episode, Terminus, she leaves again. Terminus is like this place where everyone goes to die, and it's somehow at the center of the universe. And then somehow I think the Doctor creates the second Big Bang. It's with these types of stories where things go from 0 to 100 real quick. Either way, goodbye Nissa, we will miss you. Enlightenment finishes up the trilogy, and it's actually quite interesting. There is Lore here. We are introduced finally to the Eternals and Eternals culture. Because these creatures are so ethereal, they can't really grasp concepts like acting like real people, so they kind of just stand around ominously, even if they're good guys. They're having a space race on these old ships, searching for enlightenment, and if the Doctor loses, he dies. The Doctor wins, what a surprise. The Black Guardian is vanquished once again, but he will be back. He never comes back. Also, Turlo is an alien, so there's that. On to the next one. The King's Demons. The Master is in this one, and so is Chameleon, who is a robot guy who becomes a companion, but only ever shows up once more time just so he can be written out. He was meant to be like K9, but he was kinda lame and very expensive, and no one really liked him. Poor Chameleon. What a dud way to end the season. But I'm not done yet. The 20th anniversary special, The Five Doctors, written by Terrence Dicks, is a love letter to all of the eras before it, apart from Tom Baker's. He refused to show up, so instead this episode is more or less the 3.5 Doctors. Richard Hurdnall plays the first Doctor, and he does a pretty good job, better than some of the other recasts I'll fail to mention. The story itself is fun. The 3 Doctors are put inside the Death Zone on Gallifrey. It's like the Hunger Games, and they have to go to Rassilon's tower. The 5th Doctor, who's just chilling in this vibey ass place, well, he's having some trouble because his past selves are being brought out of time. Also, the Brigadier is with the 2nd Doctor, which lore-wise makes me scratch my head, but I enjoy seeing it a lot. Meanwhile, with Sarah Jane, a lot's happened with Sarah Jane. First of all, she falls down a hill. Second of all, this costume is ridiculous. But mainly, she has K9. Also, Susan being here is neat as well. the Cybermen are also here for some reason, and are being as fraudulent as always. They spend 20 minutes trying to plant a bomb, and then it doesn't work anyway. There's one single Dalek which shows up, it gets a great showing, all of the greatest hits, and then also a Yeti. Also featured in this episode is the first appearance of Rassilon. He's meant to be dead, but he's not. That is all the explanation ever given. The Master also appears, sent by the High Council of Time Lords, who are unaware of what is going on, and why all these shenanigans are even taking place. He gives this object to the Doctor. He's also very evil. He looks like Count Dracula. It turns out that it is Barusa, who was previously in the Invasion of Time and the Deadly Assassin, who is evil. He's been recast twice, and those episodes were 4 and 6 years ago, but you should definitely remember. Either way, he gets turned into a statue as a punishment and lives forever. The Time Lords turning people into statues. Could be a good theory if someone were to ever go down that route. Also, at the end, the Doctor is named High President of Gallifrey, but he runs away because it's in his nature. I wonder what the future holds for the start of Doctor Who's 3rd decade. Warriors of the Deep is one of the episodes of all time. You just gotta have a... Yeah, it's trash. Yeah, it's garbage. Yeah, the people in these costumes were probably high from how much glue they were breathing in. I do not care. This is great entertainment. So the Silurians are back, and so are the Sea Devils, and they're teaming up, but they're not alone. They have the Murka, my favorite monster in Doctor Who. You see what I'm talking about? This episode is great. Look, it's not every episode you see a random lady try and do karate moves against the Murka, right? You don't see that every episode. As you can probably tell, this episode had a lot of production issues. Everybody dies at the end, and I had a great time. The Awakening is a filler episode. Frontios is a filler episode. Solo has a panic attack in this one because he's an alien, in case you forgot. But now we're getting into the good stuff. Resurrection of the Daleks. This is a dark episode. The Daleks are back, and so is their creator, Davros. Intercepting the prison ship that has him trapped and releasing him from cryogenic freezing, he is back to do what he does best. Yell while being evil and being quiet while being evil. Considering that the 5 Doctors had a new Dalek prop, it wasn't hard to figure out that soon they'd be returning. It had been 4 years since Destiny of the Daleks, which may seem like a long time, but that gap is actually shorter than the 5-year gap between Genesis of the Daleks and Destiny of the Daleks. The Daleks want Davros back because they're losing the Mavellan War, except this time it isn't to logical stalemates, but instead to a virus. This virus has caused them to start employing human agents. Enter Lytton. He's a mercenary who kills a lot of people, but it isn't just him. Everyone kills a lot of people in this episode. Fun fact, every single character in this story, apart from the Daleks, Davros, and the main characters, died. Who wrote this, by the way? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Eric Saywood is known for being brutal and pushing the limits on what could and could not be shown. Later on, there's a scene where Tegan is getting chased and she runs to the shore. There's a man with a metal detector who she calls out to. He's got headphones on. He doesn't even hear her, and then the man still shoots and kills him anyway. That is unnecessary. Talking of Tegan, this episode is actually so dark that she leaves at the end of the story saying it's not fun anymore and runs away. Damn! I really like the look of it, the rainy day. It's like a funeral, kinda. This episode also introduces Dalek duplicates. Dalek duplicates are exactly what they say on the tin. They are duplicates of people made by the Daleks. Duplicates were made of the Doctor and his friends, and they were supposed to infiltrate Gallifrey, which would lead to a Dalek attack. Daleks want to invade Gallifrey, huh? Wonder if that will come up again. As I mentioned earlier, this episode ends with a lot of death, and presumably the end of Davros. But he was supposedly killed off twice already, so I'm sure he'll be back. Next is Planet of Fire, which has the unfortunate task of following resurrection of the Daleks. But you know what? I think it sticks the landing pretty well. Perry is the new companion introduced here. This episode does have lore though. We land on Tryon, which turns out to be Turlough's home planet. He leaves in this one. But it's not just him. Chameleon is also written out after getting possessed by the Master, and the Master himself was also given an end, even though we all know the Master can never die. Originally, the intent here was for the Master to say to the Doctor that he was his brother, but at the last second they cut it. I don't know. Do you think it works? I'm gonna have to count that one as non-canon. Pretty good episode though. Nice location shooting. But what's next? Surely nothing in the season can compare to Resurrection of the Daleks. Caves of Androzani is one of those ones where shit just hits the fan immediately. And then the whole episode, things are just... they're just not looking good. The Doctor and Perry land on Androzani Minor and immediately get infected with Spectrox poisoning. There they must try and fight for a cure, as they get wrapped up in intrigue and squabbles between miners and pirates, and androids, and this creepy ass dude. The Doctor crashes a spaceship into a planet.
Not a very persuasive argument actually, Stubbs, because I'm going to die soon anyway. Unless of course I give it to a count of three. Unless of course I can find the antidote. I owe it to my friend to try because I got her into this. So you see, I'm not going to let you stop me now.
All the while, there's this background political intrigue plot and things are just getting worse and worse. Eventually the Doctor does manage to get the cure, and dragging himself back to the TARDIS, he just barely makes it out with his life. Giving the cure to Perry and then falling to the ground. He may have gone too far and might actually just die here. On his deathbed, visions of the past come to him and try to bring him back to life. A nice detail I like is that while everyone tries to motivate him, even Turlough, Adric just says, "You know that, Doctor," and the 5th Doctor's last words are,
You know that, Doctor.
Adric?
he regrets letting him die, something which gets brought up a lot in the EU, but we're not talking about that. But the real questions with all these visions is, will the Doctor survive? Well, of course he does. And on to the GOAT! Peter Davison is out and Colin Baker is in. Now Colin here gets a lot of hate, and a lot of hate comes from losers who don't understand the greatness. Now is this costume ugly? Yes, but that's on purpose. You see, you just don't really understand the genius here. Colin Baker plays the Doctor as grumpy, bipolar and egotistical. He's basically unbearable, but I like it. But as you may have noticed, we're not moving on to the next season just yet. Well, that is because Caves of Androzani was not the finale, but instead wanting to give people a little taste of the new Doctor Who. The finale is actually the first episode of Colin Baker's 6th Doctor, The Twin Dilemma. Okay, yeah, this episode sucks. It's partially the fact that it sucks, but also the fact that it comes after the voted best episode in Doctor Who history. Now when I said the 6th Doctor was bipolar, I sadly did mean it, because one of the first things he does is mistake Perry for a spy and then try to strangle her. He's a little crazy. I personally love it. I think I may be the only person on the planet who enjoys this episode, because goddamn is it terrible. But can you blame them? Yes, but at the same time, they already used up all their budget on the good episodes and Warriors of the Deep. But what's the lore here though? Nothing. This is the 6th Doctor's first episode. He's crazy. Also, this guy appeared in another episode like 35 years later. Can we just move on? Trust me. I swear he's actually good. You've just got to give him a chance. Please? I know you all said no, but I'm going on anyway. I don't care.
Villain! Murderer!
Season 21 saw a massive shake-up in the format, literally. For the first time, Doctor Who moved from having 20-minute episodes to instead having 45-minute episodes, with serials having usually 2 parts. This is more in line with what the reboots format would look like, and personally, I think it's pretty good. There are problems with most part 1s being entirely exposition dumps, and then part 2s being entirely fully actions, but I am actually a fan. All of these episodes have been officially re-edited to the regular 20-minute format. The speedy pace of 20-minute episodes usually works well, but for a lot of these stories, I think the 45-minute format works. I think it works pretty well. A lot of changes were happening behind the scenes, namely Eric Saywood becoming script editor. This decision is what, in my opinion, results in season 21 being what I would like to call a Marmite season. Or what do Australians call it? Vegemite? Is there even a difference? Do Americans even have either? Either way, the point still stands. You either love it or you hate it, and a lot of people hate it. I personally love it. A lot of this season really crosses the line, but in a good way. I think it's that edge that brings the 6th Doctor up in in my rankings personally. The ugly yet colourful coat perfectly contrasts the grim, dark and just frankly disgusting locations the Doctor finds himself in. The whole thing is meant to look unpleasant, but in a calculated way. I think you'll see as we go on that a lot of this can get pretty dark, but anyway, let's just dive in with the premiere, Attack of the Cybermen. What a creative name. What's actually creative is how this fucking story works. Golly, wait till you hear this. The Doctor fixes the chameleon circuit and the TARDIS can actually blend into its environment right. Okay. They land at 76 Totters Lane from episode 1, An Unearthly Child. Bruh. Now Lytton is back and this time he's working with this guy who, fun fact, plays Davros. Insert Doctor Who reuses actors blah blah blah. But little do they know that A, this guy's an undercover cop, and B, Lytton is actually working with the Cybermen. Wow, the Cybermen are in this one? Who could have guessed? They're hiding out in the sewers, which they were also doing in the season 6 episode, The Invasion. They're waiting for this special comet so they can bring back Mondas because this episode takes place in 1986, which was the year the 10th planet took place in. Okay, hold on. What the fuck is going on with all these plot threads? Just to make this clear, this episode also then goes to Telos, introduces a new species that is indigenous to that planet. There's also these random prisoners who are trying to break out and escape, and also it turns out the Doctor Who was sent here on a mission by the Time Lords. You got all that down? This episode is trying to be a sequel to The 10th Planet, Tomb of the Cybermen, The Invasion, Resurrection of the Dalek, and all of the Time Lord mission stories, while also adding new elements to the lore. Keep in mind, of those episodes, 3 were missing at this point, meaning not only were they 17 years old, but you couldn't even watch them. How the hell were people meant to follow this? Not only that, but the cyber controller from Tomb of the Cybermen is back, and it's supposed to be the same character, but not only is the design totally different, costume doesn't even fit. This is the big problem. All of the lore I wouldn't mind, but the production design isn't consistent. These tombs and these tombs are meant to be the same. This cyber controller and this geezer are meant to be the same, and these Cybermen are meant to be the same as these ones from the Invasion. At least this black Cyberman is cool. Also, the undercover cop dies. Lytton dies after getting half converted into a Cyberman and having his hands crushed. These prisoners who try to escape get very close and then just get killed, and then the Doctor finishes the story by gunning down the rest. Who was this written by? That's not a real person, by the way. It was Eric Saywood. Same guy who wrote Resurrection of the Daleks. His style seems to be kill everyone. Luckily, the next story is a bit lighter. Oh wait, it's not. Vengeance on Varos is a dystopian satire breaking the fourth wall, making fun of itself, the UK government, and also the desensitization of violence in entertainment. In this episode, the Doctor pushes someone in an acid bath and then does a one-liner like he's Tony Stark from Iron Man.
Forgive me if I don't join you.
This episode also introduces Syl, who is this guy. He's like a slug. Mark of the Rani is up next, and guess who's back? Back again, it's the Master. He makes someone commit suicide in this episode. Other than that, he's actually just pretty silly. What a silly guy. He ain't even the main foe in this episode. That would go to Kate O'Mara playing the renegade time lady, the Rani. She's not necessarily evil like the Master, but is instead ruthless and scientific. She's turning people into trees. Funny episode. All you need to remember is that the Rani exists. She's the Time Lord from Gallifrey. Time Lash is a weird episode, but it would be mostly lore free if there wasn't this random mural of the Third Doctor and Joe. Apparently they came here ages ago. This episode acts like it's a sequel to something, but there isn't an original. At least the makeup is pretty good. Mid. Okay guys, I'm warning you right now, this is where things get complicated. And you thought things were complicated before with Attack of the Cybermen? Well, forget that, because here we have the two Doctors. A multi-Doctor story with the 6th Doctor and the 2nd Doctor, featuring a clearly aged Patrick Troughton and Fraser Hines, who played Jamie, reprising their roles somehow. Wait a second. If you need some time to remember, in the finale of Season 6, The War Games, the Time Lords found the Doctor guilty and punished him by forcing him to regenerate, exiling him to Earth. They also returned his companion Jamie and Zoe back to their times and erased their memory. So how are they here? And how are they doing missions for the Time Lords? Watch my video. Jokes aside, I actually can't go into detail because this video is long enough already, but trust me, it's complicated. It adds a whole other level to the timeline which I just do not have the time to talk about right now. The Sontarans in this episode are tall for some reason, and they're in Spain. The Doctor has to defeat these two weirdos called Androgums and beat the Sontarans, which luckily he does. Is there ever an explanation on why this is even a multi-Doctor story? No, unless you count this line. You know what? I'll buy it. Now go back to fishing. In real life context, things were getting a little bit rocky behind the scenes. It was announced that Doctor Who was going to go on hiatus. Higher ups at the BBC didn't like it and they wanted the show gone. This was despite massive success success of this season and the last few, but these loser weirdos thought it was embarrassing. The only thing that's embarrassing is the fact that the only thing anyone will ever remember these idiots for is how stupid they were about Doctor Who. The public of course gave massive backlash, and eventually they relented, and after a funny song for charity, said that Doctor Who will be coming back for season 23, even if quietly behind the scenes it will have its budget slashed. Now I say this because the finale of season 22, Revelation of the Daleks, had to have its last scene changed, because where the Doctor says, "I'll take you to Blackpool," he now says, "I'll take you to Freeze Frame." Because in the original plan for season 23, there was meant to be an episode called The Nightmare Fair, which would have been a sequel to The Celestial Toymaker. This would have taken place at Blackpool Fair. God damn it, you guys, we were on the verge of greatness. We were this close. Luckily for us though, we still got Revelation of the Daleks. If I said Resurrection of the Daleks felt like a funeral, Revelation feels like a trip round the morgue. Revelation of the Daleks is set on the planet Necros at Tranquil Repose. The Doctor and Perry are going there for a funeral of a close friend of the Doctor. However, things are not well at Tranquil Repose. There is a shady underbelly there, and beneath the facade of cleanliness and kindness with this American DJ, played by famous comic at the time Alexei Sale, there is, lurking in the shadows, the Great Healer, or should I say, Davros. Davros goes by the Great Healer because he has given food out to the galaxy and has made great strides in making the universe a better place. In reality, Davros is using the dead bodies of everyone to create new Daleks and to create food. In essence, he is feeding starving people the corpses of their relatives. This is a very dark episode of Doctor Who. These mercenaries are also sent here to kill Davros, and their submachine guns are literally explosive as hell. The script is written by Eric Saywood, so guess what happens to these guys? Everybody dies. It turns out that this Davros was actually a robot, and the real Davros is here, and he has Emperor Palpatine powers and can shoot lightning from his fingertips. Things go from 0 to 100 real quick when a ship of real Daleks land and find all these fake Daleks that Davros has been creating. These guys are called the Imperial Daleks and are signified by their white and gold exterior. They work with Davros. These guys are called the Renegade Daleks and are all black. They work against Davros. You know what time it is. It's a Dalek civil war. Guys, I like season 22. Sadly though, season 23, well, I guess we'll get right into that now, huh? Doctor Who was on trial. After being put on hiatus and reluctantly being brought back due to the fan backlash, the writers, producers and showrunners were all well aware that they were on thin ice. So they decided to make the subtext the regular text and make season 23 one long continuous episode, 14 parts long, trial of a Time Lord, split up later into 4 separate episodes. I do think this idea, I must admit, is very detrimental to these episodes. This is Doctor Who trying to be a courtroom drama, but of course that isn't the demographic of Doctor Who, and anyone who's potentially interested in that will definitely not be interested because, let's be honest here, there's too many silly hats. The budget has also been slashed demonstrably. You can see how cheap this series is, even if you compare it to just the previous year. I must say it was a good effort that it was even made at all, but I am not a fan. I really don't like this season, but I'll explain more about that when we talk about the episode itself. Remember, only one episode, even if it is 14 parts long. But first, we still have some more behind the scenes stuff to talk about. Eric Saywood is gone, along with most of the previous production team, apart from JNT. And Robert Holmes, who was supposed to help, sadly passed away in the middle of writing. Robert Holmes was previously a writer for the 4th Doctor's first few seasons, and in my opinion, part 13, written by him, is my favourite of the season. The ratings took a colossal crash here, with them literally getting sliced in half. But this was what the BBC wanted. It may not have been obvious to the public, but those higher ups at the BBC were doing the best they absolutely could to sabotage Doctor Who. They wanted it gone, and after seeing how adamant the fans were, they realised they couldn't just axe it. They had to chip away at its reputation and credibility until the general public were no longer on side. After that, they would quietly cancel it to no uproar. Fucking evil bitches, I hate them! Also at this time, fans would begin to get a bit fed up with the show. There was a panel with the showrunner JNT where he was confronted by a bunch of fans, one of them being this guy called Chris Chibnall. I'm sure we'll never hear from him again. People like to dunk on this clip, but the truth is, even if Chris Chibnall came out publicly to say that he has long since changed his mind and he actually likes this season now, yada yada yada, bro was actually right. This is terrible. Now, it's not terrible because of Colin Baker, because if I'm honest here, he is the only person keeping this production afloat, but sadly, due to the bad rep he had gotten from previous episodes, over the phone, Colin Baker was given the sobering news that he was sacked. I fucking hate these people. Colin Baker, love him or hate him, loved the show. And not only that, he loved the character. He loved working on the show. He loved everything about it, and it shows, because despite being treated so terribly by fans and especially the BBC, he is still eager to come back, and truly, they treated him terribly here. I want to make that clear. He was given the real short end of the stick here. If there was the shortest end someone could give him, that was it. It was an insult, and they didn't even have the decency to fire him in person.
They sent me away with the tapes that Nicola didn't watch, thousands of them, and I watched about every episode that's ever been shown. Not because I wanted to copy any of my predecessors, because that's not what the part's about, but just so that I could assimilate the doctorness of the Doctor.
Hello, Colin.
Hello, David.
If you had a working TARDIS, where would you go and why?
I think I'd probably go back to the beginning and start all over again, because I've enjoyed doing Doctor Who so much that I would like to start right from the very beginning and do it all again, because I've met so many nice people and talked to so many nice people like you that it would be nice to go back 2.5 years and start from scratch.
But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. What actually happens in Trial of a Time Lord? Damn, that was actually pretty cool. What's the rest of the episode like? Instantly, I lose interest. The Doctor has been taken out of time and has amnesia of where he just was. Who took him out of time? Who else but the Time Lords? He's on trial again. This time, however, this guy is here, dressed in all black and silly clothes. It's the new big bad, the Valeyard. Who is he? Now, rewatching these courtroom scenes, they weren't as boring as I remembered them to be when I was a kid. You can tell the writers were trying really hard to keep as many people interested as possible, but I think even then, they sadly failed. Every cliffhanger in this story is just Colin Baker looking shocked at the camera. It's like too ridiculous to be taken seriously, but also it's asking you to take it seriously. There's just a conflict of interests there. Anyway, the first part of the story is called The Mysterious Planet. Lore-wise, all that's of importance is that Perry is in the story, and she's a lot less catty with the Doctor. They're like best friends now. Important to note that these episodes are all flashbacks taken from the Matrix, and the Doctor does not remember them, so he's like giving a running commentary. Perry is noticeably missing from the Doctor now, so wonder what that's about. They land on Ravelox, which is actually Earth in the future. What an interesting plot detail that will remain consistent throughout canon. I'm obviously being sarcastic. The whole this is Earth in the future thing is so played out. Luckily, everyone knows this, and it won't be replicated in another story in the future, written by a guy who literally went on public television to say to the production team's face that he didn't like this episode. Also, there's this guy called Sablon Glitz. Yeah, he exists. Up next is Mind Warp, which has this kind of cool planet in it. Syl is back. Remember Syl? Anyway, he takes over Perry's body and Perry dies. That's the reason why Perry's not here. Also, this part is where the episode was taken out of time, so the next part of this story, Terror of the Vervoids, is an adventure from the Doctor's future. I didn't know you were able to take adventures from the future to use as evidence for a court case now, but, you know, kind of a neat idea. This episode features new companion Mel, played by Bonnie Langford. You know how I said Adric is like the Jar Jar of Star Wars? Mel is actually less popular than Adric. That'll tell you something. Also, Mel is trying to keep the Doctor in shape because she's like an athlete or something. I don't care. Now we're in the home stretch. After 12 episodes of nothing, here we are at the ultimate foe. After the Master shows up on the screen, he reveals to the Doctor the true identity of the Valeyard. He is the Doctor! He is the dark reflection of the Doctor, a manifestation of his darkness, made somewhere between his 12th and final incarnation. Very specific wording there, because he's not the 13th Doctor, even if at the time I think they intended him to be the Doctor's final incarnation. Now that is just definitely not the case. He is somewhere between his 12th and final incarnation, which puts him basically anywhere. He's intentionally vague, and to be honest, I really like this guy. I like the idea, I think he plays it well, and this finale is actually somewhat interesting. They go inside the Matrix and have a final battle, and of course the Doctor is victorious and then goes home with Mel. Carrot juice, carrot juice, carrot juice. Now you may be noticing something, or should I say lack of something. Colin Baker got the news that he was sacked over the phone, but this episode wasn't his last episode. He didn't regenerate. What happened? Well, this is his last episode. The Sixth Doctor's final lines on screen are carrot juice. Yeah, they did him dirty. Because he had no regeneration scene, they had to start season 24 with one. Except of course, when asked to come back to film it, Colin Baker said, "Fuck off." So they got the new actor who's playing the Doctor to dress up in a wig. You know what? Now I'm gonna say it. Fuck off. Season 24 comes next because I can actually count numbers. Here we see the introduction of the 7th Doctor, played by Sylvester McCoy. He is famous because he was in The Hobbit as Radagast. Bro, I don't watch Harry Potter, I don't know this shit. A lot of people retroactively really like this guy, and if you know me, I love all the Doctors, so I'm no different, but I'll tell you what I don't love. This fucking season. After the massive drop off in ratings, the showrunner John Nathan Turner was forced to stay against his wishes due to the higher ups of the BBC saying they had no replacement for him if he did decide to leave. He basically just tried to pull a rabbit out of a hat and cast a new Doctor to try and revitalize interest in the program. Sadly, it didn't really work. It is hard to get over the unceremonious loss of the 6th, but I do believe Sylvester McCoy is an incredible Doctor. He's a great actor and I'm a big fan. Talking of unceremonious exits, the 6th Doctor dies at the start of season 24 by hitting his head on the TARDIS console. Off screen. What can you do but laugh? This episode is called Time of the Rani and features the return of the Rani as she kidnaps people out of history and uses them to try and power this giant brain. There are also these people in stupid costumes who run from bees. All the while, Bonnie Langford and Kate O'Mara play dress up and all of us at home have a All the while, Bonnie Langford and Kate O'Mara play dress up and all of us at home have a terrible time. This episode sucks. They have this scene where the 7th Doctor tries on new clothes and it's just sad to watch. When you see the show relying so heavily on past callbacks, fans' goodwill, and it's all just run out, this is a pathetic showing, a pathetic appeal to fans, all the while on a cheap set, on a cheap camera rig with obvious edits. I'm just gonna stop right there and say I don't like this one. Don't worry, up next is a good one. Psych. Paradise Towers has like one good moment and the rest is trash. Also, I forgot to mention because I don't care, but there's a new Doctor Who logo and this one kind of looks like a Mars bar. Is that just me? I keep saying this and no one else agrees, but to me it looks exactly like a Mars bar. I like the title sequence. The Doctor does a little wink as well. Don't worry though, the next one is better. The next one is not better. Delta and the Bannerman. My least favorite episode of Doctor Who ever. This shit sucks. In short, this is the lowest of the low. The cheapest Doctor Who's ever gotten. Nobody on set even cares. Nobody writing the episode even cares. Everybody's just doing their best to get by. They're embarrassed they're even in it. Watching this episode makes me embarrassed to say I like Doctor Who. Yes, even more than that. That at least is funny. This is just sad. Dragonfire is next and introduces Mel's replacement companion, Ace. Her real name is Dorothy, but her jacket says Ace, and she says Ace, so her name is Ace.
Ace!
She also calls the Doctor Professor and carries a boomy box. She's like what an old guy in the 80s thought was street smart. Nah, she's actually pretty good in later episodes. Also, this episode features this shot, and there's also this literal cliffhanger where in the script it was meant to show a gap in the floor, but in the actual episode, the Doctor just literally for no reason climbs onto this ledge and then gets stuck, and then the episode ends. Like, what the fuck was going on here? Luckily for all of us, season 25 is finally actually good. New script editor Andrew Cartmel, who had joined last season, actually had a chance to do something this time round, and it paid off. Finally having a cohesive view for the show. Damn, who knew that would result in maybe something good? First up, this is season 25, so you know what that means. Silver anniversary. The year starts off with a bang. Remembrance of the Daleks. After going through basically 2 years of shit, the leap up in quality here is astronomical. This episode is awesome. Going back in time to 1963, the Doctor and Ace land by Cold Hill School, where there's this creepy ass kid watching them from the gate. Also outside the gate is this truck, which the Doctor just gets in and they're all like, okay, they being the military. Something strange is going on around here. They drive to Totter's Lane where they hear some shit went down and someone apparently died. Here we meet Group Captain Gilmore, who, because unit doesn't exist yet, is basically the stand-in for the Brigadier. By the way, these two locations are from episode 1 and An Earthly Child. We keep going back here and it keeps looking different every time, but but I'll just ignore it. This time though, it's excusable because it looks close enough. While the Doctor goes to Totter's Lane, Ace goes to this cafe and meets this guy, Mike. Anyway, Mike works for the military and ends up going to Totter's Lane as well. And then it's revealed what we're up against. It's a Dalek, guys. Who could have seen that coming? The Doctor blows it up and they all get a good look in what's inside. Anyway, now that that's over, the Doctor explains why he's even here. He has unfinished business. Somewhere around here is an object called the Hand of Omega, a powerful ancient relic of the Time Lords. Off screen, the Doctor left it here, presumably a very long time ago when he was in his first incarnation living in Totter's Lane with Susan in season 1. Unfortunately, this Hand of Omega is what attracted the Daleks here in the first place. And it's not just these Daleks. In the basement of the school building are also white and gold Imperial Daleks. Yes, this is a sequel to Revelation and continuing on the plotline of the Dalek Civil War. They are fighting each other to try and get the Hand of Omega. Anyway, at the end of episode 1, the Doctor gets locked in the basement after this guy just knees Ace in the chest, golly. And then this spectacular moment happens. For the first time in Doctor Who history, a Dalek flies up the stairs. They fly now? They fly now. Anyway, Ace blows it up with a rocket launcher. Back with the Renegade Daleks, they're working with this group of fascists that Mike is also a part of, and there's this guy. Who could it be? Villain associated with Daleks, sitting in a chair? Anyway, the Doctor finds the Hand of Omega, and with the help of a blind priest, buries it in a graveyard. Ace stays at Mike's mum's house and sees this. Damn, shit just got deep. Also then, when she leaves, we hear this.
This is BBC Television. The time is 5:15, and Saturday viewing continues with an adventure in the new science fiction series,
Me trying to explain how this fits into the timeline lore-wise. Anyway, Ace goes back to school and then uses this empowered baseball bat to beat up Daleks. After that, the fascists receive the Hand of Omega and give it to the Daleks. And it turns out that this guy is not Davros, but instead that creepy-ass little girl from earlier. They kill the fascists, but Mike escapes. This girl is the Time Controller. Because the Daleks are over-reliant on technology, they need a child's creativity to be a slave to the battle computer. That is really dark. This fixes the error from Destiny of the Daleks where they say that the Daleks are robots. They weren't, but they were super reliant on battle computers to the point where they were basically robots. There you go, nice fix. Then we get some sweet-ass Dalek fight scenes introducing this guy, the Special Weapons Dalek. Motherfucking love this guy. He just gets what I'm talking about. The Pyrotechnic guys had a lot of fun with this one, you can tell. Ace finds out that Mike is a fascist and says piss off.
I was just doing Mr. Ratcliffe a favour.
Do me a favour and drown yourself.
Also, the Doctor has a conversation with this guy who you might recognise from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Just a coincidence at this point, this was before he was famous. But the allusions to racism do not go unnoticed. The final big reveal of the story happens towards the end, where it's revealed that the Emperor of the Imperial Daleks is actually Davros. Yeah, it's a nice bait and switch to have the Emperor be Davros and the guy in the chair be this girl. Keen-eyed viewers would know immediately because, as we all know, Imperials are pro-Davros and the Renegades would be completely pro-Dalek against Davros. You know, I like this kind of stuff. It rewards you for paying attention. Anyway, Davros and the Doctor have a conversation where Davros says that he wants to use the Hand of Omega to power Skaro's son so that he can go and destroy Gallifrey. However, now a new side of the Doctor is shown. Whereas in season 24, the 7th Doctor had been a funny jokester, here he is shown instead as a Machiavellian schemer, tricking Davros to, instead of powering Skaro's son, destroying it and thus destroying Skaro. Yes, the Doctor does commit genocide here, indirectly. The Hand of Omega Blast then comes back to destroy the ship, but Davros escapes in the nick of time. However, because Skaro was destroyed before the Daleks ever existed, they start to fade away, destroyed by the paradox until they become dust. So, number 1, Skaro's destroyed. Number 2, Daleks, or at least Davros, want to start a war with Gallifrey and the Time Lords. Number 3, Renegade and Imperial Daleks, all destroyed. So that's the end of the Civil War. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. God damn. Finally, something good. And luckily, so is the rest of the season. Up next is the Happiness Patrol, which at the time was massively hated, but that was because no one actually watched it. The villain in this episode is this lady, but for some reason everyone's attention was drawn by this monstrosity called the Candyman. He's a killer who likes candy, but that's because everything in this society is flipped. It's a blatant critique of Thatcher's Britain, with the writers at the time literally coming out and saying, this is basically propaganda, but I agree with it, so it's alright. That's how that works. Talks about forced positivity, the forced child friendliness. It's quite a meta episode really, as it directly tackles those who opposed Doctor Who for so long. Right after that we go into Silver Nemesis. This episode aired on the 23rd of November 1988, making it the official 25th anniversary of Doctor Who. And if you judge it by that standard, it's kind of a flop. But for me, as an episode separate, this is very enjoyable. The Cybermen are back and they are fighting neo-Nazis. And there's also this witch and knight from 1638. Lady Penford is this witch and she apparently met the Doctor before, but off screen. In this episode, they are after something called Nemesis, which is basically the Hand of Omega 2. Ancient, super powerful relic, Doctor hid away, etc, etc. It even ends with the Doctor tricking the Cybermen into blowing themselves up. It's very similar to Remembrance, and isn't as good, but the new shiny Cybermen look nice. Andrew Cartmel said as a pitch to John Nathan Turner that the Doctor in this story was literally God, but that thankfully never showed up on screen. Although it may still be true, this would be the last appearance of the Cybermen in Classic Who, and in the gap between this episode and their next appearance, they seem to have entirely gone extinct. Either way, this episode adds more mystery, more intrigue, and it's a pretty good showing even if it isn't mind-blowing. For the finale of season 25, we have the greatest show in the galaxy, which has werewolves, this guy rapping, a clown and an egg. The Doctor takes Ace to the psychic circus because he hates her and there are clowns there and she hates clowns. This psychic circus was once a behemoth, very popular, everyone loved it, but slowly the popularity died down. Now the only people to ever show up are the most diehard of diehard fans. Sound familiar? Yeah, this episode is basically going full meta, even taking shots at its own fan base, the regular audience and the BBC higher-ups. The villains of this episode, outside of this creepy-ass clown, are the gods of Ragnarok, who are another metaphysical enemy, a judging group of assholes who hold all the power, are never satisfied, and watch the Doctor perform for them. The Doctor blows them up in the end. This episode's pretty good, and the fact that it might be, by default, my least favourite of the season shows the vast improvement between this season and last year's. Things are really looking up for Doctor Who now, and it's on to the next year. Season 26, here we come. A second wind for Doctor Who. A new direction, a new style, and immediately we're thrown in at the deep end with Battlefield. The Brigadier is back and his career as a teacher has been completely forgotten. He fights with the new unit against Morgana as King Arthur comes back from the past and they have a fight to defeat the Destroyer of Worlds. It also turns out that the Doctor is Merlin. I told you that it was crazy. Okay guys, I'm gonna be honest here. Earlier on I was going super in depth almost every episode about the lore and its implications. This season has a lot of implications and lore stuff, but due to reasons that will become very clear soon, a lot of it is unresolved, or should I say resolved in the EU, and we are not talking about the EU here. I'm sorry, this video will become 10 hours long. This video's taken long enough, okay? Yeah, so the Doctor's Merlin. The Brigadier was meant to die in this episode, but thankfully he doesn't. This episode also means that the only classic Doctor not to meet the Brigadier is the 6th Doctor. Next up is Ghostlight, and I'm not talking about Ghostlight today. Okay, good job, move along. Famous for being one of the most complicated episodes in Doctor Who history. You can find out about that in your own time. Long and short of it, there's a haunted house. On to the next one. And you know what? Same with Curse of Fenric. There are vampires in World War I, mysteries about the Doctor. There's just too much here, but I will give you the very, very short version. Fenric is the embodiment of all evil and an ancient foe of the Time Lords, or should I say more specifically, the Doctor, because in Time Lord society, there is the big three, Rassilon, Omega, and the Other. The concept is introduced here and is heavily implied that the Doctor is the Other, although it's not outright said. Also, Ace has been tricked by the Doctor into coming here because apparently she didn't learn her lesson from the previous 2 episodes. It is definitely on you now. The Doctor is now a much more mythological person. I mean, he's literally Merlin, but now with all this hidden lore behind him, and I won't go into it. I'm sorry if you want a separate video on the Other and all of the EU, I will try and make that. I just want to kind of wrap things up in at least, you know, at least try to do it in a timely manner. I've already failed in that, but it's fine. If I went through every single detail in all of this, we would just never get done. I'm sorry, I'm not going to go into all of that. And here we are, already at the finale of season 26. Because I skimmed over all of it. But anyway, here we are, survival. I think it's time I let the cat out of the bag. In real life context, it was around this time where those running Doctor Who got the call from the higher ups that Doctor Who, yeah, it's not getting renewed for another year. In other words, it's cancelled. For real this time. No hiatus, this is the end. To be honest, it's a miracle it lasted this long in the first place, but still, it stings. Getting the notice that there would be no season 27, the writers hastily came up with something to try and be a fitting end to the show, and from that came survival. So the Doctor and Ace land in Perivale and people are going missing, kind of a metaphor for how things are changing, times are changing, everyone's getting older and everyone's moving on, but they aren't actually moving on. Instead they're being catnapped and taken to the planet of the cheetah people, where they're being slowly corrupted by the planet and being turned into these cat-crazed beasts. We find out later that the person responsible is the Master, who has been corrupted by the planet and has turned into a half-cat cheetah hybrid. I love this show. He has a final showdown with the Doctor where they fight on the exploding planet, but the Doctor escapes. Everything gets wrapped up neatly, and then the Doctor goes to find Ace. And then in the final scene, the Doctor gives a speech to end the show, as he and Ace walk off into the wilderness. The end of Doctor Who. And yeah guys, that's it. That is the entirety of classic Doctor Who explained, chronologically, in timeline order. I hope you guys understood any of that. I tried. Trust me, I tried. If you didn't understand it, I'm sorry. But now we move on to the revival, right? Surely? You see guys, there's a little bit more. Doctor Who ran from 1963 to 1989 with 26 seasons and had 155 stories, I think. I wouldn't be doing it or any of you justice if I didn't try and compress it down into a simple and easy to understand timeline. So now, after I've gone into full detail, I can give you all a comprehensive timeline for the original Doctor Who series from season 1 to 26. Here we go. As a young child on Gallifrey, the Doctor frequently left the Citadel, always yearning for more than the regular Time Lord life that was set out for him. He went to the Academy and became friends with another child who would later turn to the dark side after leaving. The Doctor graduated with an unimpressive grade and lived out for many years on Gallifrey until, for an unknown reason, he ran away with his granddaughter in a stolen Type 40 TARDIS. They are exiles from Gallifrey, but whether they ran away because they were exiled or they are exiled because they ran away remains elusive. Either way, they land on Earth in the early 60s and Susan enrolls in Cold Hill School. She enjoys her time on Earth, but eventually her strange behaviour attracts the attention of two school teachers who follow her home and start a chain of events that results in the TARDIS going all around the cosmos. It is on this journey that the Doctor first encounters the evil Daleks from Skaro, and after dropping off his granddaughter, the teachers, and 3 other companions he met later on, the Doctor arrives at Antarctica, where he first encounters the Cybermen, and then dies of old age. He regenerates into a second incarnation where he saves the Earth a couple of times, and also meets this guy who later gets promoted to become a brigadier of a new elite task force called UNIT. Shortly after that, he gets into a predicament so grave that he is forced to contact the Time Lords. They deal with the situation, but then put the Doctor on trial, where they find him guilty and exile him to Earth, forcing him to regenerate. The timeline also branches off here if you want to include the 2 Doctors and Season 6B. Either way, the end result is the same. The 3rd Doctor is stranded and becomes the scientific advisor for UNIT. His old friend from the Academy returns, the Master, and causes trouble for a while before he buggers off. Later, after defeating Omega and saving Gallifrey with the help of his previous incarnations, the 3rd Doctor gets his TARDIS access returned to him, ending his exile. Then, after a couple more adventures and some pretty bad radiation from Metabelus 3, he dies. Luckily, another Time Lord, his old teacher, saves him and allows him to regenerate into the 4th Doctor. Early on in his regeneration cycle, the 4th Doctor is sent on another mission by the Time Lords, this time to try and avert the Daleks' creation. He encounters Davros, the creator of the Daleks, but fails in his mission. He kind of wanders around a bit, having a good time, until he has to save the universe from being destroyed by entropy, by stopping the Master at the top of a radio telescope. He falls off and dies, regenerating into the 5th Doctor. 5th Doctor also just has a good time for a while, until getting caught in a time corridor and winding up in the middle of a Dalek plot to bring Davros back. Davros splits from the regular group of Daleks, making his own sect. Right after that, the 5th Doctor has a pretty rough time and then dies. The regeneration was pretty rushed this time, so the 6th Doctor comes out not quite right at first, but he gets into his groove quickly, defeating the Cybermen and fighting the Rani and the Master yet again. He encounters Davros on a planet called Necros, where after having his location exposed, has his Daleks, the Imperials, attacked by a rival sect called the Renegades. A year and a bit after that, the 6th Doctor dies, hitting his head on the console, and regenerates into the 7th. The 7th has a lot of skeletons in his closet and spends most of his time returning to places he's been and cleaning up his mess, or starting more mess. Same thing really. When the Renegade and Imperial Dalek Civil War reaches Earth at Cold Hill School in 1963, the Doctor finally ends it by tricking Davros into destroying a past version of Skaro, erasing the Daleks from existence. Shortly after that, he destroys the entire Cyberman fleet, meaning they are now also extinct. In a final climactic battle, the Doctor duels his arch-nemesis the Master on an exploding planet. He escapes and returns back to Earth, where he picks up his companion and they walk off to have many more adventures. Wow. That's actually quite simple. Did you get all that down? Something I never quite appreciated was how final that ending seems. I do think if Doctor Who were to end, and I wouldn't want it to, I would be satisfied with an ending like that. Not a stupid goodbye, the final incarnation of the Doctor is dying forever, but like more like, come on, we're going to have a lot more adventures, you just won't be seeing them on screen, kind of thing. That's what I would personally prefer. Also, the Daleks and Cybermen are defeated, like, wholly. The Daleks are erased from existence, and the Cybermen are all dead. Of course, later on this would be undone, but if you were in 1989, you wouldn't know that. Having the show end after the most iconic monsters have been finally vanquished is quite fitting actually. It is a shame that the Andrew Cartmell's other storyline never got fully finished, and is instead mostly relegated to books and EU material, because if it wasn't, I would have included a lot more on the timeline. As it's very complicated and not told directly on screen, it would be hard for me to fit it in there. But now we have to move on. The classic series is now behind us. Into the future we go. The 21st century. Just kidding, there's more. Dimensions in Time is a Children in Need special featuring the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th Doctor, a bunch of companions and also the cast of EastEnders? Yep, that is definitely them. The 6th Doctor gets to meet the Brigadier here, finally, which means that he officially met every single classic Doctor, which is awesome. The Rani is the main villain here, and who cares about the story? It's a charity special episode. It's not meant to have a storyline, but it is canon, confirmed by me. There was also this comic relief episode called The Curse of Fatal Death, which was written by this random guy, Stephen Moffat? Stefan? Who the hell is this? Hopefully we'll never hear from him again. The Doctor here is played by Mr. Bean. And then this guy, and this guy, this guy, And this girl, first female Doctor, everybody. The idea of a female Doctor had been going around since Peter Davison's exit from the show, but the idea was never really brought to fruition. This episode is pretty funny, and it's on YouTube if you want to watch it. And that's Doctor Who in the 90s, except for, oh wait, there's more. The pinnacle of 90s Doctor Who is of course the Doctor Who TV movie, or its other name, Doctor Who: The Enemy Within. Attempting to launch a reboot in America, the BBC partnered up with Fox and made this a sort of pilot. It is canon, but was a failure in the US. Big success in the UK though. It features the death of the 7th Doctor. He gets shot and dies. The new 8th incarnation, played by Paul McGann, one of my favourites actually, and also Eric Roberts playing the Master. So the Master is executed by the Daleks, and the Doctor takes his ashes to Gallifrey. But actually, he's still alive as this, like, goo. The TARDIS goes haywire and lands right before the new year, Y2K. The Doctor steps out of the TARDIS and gets gunned down by gangsters. A fan theory is that the TARDIS intentionally took the 7th Doctor here because he was going too far and had to be stopped. He's taken to the hospital by this ambulance driver who then gets possessed by the Snake Goo Master and becomes the new Master, but his body's dying, so he's trying to steal the Doctor's life force. The Doctor then regenerates. The Master's plan is to use the Eye of Harmony, which is for some reason now in the TARDIS, the thing that powers the TARDIS, even though in its last appearance in season 14's The Deadly Assassin, that's not how it worked, but just okay. And then also, apparently the Doctor is half human. Yeah, we're never mentioning that again. It's not canon. Also, the Master dies by getting sucked into the Eye of Harmony, like fully. Like, he's dead here. Bro dies twice in one episode. What a fraud. Also, somehow the TARDIS brings these two people back to life. That power never gets brought up again. Would have been really useful. Anyway, the 8th Doctor goes off on his own, and that's that. Okay, don't worry guys. Now we can actually get onto the new show now. Let's start Doctor Who: The Revival, 2005. Doctor Who tried to come back a few other times beforehand, but it never really worked out. What did work out were these audio dramas made by a company called Big Finish that borrowed certain rights from the BBC to tell other Doctor Who stories. There was also this animated episode called Scream of the Shalka, which starred Derek Jacobi as the Master and Richard E. Grant as the 9th Doctor. I don't think this is canon anymore. Also in this one is some random guy in the background.
We're locked up for the weekend! Go away! There's nothing here!
Who the fuck is that?
Get off the fence! Get off the fence! Get away!
But anyway, back in real land, longtime fan and acclaimed writer Russell T Davies had done the impossible and actually brought Doctor Who back from the dead. With Buffy the Vampire Slayer being huge and all of those losers who were against the show being now gone from the BBC, the stage was set for Doctor Who's big return. 2005 and the mid-2000s in general was the perfect time to bring it back and for it to flourish. With many Doctor Who fans becoming writers in the 90s, writing many books and other EU material, Davies brought a lot of them in to write stories for this new official show, but Doctor Who couldn't just go back to the way it was. They needed a new look, a new style and a new format. So the show shifted away from serialized stories and instead took on a 13 episode series with 45-minute long episodes with the story arc through line. This would become more or less the format for the whole of the revival, but at the start of making series 1, nobody knew if this was going to be a success or not. Casted as the 9th Doctor was Christopher Eccleston, acclaimed actor who is not who you would expect to be the Doctor. In fact, it was this casting against type that drew Eccleston to the role in the first place. Cast as the companion was pop star Billie Piper. At the time, everybody thought she was going to be shit, but people like her because she was actually good. And she had to be, because for this new generation, it seemed that the story would be more focused on her, Rose. She takes center stage here as not only the audience surrogate, but also the main character. She represents the new target demographic for the show. The old fans had stuff too, but it was mostly aimed at the real life Roses of the world. Those who would just like to drop everything and run away with this random guy who's all edgy and shit. Look at him. Fucking emo. But we have a lot of lore here in this one, so we better just get started. Series 1 of Doctor Who 2005, known to fans as The Revival or New Who, starts with Rose, an episode which grounds the show again for the first time since the 70s, with a central cast of characters and a central location of contemporary Earth. Introduced here are Rose, her mother Jackie, her boyfriend Mickey, and these guys, what the hell. Doctor Who, especially when comparing the new series to the classic, has many parallels, and this is one of them. Whether intentionally or not, but I think intentionally, essentially, Mr. Russell T Davies, big time fan of the show, looked back to what worked in the past, bringing back the Nestines and the Autons, whose appearance in the third Doctor's first story, and also the first story in colour, which brought Doctor Who into the new decade, the 70s at the time, had been iconic. It was a smart move. The start of 2000s Who and the start of 70s Who are very similar in many ways. Central casts, sense of rebranding, an entirely new style, an anti-authority figure Doctor. In many ways, John Pertwee and Christopher Eccleston as the Doctor are very similar, except for the frills. Rose, the episode, not the character, introduces the Doctor saving Rose, the character, not the episode, from a bunch of Autons, thrusting us right into the middle of the action after setting up, well, the setting. Immediately we get the tone, we get everything we need to know. London, new music, new character, creepy basement, Doctor Who monster, run. I know it's not rocket science now, but this short sequence with Rose really puts a focus on her other companions just haven't had up to this point. Most of the companions just enter the room and say to the Doctor, "Hello, I'm your friend now." Anyway, back with the Doctor. I've got to admit, Christopher Eccleston immediately fits into the role. He's probably my current favourite of the new Who Doctors, although that list changes greatly, like all the time. But I think the dark costume, the sick of your BS attitude, and just the mannerisms, yeah, he's pretty cool. Now, before we continue, some more background context. Well, now the special effects, listen. Back in 2005, these were pretty great. Especially for Doctor Who standards, which had gotten a bad rep in the 80s and were mainly to blame for the higher-ups wishing death upon it, seeing it as embarrassing. When the show came back, it was going to have modern production values with a budget of £10 million for the series. For reference, in 2023, the budget is apparently £10 million per episode. So I guess that shows you how things have changed, and inflation. The point is, the crew were putting a lot of effort into making this production as slick and seamless as possible. Now, in the 16-year gap since the last series, a lot has happened here. The Doctor has changed his face, but apparently he's only seeing it now for the first time. But he has been in this incarnation for a long time. What incarnation even is this? Outside of the show, sources say that he's the 9th, but he could be any. There is no indication of how long it's been for him, how long the gap has been for him. Hell, there's no indication that this Doctor Who is even in the same canon as this Doctor Who. In fact, even outside the show, there was no confirmation that the 2005 Doctor Who was a full continuation of the previous show, with it instead being labelled as a soft reboot. Sounds crazy, I know, but genuinely, back then, people did not know. What happened to Paul McGann? Is Paul McGann even canon? At this point in 2005, the 8th Doctor was definitely not as popular in the fandom, because the TV movie was seen as too American. Guess those plebeians can't understand true art and culture. Either way, he's all dark and broody now, and at the end of the episode, he alludes to something terrible. They find the Nestine consciousness, which now looks like this, and it transmits a signal which awakens all of the shop window dummies. These guys all come equipped with guns and start shooting everybody, but for this guy, he has vindication. All of the conspiracy theories about all of the things that could be hand-waved away in the past, they were real! They were all real. Then he dies. This marks, for the 21st century, the first major incident in the new Who timeline. So, Auton attack, 2005, remember that. All of the stuff from the previous series were apparently covered up, even the Yeti attacks on the underground, and that time a computer almost killed everyone. But if you really stop and think about it, in the whole of classic Who, there weren't really any worldwide events or like super huge moments that couldn't have been realistically covered up if we are to suspend our disbelief, which this is a time travel show about Doctor Who in the TARDIS, so I think I can. What I'm trying to say is that now in New Who, which focuses more on Earth as a hub, this is basically the starting point. Rose ditches her boyfriend and runs off with the Doctor because obviously she would, and they go off to have many adventures in time and space. Also in this episode, new TARDIS and the start of the new companion running into the TARDIS, then running around, seeing it was bigger on the inside, etc, etc. You know that whole shebang. But in the next episode is when things really get interesting. The end of the world shows the end of the world. We don't care about that. What we care about is the lore, and introduced here is some big stuff. The psychic paper. Gone are the days where we'd have full 6 parts of the characters just getting captured and then recaptured and then recaptured again. This paper was necessary for Doctor Who. And also here was this.
My planet's gone. It's dead. It burned like the Earth. It's just rocks and dust. Before its time, there was a war and we lost.
A war, huh? So, off screen, there was a huge war that killed all of the Time Lords. So these guys are now off the table. Also introduced here is Cassandra, the last true human. And also, the Doctor has a psychic power to be able to teleport through fans. Yeah, scratch that last bit. That's so important and will never be brought up again. Thank God. Next, we go to the past with the Unquiet Dead. Important piece of lore here in Cardiff. We're going to go back to Cardiff a lot, by the way. There is a rift in space-time, which can power the TARDIS and also causes stuff. Moving swiftly on to episode 4, Aliens in London, which brings back, among other things, the Doctor Who cliffhanger. I didn't mention it before, but Murray Gold does the soundtrack and will continue doing it for like the next 10 years. Anyway, Rose and the Doctor land back at Rose's flat, but big shock, they arrive late. Rose has been missing for 12 months, meaning that back at home, some serious sugar has been going down. And then the Doctor shows up and there's UK 911. This ship crashes into Big Ben, confirming to the world that aliens exist. Confirmation of extraterrestrial life, put that on the timeline. The Doctor goes to investigate this while an MP, Harriet Jones, sneaks into the Prime Minister's office, who has gone missing in this time of crisis. The Doctor finds out the ship was a diversion, and Harriet Jones finds out that these fat politicians are actually aliens, and they kill this guy. I fucking love this show. These guys are called the Slitheen, and everyone hates them, but I love them. They're big baby-eyed aliens in these goofy costumes with big claws. They are a perfect Doctor Who villain design. I myself am a proud Slitheen enjoyer. Yes, I enjoy fart jokes. The Doctor is then brought in with a bunch of other alien experts to Downing Street, where they are tricked into wearing ID cards, which kill all of them. Also, back at Jackie's house, there's this fat policeman who's also an alien. Everyone's getting killed. Luckily, it gets resolved cleanly in the next episode, where it's revealed the Slitheen are a family from Raxacolico who want to cause World War III to then sell a lifeless Earth to the highest bidder. Doctor Who saves the day. The Slitheen all die, and then Harriet Jones runs out to try and calm the people. Because the Prime Minister is dead and she's basically the only politician still alive, it doesn't take a lot to put 2 and 2 together. The Doctor even says that she gets elected and brings Britain into a golden age. Oh, 2005, how hopeful you were. But anyway, Harriet Jones getting elected is important, so that also goes into the timeline. From important episode to even more important episode, episode 6 takes us into Henry Van Statten's role, where there's a stuffed Slitheen arm and an empty Cyberman head. Now, this still does not confirm that the previous show is canon, but it does confirm that the Cybermen existed in this continuity and that they're all gone. However, that head isn't the gem of Henry Van Statten's collection. That would be the Metaltron, locked in the basement, abhorring this collector's attitude towards alien life. The Doctor goes in and sees if there's anything he can do to maybe help or rescue this poor, defenseless creature.
Impossible.
Well, it's not that big a surprise. The episode's name is Dalek. The Daleks are back, or should I say, a Dalek is back. This episode and a few from the new show are based off of EU stories that were made in the break between the shows. I really like this episode, and these scenes of the Doctor and the Daleks are some of my favourite in the show. Give me that sweet juicy lore, baby. Here it is revealed. There was a time war between the Daleks and the Time Lords. Both sides were destroyed, they both lost. The Doctor made it happen. He was the one who performed the last act in the Time War. He has PTSD and survivor's guilt. So there we can throw off the table the Daleks, the Time Lords, the Cybermen, the Master, and Davros. I am sure that they are never coming back again. What this means is that for now at least, the show has a completely clean slate. The Time Lords are once again reduced to myth, and every time an old villain returns, there doesn't need to be a full history lesson. The Dalek escapes, shows everyone including the audience at home that it means business, flies upstairs to stop people laughing because even though remembrance of the Daleks existed, nobody watched the episode, so people still thought the Daleks couldn't beat stairs. After that, it has an identity crisis, opens up its casing, and then it kills itself.
Kill yourself.
The last Dalek is dead. Also thought I should mention now that the Time War has been introduced. The events of the Time War are time locked, which means the Doctor can't travel back in time there. This lock is in place because if it wasn't, the Time War would go on forever because it's like a 5-dimensional war, right? This guy, Adam, follows along into the next episode called The Long Game, which features Simon Pegg, and also this guy who I like to call the Squirrel, and also Satellite 5, the news hub for the fourth great and bountiful human empire. They stop the Squirrel and realize I'm a bitch and decide to leave him at home. Next we have some time travel shenanigans. These guys, the Reapers, get introduced, but spoilers, they never show up again. What's important is that Rose has a dead father. Next we go back to World War II, where we find this guy called Captain Jack. He is a time agent, not a Time Lord, so just a regular guy from the future with time travel technology, which is this thing on his wrist called the Vortex Manipulator, which is basically B-Tech time travel at home. He comes along for the ride when everyone goes back to Cardiff for Boomtown. I think this town's about to go boom. For real life context, production of the series behind the scenes had moved to Cardiff, so in real life it was like their base of operations, so they just filmed everything there. Anyway, there's a Slitheen survivor still here, but she gets turned into an egg after trying to turn this thing into a surfboard. But more importantly, the Doctor finally notices a phrase, the 2 words, bad wolf. are following him and Rose on their journey throughout space and time. He brushes it off because I'm sure it's just a coincidence. The next episode is called Bad Wolf. We're back on Satellite 5, except now it's 100 years later, and the fourth great and bountiful human empire isn't looking so great and bountiful anymore. After the Doctor tore down the news in that earlier episode with the squirrel, the whole planet went dark, and things went to sugar. Him, Captain Jack and Rose have been pulled in by someone to try and do something. A side effect of that is that they end up in these death trap game shows parodying popular shows of the mid-2000s. The Doctor and Captain Jack get out alive, but Rose isn't so lucky. Going up to floor 500, we find who called the Doctor here. This guy. Anyway, to cut a long story short, Rose isn't actually dead. She's just been teleported, along with every other person who dies in the games. But teleported where? It's the Daleks! Oh my god! They're back, and there's 500,000 of them. So we went from one, the last one, to 500,000. The power creep has gone up like crazy. Back in my day, 10,000 Daleks was like major hype. The Daleks have been controlling humans through the media for who knows how long, buying their time and using the leftover human remains to create a new army. The Emperor of the Daleks has returned for the first time since season 4, Evil of the Daleks. You might remember that that was meant to be the last Dalek story. Yep, well, he's back, and he's got a bit of a god complex. Anyway, the Daleks attack Satellite 5 and Earth. It's almost like this episode was written by Eric Saywood because everybody dies, including Captain Jack. Rose gets sent to Earth, and the Ninth Doctor completes his character arc by refusing to push the button. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jackie, Mickey, and Rose pull open the heart of the TARDIS, which is not the Eye of Harmony, and was set up in the episode with the Slitheen that turned into an egg. And it's this same magic that turns Rose into this godlike entity that returns to the future, and then she kills all the Daleks, brings Captain Jack back to life, and scatters the words Bad Wolf throughout time and space, because she is Bad Wolf. You get all that down? Everything seems to be tying up nicely, and the Doctor has to sacrifice himself to save Rose by extracting all that Bad Wolf energy out of her.
I think you need a doctor.
Unstoppable Riz. Anyway, the Daleks are defeated, the TARDIS leaves Captain Jack behind as the only living person on the ship, and the Ninth Doctor regenerates into whoever the hell this is. But wait. Before we go on, there is an elephant in the room we need to address. Yes, the Ninth Doctor is already gone after only one series. And don't get it twisted, this series was a massive success, like massive mega hit success. So why? The Doctor Who series, and series in general, are usually filmed in blocks, meaning certain episodes at certain times. And Doctor Who's first block went pretty badly behind the scenes. Things are still vague, but from what we can piece together, the director, who has never came back since, did some pretty bad stuff on set, had some pretty big disagreements with Christopher Eccleston, probably due to the director's poor treatment of the production crew. Anyway, Rusty Davies stood up for the director and basically burned his bridge with Christopher Eccleston, who was only on contract for 1 year, and so he basically said, yeah, I'm gone. After he left, the BBC released a press release which stated the reason he left was because he was tired. They used a made-up quote to make him look bad. This was essentially the nail in the coffin, and after this, he was blacklisted from the BBC and refused to come back to Doctor Who. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, it is pretty scummy that in the first episode with this new Doctor, he literally tears a character down in exactly the same way the BBC did to Christopher Eccleston. But that is also objectively funny, so god damn it, you evil bastards. David Tennant is the 10th Doctor, famous for his roles as Random Guy from Scream of the Shauker and Galanar from Dalek Empire, which is an EU thing, so you don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about it. His first episode, called The Christmas Invasion, has him out of commission for most of it until he suddenly wakes up due to being regenerated by the power of tea because he's British. He has a sword fight with this angry man who is the leader of the Sycorax, these aliens who are holding the people of Earth to ransom. He has his hand cut off, but it regenerates because he's regenerating and has leftover regeneration energy, which is a new rule, which is actually important to the story. Also seen again here is Harriet Jones, who is now the Prime Minister, and also UNIT. They're back. Their HQ is the Tower of London for some reason, and briefly mentioned is Torchwood. Okay guys, I've made an executive decision. Starting now until I decide otherwise, we're gonna have to be going quick fire round. All you need to know is that these two like each other that way, and here's what they get up to. They meet the last human again on a new Earth in the far future. They meet the Queen Victoria of England in the past, who establishes Torchwood to defend England from aliens. They meet Madame de Pompadour in an episode written by someone who I'm sure won't show up again. They go to a parallel Earth where Rose's dad is still alive, and Cybermen. That came out of nowhere. There's also Barty Crouch, who is like Cyberman Davros, who becomes the cyber controller. They get blown up. This episode is actually important, so take notes. Cybermen are destroyed in the real universe, but in this parallel one, they're just getting started. They blow up at the end of the episode, but like thousands of Cybermen still survive. Mickey also stays in this universe. They go to the Queen's coronation in the past. They fight Satan. They meet these guys called the Ood, which are basically a bunch of mixed metaphors put together, and the show doesn't know what to do with them really, but they do look cool. Then this happens, and then this paving stone says she gives redacted to this guy. This is canon! And then they go to the Olympic Games, and gee whiz, would you look at that, we're already at the series finale. The Cybermen are back, and are in our world this time. Torchwood in the modern day are revealed, and their base is in Canary Wharf. Ghosts have appeared all over thanks to the ghost shift from Torchwood, but these ghosts are actually Cybermen coming through to our world from the parallel one, through this place called the Void, which is basically just like the space between. But it's not just the Cybermen, the Daleks are here too, and it's time for a death battle! These 4 Daleks are called the Cult of Skaro: Dalek Sek, Dalek Thay, Dalek Just, and Dalek Khan. But also apparently there's this guy, What is this, some sort of Mandela effect? Who the fuck is this? The Cult of Skara are the last 4 Daleks in existence, and are basically strategists to try and find new ways for the Daleks to survive. And they just kill all the Cybermen. We hear a little bit more about the Time War. Meanwhile, the Daleks protect this thing called the Genesis Ark, which turns out to be Time Lord technology, which is bigger on the inside, and a prison for millions of Daleks. The power creep, man, this is crazy. But they all get killed in a second anyway. Oh, almost got scared there. Apart from the Cult of Skara, they escape thanks to the emergency temporal shift. However, Rose also gets sucked in, but instead of dying, her alternate dad comes in time to save her and takes her back to the other universe where she is now stuck. It's very emotional for people who are invested, just take my word for it. And then this lady shows up. What? Yeah. Series 2 had been a monumental success for the show, even more so than Series 1. And guys, I'm happy to say Doctor Who's back in business. After so many years of being off the air and so many more of being seen as an embarrassment by a lot of the audiences, Doctor Who had reclaimed its rightful place at the top, the pinnacle of British TV. So of course, they capitalized off the success. Spin-offs, merch, lot of merch, and more. One of my favorites was Attack of the Grask, a mini-sode where you were the companion and helped the Doctor with your remote control to interact with the episode. There was the Sarah Jane Adventures for kids and the Torchwood show that had basically nothing to do with the Torchwood from the show, but it had Captain Jack in it. Now these shows have a lot of lore and all of that, but for sanity's sake, I will not go over. Actually, you know what, let's just get it over with. Torchwood follows Torchwood 3, a small division of special agents who are situated in, you guessed it, Cardiff. They get up to adult shenanigans. The group is Captain Jack as the de facto leader, Gwen as the newcomer, Yanto as the pussy, Owen as the dickhead, and Tosh as the objectively best one that everyone likes. There's also Susie, but she dies in episode 1. But she comes back later, then she dies again. Talking of coming back to life, Captain Jack is also completely immortal. Yep, that's a pretty important plot point to not have introduced in the show, but now you know it. So apparently when Rose brought him back to life, she brought him back to life like permanently. So he's just forever alive now. Apparently he does age though, just very, very slowly. Torchwood Season 1 is pretty much just a Monster of the Week affair, and also it turns out Jack has the Doctor's human hand from when he got cut off on Christmas Day. Sarah Jane Adventures is a kids show spin-off about Sarah Jane who had returned in the previous year's story, School Reunion, which I didn't mention before because I'm mentioning it now, right? Because she came back. This show doesn't really have any real lore apart from the fact that there's this guy called the Trickster who's like another one of those metaphysical enemies. Remember those? Either way, this guy's basically like the devil and they make deals with people to alter time to create chaos which it feeds on. Creepy ass guy. Girl? Now I was right the first time. Girl? Anyway, on to Series 3. The Runaway Bride introduces Donna, a loud, shouty woman played by Catherine Tate, who is famous for playing loud, shouty women. The Doctor is all mopey because Rose left, so he spends most of the episode crying and being emo. The villain is the Ragnos, which is this spider thing, which for 2007, that's pretty impressive. They're apparently from the Dark Times, which was referenced in State of Decay with the vampires in that one, so I guess there was a lot of stuff that happened in that time period. It's a silly pantomime episode that seems to be a throwaway, but there is a mention of some guy called Mr. Saxon ordering tanks, and then he makes it snow with the TARDIS. And with that out of the way, we can go on to the real start of Series 3. If you've watched a lot of my videos before, you know I'm not too big a fan of Series 2. A lot of this shit is just kinda lame, but Series 3 I think just has some good quality writing, man, and maybe I'm in the minority, I don't know. But Smith & Jones introduces the new companion, Martha, a doctor in training and also my favourite in the new series. She's working in this hospital which suddenly gets taken to the moon. There's a vampire on the loose, a plasmavore, and it's up to the boys in black to stop it. The Jadoon land and overtake the hospital. These guys are basically space police officers for the Shadow Proclamation, who basically set up a bunch of the laws in the galaxy for New Who. These are a new edition. Basically, they exist so the Doctor can say, this planet is protected by Article 57 of the Shadow Proclamation, blah 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 blah. And also, they're rhinos. So it's a race against time to try and get the violent Jadoon to catch this evil vampire and hopefully send the hospital back to Earth before everyone suffocates. Of course, it all works out, and after a disastrous family party, Martha joins the Doctor in the adventure of a lifetime. We get a few episodes this season I won't talk about, even if they do have somewhat lore relevance, because ICBA. The Lazarus Experiment is about this guy who used a machine to make himself young again, but he turns into a monster. The Shakespeare Code is about these witches called Carrionites trying to use Shakespeare for some evil plan, you get the gist by now. And 42 is an episode that exists. Gridlock. We're back on New Earth, and I think just before we go, I should explain the the human situation here, because a few times now we've seen the end of the Earth, or Earth in the future, or the last of humanity. And the question is, how can all of these coexist? Well, it's simple. You see, throughout time and space, humanity expanded throughout the universe, and there are multiple Earths, some of which coexist at the same time. And all of these ends of humanity are ends of a certain type of humanity. So yes, Cassandra can be the last human, and there can also be humans after her, because they're different types of humans. And yes, Earth can be destroyed multiple times in multiple different ways in the future, because it's not the same Earth. And it looks the same because it's been terraformed. And that's the honest explanation. New Earth has gone to the dogs. All the crabs. Everyone up top is dead, and everyone down below is stuck in a queue, choking to death. Also of note here, the Doctor describes Gallifrey and the face of Bo. Remember that guy? He's like, face? Yeah, he dies and leaves a cryptic message. You are not alone. But luckily, we don't need to focus on that for long, because here we are at real New York. Hey, I'm walking here. Bacon, egg, and cheese? You know what I'm saying. And the Daleks are here. Wait, what? Daleks in Manhattan. What a title. Is this episode a miss? To this day, I still don't know. The Cult of Skaro are back, and Dalek Sec wants to start doing human-Dalek hybrids. He turns into a half-human, half-Dalek, and there's also these pig guys. And Spider-Man's in this one as well. Hey Peter, save the city. You got Doc Ock over here. The other Daleks don't really like this idea very much, because they're Daleks, so basically incompatible. There's this crazy set piece on the top of the Empire State Building, which eventually all leads up to the Daleks being killed, apart from one. So it's finally one-on-one. Ready, set, fight. Hey, wait, where you going? Emergency temporal shift. Biggest get out of jail free card I ever seen. This is bullshit. This episode, as I mentioned earlier, was one of among many based on a piece of expanded universe media. But I think the next episode is the most overt of the bunch, and maybe the most popular. Human Nature, written by Paul Cornell, is based off the novel Human Nature, written by Paul Cornell. The premise is kind of similar, but in execution they do differ basically entirely. They are very different stories. This is a very good one though. To escape the family of blood, a shapeless evil entity, the Doctor hides on Earth in the 1910s as a school teacher. He has used a piece of technology called a chameleon arch to seal away his Time Lord self and literally become human. The perfect disguise. He hides away as his new identity, John Smith, with Martha, who has a terrible time. Martha is just such a great character, man, and this episode seals it, although I was already on the Martha hype train from day one. John Smith is the pseudonym that the Doctor has gone by since season 7 Spearhead from Space, and one he frequently likes to use in general in the new series. Here though, John Smith is a new character entirely, very different to the Doctor, and yet still very sympathetic. Just great character work here on all fronts. The family of blood possess some random people, and with the help of these scarecrows, mount an attack to try and find the fob watch which holds the Doctor's real self. It talks to this kid who has telepathy. Remember from all the way back in season 11 with John Pertwee? Telepathy is just an ability that some people have in Doctor Who. Like, it always feels so weird when it pops up, but it pops up a lot, and I mean, it has been established since like forever, so you know, gets a pass. Anyway, eventually the Doctor shows up and totally obliterates these guys. He traps this guy in a dying star, tricks this girl into a mirror. Like, he goes crazy. This episode works well as a regular Doctor Who adventure, but also it is a tragedy. John Smith does die. He does give up his life for the Doctor to come in and save the day. I mean, he makes it look easy, as if he could have done that from the start and then nobody would have even had to die. It makes you wonder, what could the Doctor achieve if he was not good? Also, very important to note about this episode, second half of series 3, we finally get confirmation that the new revival and the classic series take place in one canonicity. This is revealed in the Doctor's journal, which shows all 8 Doctors, confirming them completely canon. Let's go, guys. Only took a little while. Next episode is Blink. Whatever, I'm just kidding. This episode is very popular. This episode sees the introduction of the Weeping Angels, New Who's most iconic monsters. They're like musical statues, except scary. Not much is known about the Weeping Angels here. They're called the Lonely Assassins, and they're quantum locked, which means they can only be moved when they're not being observed. When they are being observed, they freeze up. They literally turn to stone. They can't move at all. This episode is basically jump scares galore. Anyway, the point is, this episode won a lot of awards. In fact, this whole second half of the season is pretty damn stacked. That's 3 critically acclaimed episodes all in a row. Let's see if the finale can bring it all home. It can. Spoiler alert, it can. It's very good. Now you see why I brought up Torchwood before, because this episode starts exactly where the finale for Torchwood Season 1 left off. Jack running to the TARDIS with the Doctor's hand. Now I do think you can easily watch this and know what's going on without watching Torchwood at all and pick up on it pretty quickly, but just for some context, if you were going along from episode to episode and had no awareness of anything that was happening outside the show, the last time you saw Captain Jack, he got shot and died and then was resurrected and then randomly stranded on a space station in the far future. future. And now he's back, he has a trench coat, and he's just chilling in Cardiff for some reason, with the Doctor's hand. He grabs onto the TARDIS exterior, which sends it crashing far, far, far into the future until the very end of the universe. It looks an awful lot like a quarry. Anyway, all you need to know is that Big Man Ting is not looking good, bruv. Humanity is on its last legs. These bozos called the future kind are like devolved humans, but it doesn't really matter. Sooner or later, pretty much everyone's gonna die anyway. But this man has an idea. Professor Yana, the brightest in the human colony, with a solution. He will take this rocket, which he made, and put everyone on board and take them to this mystical place called Utopia. It's gonna be great, guys. Things go wrong with a saboteur thrown into the mix, and Jack has to go into like this radiation chamber thing. So you're watching it, you're like, damn, this is pretty dark, but I can see where the episode is going. We're just gonna go on smooth sailing until... What a reveal. Professor Yana's true identity revealed, the Doctor is not the last Time Lord, but because in fact, the Master survived too. The Master, now having regained his memories, looks over Professor Yana's work and scoffs. He then gets shot. She dies. He sees the Doctor just briefly before entering into the TARDIS and then locking the door. This tiny bit of acting right here, Derek Jacobi, the actor playing the Master, he plays it so well. We've seen him interacting with the Doctor all episode, but it's only here where they both actually recognize each other. After sadly only appearing briefly as the Master and excelling, this incarnation regenerates into this guy played by John Sim, a great actor who I really like. And then he flies away. Yep, the Doctor and everyone else is stuck behind. How are we gonna get out of this one? Next episode, we got out of it, guys. The Doctor, Martha and Jack use the vortex manipulator that Jack has to travel back in time to the present day, where the Doctor forced the TARDIS to land with the sonic screwdriver. Turns out the Master is the Prime Minister and has gone under the name Harold Saxon, so these posters, yeah, that was all the Master. The reason the Master was able to gain power was because the Doctor overthrew Harriet Jones in the previous series, basically making all of this his fault. He also set up these satellites called the Archangel Network that use telepathy to basically use subliminal messages and phones to get people to vote him in. So he's in charge and quickly things go to trash. Martha's house gets bombed, they're forced to go on the run, and the Master has apparently gotten a message from the stars from these creatures called Toclophane, and they're going to be making first contact on the Avengers helicarrier, which is called in Doctor Who the Valiant. Now this first contact stuff is obviously BS, and even the Doctor can tell. The Doctor says that they were a Gallifreyan fable, like fairies or something. They're actually not real, and whatever these Toclophane are, they're definitely not what the Master's saying they are. Also here is the first on-screen showing of the outside of the Citadel on Gallifrey. Also shown here is the Master as a child. Anyway, the Doctor goes up to the Valiant and finds the TARDIS has been turned into a paradox machine. And then these Toclophane guys show up and they kill the US president. Then the sky opens up and 6 billion Toclophane come down and just start killing everyone. The Master reveals himself to the world and basically just instantly wins. Martha escapes using the vortex manipulator, and using the Lazarus technology from a few episodes ago, the Master ages up the Doctor until he can barely move anymore. 1/10 of the Earth is killed and the episode ends. So yes, for the first time in history, the Master actually succeeded. By the way, it's also mentioned here that in the classic series or off screen, the Master did actually die, like for real, and then got resurrected by the Time Lords to fight in the Time War. He then ran away and hid at the very end of the universe, hoping no one would find him. So yeah, the Master actually died. What I find crazy though is that seasons 8 to 26 was all technically one incarnation of the Master, his 13th. He stole a body halfway through, but he never regenerated or anything, which means that in this first episode, there were more incarnations of the Master than the entirety of Classic Who. Also added here are the drum beats, the da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun, the 4 knocks, etc. Apparently the Master's heard them in his head the whole time and just never mentioned them until now, and now it's like a core part of his character. 1 year later, Martha Jones has travelled the whole world. She's like a legend now. They sing songs about her around the campfire, a common occurrence for my goat. We're in a dystopia now, with the indestructible Toclophane in full control. Well, indestructible apart from one time. One was struck by lightning and apparently malfunctioned. She lures in one and simulates a lightning strike to disable it. Then she opens that sucker up, baby. And inside, the Toclophane are the human race from the future, from Utopia. Utopia as an idea was never real. There was never really anywhere to go. It was all a lie. The whole human race got on that rocket ship to go off to somewhere that didn't exist. Then they all died out in space and were harvested to create these creatures called the Toclophane, with no individuality, no memory, no nothing. The Master then turned the TARDIS into a paradox machine to allow the Toclophane to come back in time and start by exterminating their own ancestors for fun. Holy crap. That is so dark. Usually the master schemes are like, I will interfere in this intergalactic colony, or I'm pretending to be King Richard I. And here he's come up with like the most sick and twisted evil plan to be as systematically genocidal as possible. Martha gets caught and brought up to the Valiant, where just before she gets executed, she reveals the ace up her sleeve as she uses the Archangel network of telepathic satellites to charge a spirit bomb, which brings the Doctor, who got turned into like this Yoda thing, back to full power. He goes Super Saiyan and like psychically beats the Master. This shit is awesome, I do not care. Then Jack destroys the Paradox Machine, which undoes all of the Toclophane stuff and brings Earth back to normal, basically undoing that year of hell. However, all of the main characters still remembering it, meaning poor Martha has all that trauma still. The Master, like a little crybaby, is like, my children, and then gets shot. Good fucking riddance. And then the Doctor gives him a Jedi funeral. We go back home to good old Cardiff, and Captain Jack randomly drops the, hey, I'm actually the face of Bo, which makes sense because the face of Bo knew that the Doctor wasn't alone because he lived through it. It's actually pretty cool. Don't ask me how he turned into a giant head. I actually do ask me how he turned into a giant head. I know the answer, but I'll just tell you in a couple series, okay? Martha then leaves the TARDIS because she's too good for this show, and the Titanic crashes into the TARDIS. GG, good series. In the next episode, the Doctor goes on a space Titanic, meets this random guy, saves the Titanic from crashing into the Earth, and then goes home again. Bada bing, bada boom. Also, to catch you up in Torchwood Land, everybody died. Yep. Owen, the character no one liked until they kinda liked him. Yeah, he died. He got nuked actually, no joke. And Tosh, the one that everyone liked, yeah, she died too. We got some extra backstory on where Captain Jack came from, but ain't nobody got time for that. All you need to know was that it was very sad, and now there are only 3 members of Torchwood left. Anyway, on to the next series. I'll just tell you right now, there's a story arc where planets are disappearing, okay? Because if I had to mention it every time, like they mentioned it in each episode, I would go insane. Series 4 starts with Partners in Crime. Donna's back, and she's a partner in crime. She's gone all private investigator because she doesn't have a job. And her grandpa is this random guy from the last episode. I love this character. Talking of character, Donna actually has one now. So it turns out this food pill company is actually turning people into little walking fat babies called adipose. And after a little bit of shenanigans, goofing off, having a fun time, pantomiming, the Doctor and Donna stop her, and then they decide to go off on adventures. Yay! Donna puts her keys in the bin, which I'm sorry to say does happen in the UK. Yep, we do that for some reason. And then, whoa, oh my god, Rose Tyler from Doctor Who. She's there on the screen, and she's gone again. Well, that was weird. I'm sure it was nothing. Story arc alert. Rose Tyler also randomly pops up on screens in episodes in this series. I actually don't know why, but she does. Next up is The Fires of Pompeii, which has Peter Capaldi in it, playing some random guy from Rome. And also this actress, Karen Gillan, playing some girl from Rome. Good episode. Anyway, third is Planet of the Ood, which brings the Ood back and all of their conflicting metaphors, like walk all over each other. Here we go to the Ood Sphere, not to be confused with the Sense Sphere from season 1 of Doctor Who. The Ood are basically the Sensorite's spiritual successor. Episode 4 and 5, and we're back to Earth. And Martha's back. She's joined UNIT, but not as a scientific advisor, sadly. The Sontarans are back too, except in this episode, they're pussy cowards, making their inclusion weird and out of character. They fight UNIT in this factory, they almost kill the Earth with car fumes. Damn, I wonder what the messaging of this episode is. And then they get blown up. Martha tags along for the next one, because they love me. And here we are introduced to the Doctor's daughter. This episode's not important, I just wanted to mention that the actress who plays the Doctor's daughter, who's actually a clone of the Doctor, not a daughter, is also in real life Peter Davidson's daughter, meaning she is actually the Doctor's daughter, tangentially related to that. She got married to David Tennant after this episode, meaning she is also the Doctor's wife. Also, fun fact, in a short film for children in need written by Stephen Moffat called Time Crash, the 5th Doctor and the 10th Doctor got to meet, and it is lovely. Anyway, after that, the Doctor and Donna go to meet Agatha Christie and meet Jyn Erso from Rogue One, who is actually a unicorn. She's a thief. And also there's a wasp. Murder mystery episode. I like this one. But now finally, we're past the baby time episodes. We're on to the big boy episodes. I like this series, but here it steps up from good into overdrive. This series didn't go sicko mode like the last series. This series went fucko mode. Silence in the Library, Forest of the Dead are such good episodes that I won't spoil them. Here, just go and watch them. What I will say is that introduced here is River Song, a character who we don't know yet, but she does know the Doctor. She has her own sonic screwdriver, her own diary full of spoilers, and she dies, meaning that her first chronological appearance is also her last in the timeline. Luckily for me, I'm great at making timelines, which means this shit will be a breeze. Midnight is next, and this episode is a 10 out of 10. No spoilers again, because this one you can actually watch with no context of the show, so watch it. Okay, now I actually have to put some effort and talk about these episodes, but you've got to give me a break. There's a lot to talk about. These episodes are crazy. Forgive me for skimming over those last two. Turn left. This episode starts out innocent enough. It's a what if type episode, except actually good, unlike this trash. What if, instead of turning left at this random moment on this random street, Donna turned right? It's a small enough change that she wouldn't even remember making it. But this change would soon ripple out, with Donna taking up a different profession, which would then lead her down a different path. One where she would not meet the Doctor, and if Donna doesn't meet the Doctor, well...
I think so. She just didn't make it out in time. The Doctor is dead.
And what happens if the Doctor is dead? Well, the events of the series play out as if he were alive, except this time, he isn't here to save the day. And we get to see that things don't seem to be going so well. A lot of people focusing on Donna's back today. Wonder if that's important. Anyway, Rose is back and she gives Donna a lottery ticket that takes her out of London for Christmas. And it's lucky she did, because London gets blown up. Big man thing is not looking good, babe. Things just get worse and worse. The adipose from the Series 4 premiere go to America and kill millions of people. I shouldn't laugh, but it is also quite funny. The Sontarans choke out the world, but because everything's so shit, it's barely even choking anyone. Then Torch would all die, but luckily, things can't get much worse.
An entire constellation. Look. Look there. They're going out. Oh my God. No. The stars are going out.
That is probably the most scary thing I've ever seen in my life. Imagine you saw that in real life. Like, what the fuck would you do? But it actually does get worse when the family that Donna was staying with gets sent off to internment labor camps. With nothing else to do, Donna goes with Rose to what's left of UNIT, who are using the TARDIS, which was shut down, to try and reverse engineer a way to time travel and avoid all this mess in the first place. And it's here that we get our big reveal, that this is all Donna's world, and there is actually something on her back called a time beetle. These things are a part of the Tricksters Brigade, and they latch onto people, change small events, but this one accidentally changed an event which turned out to be pretty big and created a whole parallel world, so... oops. Donna uses this B-Tech time travel method to go back in time and stops herself from turning right. With the world being undone, Donna hears two final words from Rose before waking up back in reality. Bad wolf. It's the end of the universe. Whatever that means. A detail I really like is that the Master never shows up because the Doctor is dead, which means he could have never gone and freed the Master, which means that he could have never came back and taken over, which I guess is good. At least he never showed up. Was the world worse in that dystopia or this dystopia? The political messaging is barely hidden. Oh no, she went right and then everything went terrible. Should have gone left. And also it is depressing, but also so accurate to her original character that Donna realizes that she is so fickle that there being even the slightest of traffic determines for her which way she decides to go, and thus the fate of the whole universe. What a great episode. And we're not even done yet. So after the crazy cliffhanger of last episode, the Stolen Earth begins with not much. Except actually, yes much. Because this episode's a fucking crossover. Boom, 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 boom. We got everybody up in this bitch. Okay, be real. When you watch this for the first time, you went crazy. I did, you did, we all did. This episode's fucking great. The Daleks are back. And so is Dave Ross, creator of the Daleks. He's returned and have stolen the Earth and all the other stolen planets. Remember them? I mentioned them like 10 minutes ago. Dave Ross says here that apparently he did die in the Time War. Got killed by this thing called the Nightmare Child, which I imagine looks something like the Zillow Beast from Clone Wars. But anyway, he was saved by Dalek Khan, who was the last of the cult of Skaro, and went insane after an emergency temporal shift sent him through the time lock. Anyway, basically the Daleks are rounding everyone up to power this weapon called the Reality Bomb, which will destroy not just this universe, but every universe. Now logically this means that at least one time they succeeded, because mathematically in infinite universes, surely they had to win like once, which means that every universe gets destroyed, but never mind all that. Anyway, one thing leads to another. A Doctor clone who's half human gets created, but isn't the real Doctor half human? And all of the main characters end up all in one room. Then Donna just exposed all of the Daleks with her super mega genius powers, and it turns out that actually Dalek Khan was a good guy the whole time and let the good guys win because he predicted it, but just didn't say it so that they would win. Anyway, everyone goes goes into the TARDIS and the Doctor's like, Davros, let me save you. But Davros is like, no. But now after Donna blew them up, they're all dead. Anyway, Rose goes back to the parallel Earth, apparently because of the darkness, which was the reality bomb. The barrier between worlds was faulty, but now it's back in place again. Kind of contrived, but whatever. And then the half-human Doctor stays with her to live out their fantasies. Yay, happy ending. Except no, because then Donna has a huge breakdown because of all the knowledge, and then the Doctor erases her mind, undoing all of her character growth, and it's very sad. And that's the end of Series 4. After this, David Tennant would announce his exit, and then after a few specials, he would be off, with Stephen Moffat taking the reins as new showrunner for Series 5. Initially, David Tennant was intrigued and wanted to stay, and there was going to be another series, maybe with Sally Sparrow as the companion, but eventually he decided to call it a day. Yeah, 3 series and specials is long enough. David Tennant, you had a good run, and I think that's all you'll have for Doctor Who. Anyway, on to the next episode. This one's called The Next Doctor and features David Morrissey playing the Next Doctor. Except psych, it's actually just some random guy who got hit by a Cyberman info stamp, because yes, the Cybermen are back and they're in Victorian London, because just accept it. They're still the Cybermen from the parallel world, and this time they have these things called cyber shades, which are like converted cats and dogs. They make a mega cyber mech called the Cyber King, and the Doctor goes up in Jackson Lake's TARDIS, which is actually just a hot air balloon, and shoots it into the vortex. Happily ever after, we go on to the next one, no questions asked. Let's just leave it there. Planet of the Dead. The Doctor gets on a bus that goes through a wormhole and ends up in the middle of a desert planet. Also, it's Easter, and this guy's here. He would be famous later, but he wasn't famous now. These stingrays eat stuff and poop it out as dust, and they want to get to Earth through the wormhole, but luckily UNIT is there to defend it. The Doctor spends a lot of time doing nothing until he randomly saves the day and everyone claps. Yay, we did it. Then this random lady shows up. She's got telepathic powers, and she makes a prophecy that he will knock 4 times. Up next is the Waters of Mars, which is set on Mars, and there's water. Here we are introduced to the Flood, who are apparently enemies of the Ice Warriors. Remember them? Anyway, they're basically an entity which infect anything they touch, and they hide in water. Even 1 drop is enough to infect someone, which happens basically instantly. The main thing here though is this character, Adelaide Brooke, who is apparently instrumental in humanity's growth in the future, after she and the Mars base the Doctor is currently on is meant to explode and then inspire her granddaughter to explore the stars. Basically, everyone here is doomed, and the Doctor should 100% get out of there. And as time goes on, the situation gets worse and worse. These guys are terrifying, and there is no way these people get out of here alive, so the Doctor leaves. But hearing the cries of all the people inside become louder and louder, he basically has a full identity crisis, and then he just goes apeshit. He saves everyone, but it turns out he's kinda going cuckoo for Cocoa Pops. He starts talking about the Time Lord Victorious or something. Sure, that won't have any larger EU law significance later down the line. I will never explain this. Anyway, Adelaide Brooke shoots herself to restore the timeline, and the Doctor has a premonition of an Ood. It's time to go! End of Time Part 1 starts with everyone on Earth having a dream about the Master, but then instantly forgetting it. We're back with Wilf because everyone likes him. He meets this random lady who then disappears. Anyway, the Master is back, having been resurrected by a cult, meaning yeah, he was actually dead last time, and gets brought back to life, but he doesn't regenerate. Then Lucy throws this potion in to disrupt the process, so the Master is like half skeleton superhero guy. If it sounds like I'm half-assing this, it's because the episode half-asses itself. I mean, are you kidding me? Potion? What the fuck is this? Anyway, the Master is like this half skeleton, half superhero guy who jumps really high and says, dinner time. Anyway, he goes over to these guys who are doing some real sus sugar using this device, which apparently heals all planets. So the Master just jumps into it and turns everyone in the world into him. Apart from Wilf, the Doctor, and Donna. Everyone is now the Master, including Obama. But that's not all. Timothy Dolan is Rassilon, and the Time Lords are coming back too. This is their first real appearance, not counting this random dude from The Sound of Drums, and it's kinda epic. Timothy Dolan is a badass, and he has like a Thanos gauntlet. Either way, Gallifrey is in ruin as the Time War rages on. He wants to escape because he doesn't want to die. Meanwhile, the Doctor has apparently ran off and stolen something called the Moment, which will bring the Time War to an end, presumably by killing everyone. Also, he mentioned something about the Weeping Angels of old, meaning there's probably a connection between Time Lords and angels, but you know, who cares? So the plan is to use the Master to bring Gallifrey back by sending him a white point star, because apparently the drumbeat in his head was put there to be a connection. or something so they can bring Gallifrey back.
Not a great plan.
Anyway, they get close, the Doctor sees this woman again, and then Wilf gets into this radiation thing. The Doctor and the Master team up to send the Time Lords back. Oh yeah, by the way, the Master thing got undone. Like, why was that even in there? And yeah, Donna wasn't turned because of a failsafe the Doctor put in her head, so I guess that might also be important. This episode kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. But anyway, the Master's gone, the Time Lords are gone, but it's far from being all over, as Wilf knocks on the door 4 times, just as prophesized. Oh my god, so clever, guys. It ends here for the Doctor. After throwing a tantrum, he gives up his life to save Wilf. He starts to regenerate and goes on a farewell tour, basically moping, saying goodbye to everyone and blah blah blah. Oh yeah, Martha and Mickey are a thing apparently. What the hell happened to Tom? Was she happy? Fuck off. I'm surprised the Doctor didn't turn up at Russell T Davies' house as well. He's in the middle of writing a script. Doctor Who lands at his front door. Hello, Russell. You've done such a good job. This shit is ass cheeks. He gives Donna a winning lottery ticket, says bye to Sarah Jane, Jack, and then goes to Rose from 2005 to give one final goodbye. Wow. He struggles to the TARDIS and says, I don't want to go, and then regenerates, blowing up the TARDIS. I must admit though, this soundtrack is epic as hell. You ain't hearing it though. You can imagine dodging copyright already is gonna be a goddamn nightmare. I ain't editing that on top. Anyway, David Tennant's 10th Doctor regenerates into this fraud! Sorry, into the 11th Doctor, Matt Smith, the youngest to ever do it, and also friend of Morbius, I think. I never watched the movie. If you don't know, me and the 11th Doctor are mortal enemies, nemesis if you will, but either way, we have to get along with it, you know, chop chop guys. We're not even halfway through New Who yet. We've got to get on to Series 5. Psych, you thought we were done? Spoiler alert. With each New Who showrunner, there comes a kind of shift in, of course, production, but also lore. For Series 5, the whole universe basically kind of gets reset, so I think we should just make a quick timeline of the RTD era as well, which is what we call Series 1 to 4, just for simplicity's sake. I think the only real major event from the series that carries over is River Song's appearance, and by that I mean for like all the other characters. The Doctor remembers everything from all the seasons of the show, but I'm talking about more the world he inhabits. Let's say that for the modern day Earth, which is like the hub of New Who, this is like a reset. Sarah Jane Adventures and Torch would remain for a year, I think, if I'm getting my dates right, but sadly Elizabeth Sladen passed, meaning her show had to come to an end. There was an episode that included the 11th Doctor and also Joe Grant, which is worth watching if you want to watch spin-off stuff, and Torchwood Series 4 was certainly an event. In Series 3, among many other things, Yanto died, meaning the team is down to 2. The show went to America and became something completely different before being cancelled on a cliffhanger, which was luckily resolved in the rabbit hole that is Big Finish, which thankfully we are not getting into. Either way, here is the Russell T Davies era timeline. Event 1, off screen, the Time War happens somewhere between the TV movie and Rose. Then of course Rose happens. The 9th Doctor could have been around for any length of time, but only saw himself for the first time in this episode, where he then goes on an adventure with Rose. He then meets the Sardine, Harriet Jones is elected Prime Minister, he meets the Dalek who destroys itself, Bad Wolf follows them throughout the universe, they meet Captain Jack, have a few misadventures, then end up in the far futures where the Daleks are back, but they all get killed again. The Doctor regenerates and Jack gets left behind. The new Doctor and Rose then go to Scotland, meet Queen Victoria, and unknowingly cause the creation of Torchwood, which then bring in the Cybermen from a parallel world and a void sphere which house the Cult of Skara, who come out, kill a bunch of people, and then escape. Rose gets stuck in a parallel world, then the Doctor meets Donna. He then meets Martha, the Cult of Skara get killed apart from Khan, who escapes, then the Doctor meets Captain Jack again, accidentally free the Master, who takes control over everything with the help of the Paradox Machine, which the Doctor then undoes, saving the world, and then the Master dies. He meets Donna again, and then Khan is back with Davros and a whole Dalek army, planning to destroy the multiverse. The Doctor Donna puts a stop to that, but it comes with a cost, and the Doctor is alone yet again. It is prophesied that he will knock 4 times, and then he meets the Master, who knocks 4 times. Gallifrey comes back, Gallifrey goes away again, then the 10th Doctor dies. You know what, actually, that was pretty simple. There is clear cause and effect linking each event together. It is concise, it is simple, and that's basically Series 1 to 4. Stephen Moffat is the new showrunner. Great man. He wrote the most Doctor Who stories, and I'm sure they're all good. Jokes aside, I do actually think he's pretty great. Unlike this fraud. Just kidding. Teehee. Series 5 begins with the 11th hour. That is a great episode, and very important. This episode sets up the tone for the series, all of the character motivations, and the story arcs for the whole 11th Doctor era. Pretty good. The Doctor lands in Ledworth, in the back garden of this kid, Amelia Pond, who has no parents, but does have this spooky crack in the wall. The Doctor crashes, still recovering from post-regenerative trauma, and says the crack is 2 pieces of space-time which should never have touched. And then he receives a message from this eyeball that is inside it. Prisoner Zero has escaped. Anyway, he goes back into the TARDIS and ends up coming later in the morning. Except it's not the morning, it's 12 years later. And Amelia is now Amy, and has a boyfriend called Rory, except she's been driven crazy because this random guy who she called the Raggedy Doctor randomly showed up one night. She saw all this crazy sugar, he said to to wait for him, and then he never showed up again. Yeah, that would mess you up. Prisoner Zero is back. Or should I say is here for the first time. It's like this snake thing which came through the crack and hid in Amy's house and shapeshifts into the form of people who are in comas. The eyeball we saw was actually alien police called the Atraxi, and the Doctor, through cleverness and Sherlock skills, figures out a way to get Prisoner Zero done in. But in doing so, breaks his sonic screwdriver. But anyway, the day is saved, Doctor gets a new outfit and a badass moment. Common 11th Doctor W. Before Prisoner Zero leaves, she gives one last ominous message. Silence will fall. The Doctor, now equipped with the new green sonic screwdriver and orange TARDIS, comes back to pick Amy up, except dun dun dun, it's her wedding night. Next up is The Beast Below, which is set on Starship UK. There's more drama, and wait, is that the crack from Amy Pond's wall? Also, they get a phone call from Churchill, and the Daleks are back. Jesus Christ, already? It's been like 8 episodes. Victory of the Daleks. They're back, and this time they win. Look, it says so in the title. Using this guy who's a bomb, they hold Earth to ransom so that the Doctor will let them go. But how did they survive? They just did, okay? Accept it. Anyway, they have this thing called the Progenitor, which will return Daleks to their most purest state if activated. And because of the Doctor's statement of "you are a Dalek," that activates it because it counts as permission. Okay, I buy it. Anyway, the jig is up for these Daleks pretending to be Ironsides, working for the British government, which is a callback to the second Doctor's first story, The Power of the Daleks, and also a neat bit of political allegory, which people apparently don't appreciate nowadays. This episode is critiquing Churchill, but you know, that does get a bit lost in the space shooting Spitfires with lasers. Get 'em, Danny boy. This episode got a bit ridiculous. But not to be outdone, the Daleks appear with their new redesigns. I dub thee the Teletubby Daleks. But anyway, after this, they escape and run away, basically resetting the Daleks' place in the universe after the Rusty Davies era. Also replaced here is everything. Amy reveals that all of the major events of RTD's era have basically been all forgotten. The in-law explanation is those events were eaten by the crack in time, which... you know what, fine. I accept it. Let's just move on. Oh my god, guys, the crack's right there, Doctor. Up next is the Time of Angels, which is the return of the, you guessed it, River Song, and these guys. Anyway, this time River Song is not an archaeologist, but a prisoner in Storm Cage, which is a high security galactic prison, and she's there for murder. This is earlier in our timeline, so she's not dead yet, but there's even more mystery now. Who did she kill? Anyway, they go down to this place to find weeping angels, I guess, and Amy gets one stuck in her eye. Sugar goes down and they end up in the Forest of the Dead, and Amy has a conversation with the Doctor. Also hidden in the forest is the crack from her bedroom wall. It's also in this wall, and the angels worship it like it's some kind of god, but in reality it's a huge power source, and with that amount of energy the angels could turn off the sun. Amy gets the angel sucked out of her eye by the crack in time, but also these random red shirts get completely erased from existence, with their friends immediately forgetting them after they also got eaten by the crack. Anyway, all the angels then get sucked out as well, and the day is saved. Let's go, guys. That was actually a good one. The Doctor picks Rory up from a stag night, and the trio go to Venice for an adventure where they meet vampires in Venice, but they're actually fish this time and not actual vampires from season 18 State of Decay, but that would have been cool. These guys are called the Saturnines, and they ran from their home through the cracks to escape the silence, whatever that means. And at the very end of the episode we hear,
Rory, listen to that. What? All I can hear is silence.
To this day, I still don't know what this means. Next is Amy's Choice, which, good episode, won't spoil. It's great. All you need to know is that the person who hates the Doctor the most is the Doctor. Next up is The Hungry Earth, which sees the return of the Silurians. Similarly to the original episode, Doctor Who and the Silurians from season 7, a drill awakens the Silurians, except these Silurians are the cousins to the ones we have seen before. And there now needs to be negotiations between the two species, but things break down, and eventually the Doctor just has to hold the L and shut it all down. But while he's doing that, he sees the crack in time and sticks his hand in. He pulls something out, but in doing so wastes enough time for this random Silurian to shoot him, except Rory takes the bullet and dies. Wait, what? Yeah, he dies, and not only does he die, he gets fully erased from existence. Poor guy. He literally died in the last episode as well. He died twice. Imagine dying more than once. Poor Rory, he will be missed. Or will he? Because Amy completely forgot about him immediately. But it's not only that, because the Doctor pulls out the shrapnel from the crack in time, and he discovers that it looks awfully familiar.
Now, as my people awaken from their 1,000-year sleep, ready to rise to the surface, my thoughts turn back to the Doctor the losses he suffered then, and the greater losses that were still to come.
This reveal is masterful. Who wrote this episode? What a go. Up next is Vincent and the Doctor, which is another I will not spoil, and while it does not have any greater lore implications, this is one of those that basically everyone can enjoy, even if you've not watched the show. Next up, there's The Lodger, which has Craig, so you know, just about as good. Craig, played by James Corden, is introduced here. 2 frauds in one room, my worst nightmare. He's actually pretty funny. They have some nice light-hearted banter, we play a bit of footy, rev up the Bugatti, where episode's basically filler, but it's fun, and also the Doctor can apparently give people a psychic look into his whole history by headbutting them. You should do that more often. And wow, we're already at the series 5 finale. Thank God. But we still have a lot to go through. The Pandorica opens with all of the elements of the series as a whole coming to a culmination. Storm Cage is shown for the first time, and River Song has escaped, which will happen basically every time. This place can't hold her at all. Anyway, she's pretending to be Cleopatra with these Romans because apparently something is going down at Stonehenge. So we go there and find hidden underneath is this box called the Pandorica, which is a prison that shuts whatever's in it off from the rest of the universe. There's a Cyberman guarding it, but it gets killed by Rory, who's back, and a Roman. But that's not all, because sugar gets real quick when literally everyone shows up. Yeah, I mean everyone. You got the usual suspects, the Daleks, Cybermen, etc. But we got the Hoyts up in here, guys. They have formed to create the Alliance, and these Romans are actually autons made by the Nestine consciousness. The whole scenario was constructed from Amy's memories to lure the Doctor in so that they can trap him in the Pandorica, which is actually a prison for him. The crack in time is actually caused by the TARDIS exploding, and apparently it will destroy the whole universe. So everyone teamed up to trap the Doctor because only the Doctor can fly the TARDIS. They forget, of course, this is untrue because River Song, who is currently trapped in the TARDIS, can also fly the TARDIS, and the TARDIS is blowing up. So yeah, the Doctor gets trapped, the TARDIS blows up, and everything stops. Silence will fall. Oh yeah, and Amy got shot. How the hell are we gonna get out of this one? The Big Bang is a really complicated, timey-wimey mess of an episode, and also, it's pretty good. In short, using the Vortex Manipulator, the Doctor zips around, putting everyone in place. He puts Amy in the Pandorica to bring her back to life because the Pandorica is such a perfect prison. It also preserves the original universe's particles. Rory is put as an Auton guard to guard her for 1,000 years as the lone Centurion until we get to modern day, where Kid Amy gets put in place, who lives in this alternate world where there are no stars because Earth is the only place that survived, comes to this museum where the Pandorica is being held. So yeah, the timeline's looking a bit fucked up. Earth is the only place that survived because it's in the eye of the storm, and this exploding TARDIS is acting as a sun. The Doctor saves River, he gets a Fez which gets blown up, and then gets shot by this stone Dalek. Good job, man. Second ever Dalek to actually shoot the Doctor. He deserves a promotion. But anyway, he gets into the Pandorica and sends it into the exploding TARDIS, creating a second Big Bang, which essentially resets the whole universe. Then the Doctor has to retrace his steps through the series until he gets back to episode 1 to try and get Amy to remember him, because otherwise he will fade away. Then we cut to Amy on her wedding day, and her parents are back, because in this timeline, this new universe, they didn't get eaten by the crack in time. And then, because she remembered the Doctor, he's back too. Everything's great, guys. The Doctor takes Rory and Amy in the TARDIS on their wedding night, and they go off to have many more adventures. Round of applause. What a triumph of a series. Next up is A Christmas Carol, which is basically Doctor Who's Christmas Carol. And then we're on to the next series. Series 6 had a big act to follow after the monumental success of Series 5, but with the core character lineup of Amy, Rory, the Doctor and River, most of the pieces were already in place, meaning showrunner Stephen Moffat could focus more on crazy high concept timey-wimey storylines. Some say he succeeded and others want to be the buzzkill. Either way, The Impossible Astronaut is an incredible opener. Everyone is gathered together by the Doctor to have a picnic at Lake Silencio, and everything is going great bar this weird random blip that Amy has right here, but then it all gets ruined when an Apollo astronaut emerges from the water and not only shoots the Doctor but kills him. Way to ruin the vibe. This random old guy shows up and they give the Doctor a Jedi funeral before heading to this random bar where the Doctor shows up. The Doctor from the past, gathered by the Doctor from the future. But before we can get into all that, we're heading right back to 1969 for the moon landing. I love this episode. I can't hold back my biases, I'm sorry guys. The tone created here, the setting, the premise, all A-star from me. Here we see the Doctor sneak into the Oval Office with the TARDIS set to invisible. Also in the White House are these freaky guys. These are called the Silents, and in essence they are creatures which edit themselves out of your memory as soon as you look away, but can subtly influence people, meaning they have been more or less pushing humanity in certain directions since the dawn of time. And no one's been noticing them because they forget as soon as they look away. Also, Amy's pregnant. Skipping ahead, everyone's been sent on the run and have resorted to using Sharpie to count their encounters with the Silence so they can remember how many they've had. This guy, Canton Everett Delaware III, also tricks the Silence into ordering their own genocide. And also, the swimming pool in the TARDIS is mentioned. Then this girl, who is inside the spacesuit, regenerates. Crazy stuff. To get it out of the way, I'm just going to explain the Silence now because I think most people still don't understand them. So here's the basic breakdown. At first, the Silence are a part of this plot by Madame Kavarian to kill the Doctor, and they've basically been doing that, but they're also like this sect of the Silence, and most of the Silence are actually a part of this church. So when they say Silence will fall and all of that, they're referring to the religious Silence. Also, Madame Kavarian is this lady who pops up in Amy's visions when she sees these pictures of like her baby and stuff like that. Also, if you're wondering how the TARDIS exploded last series, which is, to be fair, you know, a bit of a big question, he left the taps running. Actual in-law explanation. But most of us like to think it was sabotaged by the Silence. Next up is the Curse of the Black Spot, which has pirates, yahoo my hearties, shiver me timbers, and also Rory dies. What is that, 4 times? He comes back to life though, and gets sent right into the next episode, which is a 2-parter called The Rebel Flesh and the Almost People. Actually, if I got this wrong, this is editing me by the way. The next episode is The Doctor's Wife, and in this episode, the Doctor goes to a place outside our reality and meets this metaphysical enemy called House, who lures in Time Lords and kills them, and then he sucked the TARDIS's consciousness out of the box and into this woman called Idris, and basically the Doctor gets to talk with the TARDIS while it's alive. Well, it's always alive, but you know what I mean. Good episode. It's written by Neil Gaiman too. Surely he'll keep writing good ones. Anyway, back to the actual video. This episode introduces the concept of the flesh, a substance which can create doppelgangers or gangers of people, which the future humanity is using to do gas mining because it's very dangerous. A long conversation about ethics later, everyone turns out reasonably alright, until it turns out that Amy was a ganger since episode 2 of the series. Dun dun dun. And she's actually like really pregnant and hidden away in some secret base, which is where we're going next in A Good Man Goes to War. Here we are introduced to Vastra, Jenny and Strax, who would later become known as the Paternoster Gang. Vastra is a Silurian, Strax is a Sontaran, and Jenny is a lesbian.
I thought you were American.
Anyway, hidden among all of this crazy sugar is actually a really big lore reveal. The episode opens with Rory blowing up a bunch of cyber ships, which have their old design from the invasion. But if you look closely, you will see these Cybermen do not have the cyber symbol. This is because these are new Cybermen from this universe. If you need a reminder, Cybers Industries was from the parallel world in series 2 and have been the only appearances of the Cybermen so far in New Who, apart from that one-off Easter egg in Dalek. But now, after the universal reset, presumably the original Cybermen have returned. The C on the chest stands for Cybers, so without it, these are just regular old Cybermen, back from the dead for their first time since their last appearance in Silver Nemesis. Anyway, with the information gathered from the Cybermen, the Doctor finds out Amy is being held at Demon's Run, which is run by these doofuses who have teamed up with the Headless Monks, who are headless. How do they smell? Anyway, what's implied here with these guys' existence is that Captain Jack, who was intended to be in this episode but due to scheduling conflicts with Torchwood could not, had a run-in with these guys at some point and ended up losing his head, which leads to him becoming the face of Bo. Anyway, the Doctor brings a small army to rescue Amy, including those pirate guys, some Silurians, and Danny Boy with his space Spitfires. He then gets very mad at this general, but it turns out it was a trap. Amy's baby still gets stolen. Oh yeah, she gave birth. And then this random stranger dies. Boo-hoo. And then finally, River Song shows up at the very end, after it's all far too late, and reveals her identity. She's Amy Pond's daughter. You get it? Melody Pond, River Song. You get it? Very clever, Mr. Moffat. And then there was a half-year break. Yeah, series 6 and 7 are split into 2 halves, known as series 6A and 6B, and then of course 7A and 7B. They did this for ratings and I think the Olympics? They had a good reason at the time. Anyway, next up is Let's Kill Hitler, which is one of the episodes of all time. So it turns out that Amy and Rory retroactively had this best friend called Mel's, who was never introduced, but then it turns out she's River Song. Just accept it, buddy. Anyway, she's gone all Manchurian Candidate, being brainwashed by Madame Kavarian to kill the Doctor, and she poisons him with poison lipstick. Meanwhile, this thing called the Tesselector shows up, which is basically a bunch of little people piloting something that can shapeshift into someone else. Anyway, the Doctor's about to die, so River Song, who's broken out of her brainwashing, gives up all of her regenerations to heal him, and then everyone goes on their merry way. What an episode. Night Terrors is an episode. The Girl Who Waited is a great episode, challenging our characters and showing a side to the 11th Doctor we haven't seen as much before. Not much lore here, but it is good. And then boom, back-to-back great episodes with the God Complex. The TARDIS is brought to a hotel where everyone in the universe has a room, and in that room you can see your greatest fear. Also roaming the halls is the Minotaur, which is apparently related to the Naimon from Horns of Naimon. Remember these guys? Anyway, the Doctor sees his greatest fear, but we don't, and Rory apparently has no fear? Damn. What a badass. Amy and Rory go home at the end of the episode, and it seems their travels are at an end. Next up is Closing Time, which features Craig again, which means that it's the 11th Doctor and Craig for a whole episode. Two frauds again. Anyway, the Cybermen are back, and this time the Cybermats are also back. Remember them? This episode is actually quite fun, even if it's a bit sugar. The non-Cyber Sinistry Cybermen are back, and it seems like Cybermen as a whole are still struggling and mostly extinct, which is in line with what we've seen of them before in the classic series. Craig kills them all with the power of love, and then the Doctor puts on his Stetson, ready to go back to Lake Silencio and accept his death. It's apparently a fixed point in history, meaning he can't do anything about it. His death is set in stone, and it has to happen. Also, it turns out, if you haven't figured it out already, River Song is the one in the astronaut suit who kills the Doctor. She gets put under the water at the end of this episode, ready for the climax in the next and final episode of Series 6, The Wedding of River Song. Okay, so this episode is crazy and kind of doesn't make any sense at all. The Doctor is meant to die at Lake Silencio 2011. That's like a fixed point in history. Except this time, in this episode, River Song in the astronaut suit doesn't kill him, which basically breaks everything. Reality is broken, resulting in this clusterfuck. Time is frozen and falling apart because of the disruption in the fixed point in history, which means everything is happening all at once. Amy comes to take the Doctor to River so that she can kill him and turn reality back to normal. Also, these eye patches make you remember the silence when you look away, which is why people wear them. Madame Kavarian gets killed because the eye patches are under the silencer's control and they electrocute everyone. So River is like, okay, I guess I'll kill you to the Doctor. But plot twist, the Doctor who dies is actually the Tesselector, and the real Doctor was hid inside all along, and he faked his death because he was getting too loud. So he's got to hold a low profile from now on. Yeah, like that's ever gonna happen. Also set up here is Trenzalore and the prophecy that the Doctor will fall when the question is asked. The question that must never be answered. Doctor Who? Ooh. Lame. And that's Series 6, unless you want to talk about Dr. Will and the Wardrobe, which I don't. Non-canon. Series 7 aired in 2013, a very important year for Doctor Who, the 50th anniversary. 10 years ago, poor showrunner Stephen Moffat had a lot on his plates, with contracts ending, the fan expectations of a whole 13 episode series, plus 2 specials, plus new storylines, and outside the show, he was also the showrunner for Sherlock at the same time. Congruently with Doctor Who, he had to make 3 Sherlock episodes, which are all 90 minutes each and described by Stephen Moffat as movies. So yeah, a lot of work. 3 movies, 13 episodes, 2 movie-length specials. Hats off to him. Also, he made this Tintin movie, which is a fucking masterpiece. Watch this if you haven't, by the way. But still, with all that said, Asylum of the Daleks still sucks. The premiere of Series 7 sees the return of Skaro, with minimal explanation. One must assume it is either a copy of the planet, or because of the universal reset, something happened that ended up bringing it back, but it's never fully explained. Also, Amy and Rory are back, and divorced, because character assassination. Introduced here is the titular Asylum of the Daleks, where Daleks throw dangerous Daleks. And here's the Dalek Prime Minister, which makes no sense because of the Daleks' political allegory. There shouldn't really be a parliament of Daleks, but I guess biting political commentary, am I right? This guy says that the Daleks find hatred beautiful, which is why they've never killed the Doctor. Cringe. And also introduced here is Oswin Oswald, played by Jenna Coleman, who turns out to be a Dalek, but she removes the Doctor from the Dalek database because she is hacker. And then Amy and Rory get back together, and then they escape with the Daleks saying, Doctor Who, Doctor Who. Kill me now. Also mentioned here are the Daleks from Spyrodon, Exelon and Vulcan, which is a fun Easter egg, except all of the Daleks from these planets died. So how are they here? And why do they look different? Why even add in fan service if it doesn't make sense? And look, there's the special weapons Dalek. Doing nothing. Front and center of all the marketing, by the way. Common 11th Doctor fumble. Fraud. Up next is Dinosaurs on a Spaceship, which features Lestrade, Queen Nefertiti, as well as Rory's dad, Arthur Weasley. I mean Brian. They go to a spaceship where there are dinosaurs. It was meant to be run by the Silurians, but they got killed by this guy, played by someone who would later be cast in this docudrama called An Adventure in Space and Time. Doctor Who loves to reuse actors, yada yada yada, we all heard it by now. After this is The Power of Three, which is an episode about how great the Doctor, Amy and Rory are together. Yay! Introduced here is Kate Stewart of UNIT, who, you guessed it, is related to the Brigadier. In the episode there are these cubes that show up for months and do nothing, until one day they do something, and then the Doctor saves the day. Apparently this episode was actually going to be good, but then a lot of behind the scenes stuff happened with like this actor, and they couldn't film any of his scenes because he was being a lazy prick on set. Unfortunate, but it happens. Right after this, they all go home and the Doctor promises Brian that nothing will ever happen to Amy and Rory. Next up is Angels Take Manhattan. The Statue of Liberty is a weeping angel, and New York as a whole is infested with them. The Doctor is reading a book about Melody Malone, who's actually River Song, and basically yada 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 timey-wimey shenanigans. The Doctor ends up in a hotel where the angels trap people in a loop by sending them back in time after they see themselves die, basically farming them and infinitely feeding off their life energy. Rory dies again, but then undoes that by dying again, which creates a paradox which gets rid of all of the angels apart from this one, who sends Rory and then Amy back to the past where the Doctor can't get them, apparently. Just buy the emotional conceit, guys. So after this episode, the Doctor goes all mopey and retires to Victorian England, where the next episode takes place. The Snowmen. The Paternoster gang are back, even though Strax died in the last episode, but who even cares, let's be real. And they're fighting the Great Intelligence. Oh my god, guys, an enemy from the past! The Great Intelligence controlled the Yeti in Season 5's Abominable Snowman and Web of Fear episodes, but in this episode they control Evil Snow. Also, the Doctor accidentally gives the idea in this episode to the Great Intelligence to use the London Underground, so whoops. Here the Great Intelligence is played by Ian McKellen, but using Richard E. Grant as a puppet and using sentient telepathic snow to attack the world. Introduced here is Clara Oswald, played by Jenna Coleman, who played Oswin earlier in the season. You know how Doctor Who likes to reuse its actors. But wait! It's intentional this time, as Jenna Coleman is playing the same character, but different. And this Victorian Clara actually dies at the end of this episode, but it turns out there's another one in the present day. She's the Impossible Girl, and there's also a new TARDIS. This Christmas special splits up Series 7A with Amy and Rory, and 7B, which is more focused on Clara and the Impossible Girl storyline. In the Bells of St. John, we meet the modern Clara, who becomes a companion of the Doctor. This episode has the Great Intelligence too, except this time they're using AI to trap people in screens. The 11th Doctor also has a new costume. Yeah, there isn't much going on in this episode. Or in the next one, The Rings of Akaton. It has like a Le Epic Doctor speech, and then Clara shows this sentient son a leaf, and then we all sing a song and then go home. The weird part of Series 7B is that for everything that was set up, there is like very minimal investigation into what the Impossible Girl actually is. Think about it. The Doctor could just be spending all his time answering the question, but like he barely focuses on it at all. Even in the episode The Crimson Horror, which is set in Victorian England and has the Paternoster gang in it, no questions get raised, even though they saw Clara die. Are you kidding me? We have Hyde, Journey to the Center of the TARDIS, which has the swimming pool from Invasion of Time in it, and the Doctor and Clara actually have a confrontation, but then they have their memory erased. And then Cold War. The Ice Warriors are back, and they've got a new design, and are shown without their masks. You know what, I've been negative enough. Let me just let you have it. Also in Hyde, Metebelis 3 is mentioned.
From Metebelis 3.
The 11th Doctor is such a fucking fraud, man. Also, Hyde features another actress from Adventure in Space and Time. Now that those throwaway episodes are out of the way, we can focus on Neil Gaiman's next episode, Nightmare in Silver. Big man Ting is not looking good, bruv. The Cyber Planet is back, except now it calls itself Mr. Clever Fraud. The Cybermen have all been killed in the Cyber Wars, except these Cybermites survive and convert these guys and then awaken a secret hidden cyber army that was in this theme park the whole time. Also, Warwick Davis plays this emperor from a sci-fi civilization. Also, there are these random annoying ass kids that Clara has been nannying who come along just because, you know, we needed to make this episode worse somehow. The storyline isn't really important. What's important is that there's a new Cybermen design, guys. Finally. And they are OP. They can upgrade like instantly and have super speed and can pull themselves apart and instantly convert people now. The Cybermen are finally back as a serious threat in the Doctor Who universe. So I'm not talking about like episode wide, I mean like in universe wise. Luckily for us, things will get less complicated with the next episode. Name of the Doctor doesn't actually tell us the Doctor's name, but it does give us a new hidden incarnation of the Doctor. Between the 8th and 9th, there was secretly the War Doctor, played by Sir John Hurt, and he was the one who fought in the Time War, not Christopher Eccleston, as we all thought. The incarnation was made because Christopher Eccleston Eccleston refused to return due to scheduling and directorial conflicts, so Stephen Moffat made the most of what he could. Name of the Doctor takes the Doctor to Trenzalore, where he's meant to die, and they find his grave. The Great Intelligence is back. Again, and they plan to enter the Doctor's time stream, which is inside his grave, and turn every victory he has had into a defeat. So the Doctor's dying, but then Clara jumps in and saves him every time, splintering out across his timeline, saving him but also sacrificing herself. And also apparently Clara was the one who gave the first Doctor the idea to take the correct TARDIS. Then the Doctor follows Clara into his own time stream and saves her. How does he get out of his time stream? Guess we'll never know. Between this episode and the next, let's just say the hype train was crazy. Day of the Doctor was the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, and people were excited, including me. I remember it like it was yesterday. There were trailers, they were going to show it in cinemas, in 3D, it was on the news, it was literally everywhere. In the time leading up to it, they released a number of shorts. The Five-ish Doctors, which was a parody, a mini-sode called Night of the Doctor, featuring Paul McGann, which showed how he regenerated into the War Doctor thanks to the Sisterhood of Khan from season 13's The Brain of Morbius, and the aforementioned Adventure in Space and Time. You know, overall, it's a good anniversary, especially if you compare it to the 40th anniversary, which is basically just this video, and that's it. Cool ass video though. This is my shit right here. Anyway, with the hype at its pinnacle, on November 23rd, 2013, Day of the Doctor released and changed the world. On a personal note, this was like a magical day, truthfully. But the real question is, did it have any lore implications? And the answer is of course it has. Have you been paying any attention? Day of the Doctor serves almost as a modern equivalent of season 10's The Three Doctors, with David Tennant's 10th Doctor meeting Matt Smith's 11th Doctor with hilarious banter and funny meta moments. Also, Clara's a teacher at Coal Hill School now. The 11th Doctor is taken by unit to the National Gallery in Trafalgar Square because these figures in paintings are disappearing. Also in the gallery is another painting, except it's 3D. It's got two titles, Gallifrey Fools and No More, because it depicts Gallifrey in the Time War. And guess who's there? It's the 9th Doctor. I mean, it's the War Doctor. Guys, I don't hate the War Doctor. John Hurt is awesome and badass. I'm just saying, it all set up Christopher Eccleston's return, but you know what? I'm happy with this. No more complaining. John Hurt, he's incredible in this episode. Anyway, he's taking the super weapon called the Moment to this plan where he plans to end the Time War. But the interface has a conscience, which takes the form of Rose Tyler from this version of the Doctor's future, and she, Ghost of Christmas Future-like, unites all three Doctors together to teach them a lesson. Introduced here is Osgood. She's a unit scientist who becomes like a recurring character like Kate Stewart. But how does the 10th Doctor fit into this? Well, he's off gallivanting with Queen Elizabeth I. Wait a second. Totally forgot to mention that earlier, didn't I? For fuck's sake. It's too late to go back now and insert it. Guys, just pretend I mentioned it first time round, okay? Referenced in the Shakespeare Code, and I think in another episode. Was it The End of Time Part 1? No, that was someone else. Anyway, the Doctor had a thing with Queen Elizabeth I, but it didn't work out. You've got to forgive me for forgetting some stuff on the first time round. I'm doing this all from memory. To save me from further embarrassment, let's just get back to the episode. Where were we? Oh yes, so the 10th Doctor's horse is actually a Zygon. Yep, from season 13's Terror of the Zygons. The Zygons are back, and this time they aren't piloting the Loch Ness Monster. Instead, they're infiltrating unit and hiding in paintings using this new stasis cube technology, which is Time Lord art. Anyway, the three Doctors get together, then, with the help of Clara, who uses a vortex manipulator, which she found in the Unit Black Archive, go back to the future and sort out the human Zygon dispute by erasing everyone's memories before returning to the Varn to use the moment together. But then they decide, no, and come up with a better solution. After literally 2 seconds of thinking, they trap Gallifrey in a stasis cube, hiding it from the rest of the universe and letting the Daleks kill each other in the crossfire. There's this epic moment where all of the other Doctors come in and say their lines from the BBC archive, and then boom! 12th Doctor. Such an epic shot. Oh my god, man. And then bada bing, bada boom, everything's sorted. The day is saved. The War Doctor, the 10th Doctor's memories get erased because that's how it always works when Doctors meet each other. And the War Doctor regenerates into a Christopher Eccleston PNG. The 11th Doctor sits there for a moment or two before being met by the Curator, played by Tom Baker. Implied to be a much older incarnation of the Doctor, he tells him that Gallifrey is still out there and that it's his job to find it and go home. The end. Good episode. As I alluded to earlier, this episode and year as a whole was stressful for those making it, but I think they did great. A fun fact about this episode is that everyone's contract actually ended with the Series 7 finale, meaning the only person actively confirmed to be working on this episode before people signed on afterwards was Jenna Coleman. Stephen Moffat had to prepare for every possibility. So just in case everyone said no, he wrote a script for the 50th anniversary which only included her. It was going to be a sort of follow-up to the Impossible Girl story arc where she goes through all of the Doctor's history. The idea of people saying no wasn't like super far-fetched either, so this could have been what we actually got. Oh my god, thank god. This is a great episode, but we are not done yet. Yes, Time of the Doctor. Somehow this fraud is not done. My old enemy, Matt Smith. Time of the Doctor isn't as good as Day of the Doctor, and sadly it has even more lore in it than somehow the whole previous series combined. The Silence come back, the Crack in Time comes back, Trenzalore comes back, as well as every enemy the Doctor has ever faced, plus the Time Lords. And also there's this disembodied Cyberman head called Handles, which is the Doctor's companion for like 1,000 years. I like Handles, sue me. Matt Smith himself said that he understood if people weren't satisfied with how it ended, and has also implied he doesn't really like this episode. But I think that's kind of unfair. I mean, it isn't like that bad. Come on now, cut yourself some slack. I can understand a lot of people really liking this episode. Also, fun fact, it's Doctor Who's 800th episode. We have covered 800 episodes. Jesus Christ. A planet is sending out a signal across the universe, and everyone is answering it. The usual suspects, and also this space church called the Papal Mainframe. The Silence are here. Remember I was talking about the religious silence a bit ago? They're run by this girl called Tasha Lem, who takes the Doctor's TARDIS key away and sends him down to the planet where they meet the Weeping Angels. Then they leave them and go to this town called Christmas. This was also a Christmas special, by the way. There's a truth field around the town that compels everyone to say the truth, so they can't lie. Also, the Doctor had a key hidden under his wig, so he calls the TARDIS to them because using the TARDIS key, you can bring the TARDIS to you. It's something I've always assumed it could do, but now I'm thinking about it. Is this the first time it happens? Guys, I think so. So yeah, the 11th Doctor's bald. Yet another reason. Anyway, they go into this house and find in the basement there's the Crack in Time. Also revealed here is that the Crack in Time itself was the Doctor's greatest fear, as seen in the God Complex, which kind of goes against not just that episode, but like all of the other episodes and what the whole Doctor's character in the modern series has set up to be. But you know what? Sure, man. But the TARDIS has already exploded. So what's the crack? How's it even here? Basically, it's a weak point in the structure of the universe, and the Time Lords are sending the signal through it, which the Goat Handles is able to detect with the help from the High Council seal from the 5 Doctors. Great reference to an episode 30 years ago. They want the Doctor to say his name, which will let the Time Lords back into the universe, and the truth field is there to ensure he's telling the truth. The signal says, Doctor Who. Come on, man, stop with this. The Doctor can't let them come back in because with everyone up in the sky, if they come out, it'll be Time War 2. Tasha Lem tells him this also, and also that she cannot allow it, and that the planet he's currently standing on is Trenzalore. Remember? That's where he dies. Anyway, people start coming down to Christmas to try and fight the Doctor, and the Papal Mainframe say they are taking up a faith change to silence, and to ensuring the Doctor's silence so that he will never say his name, and that silence will fool, which is where that comes back. For the next few hundred years, the Doctor defends Christmas until he's all old and grey, and made to look like William Hartnell, and then Handles died. This was why real OGs cried. Then the Doctor tells Clara that technically he's at his final incarnation, because if you count, you've got these guys, then number 8, then number War, then number 9, who's actually number 10, then David Tennant, and then in Journey's End he regenerated into himself, which counts as another, meaning that he's number 12, then he regenerates for real into Matt Smith, who is now number 13, not number 11, even though he's the 11th Doctor. And you know, 11th hour, room 11, all of that. So the Doctor is at his 13th incarnation, which means he's going to die. Oh no! Except we saw in the last episode the next Doctor, and we saw the Curator, so yeah, this isn't the end. So Clara goes down to the Crack in Time and basically says, and then the Time Lords give the 11th Doctor a new set of regenerations. He dies of old age and regenerates, shooting all of the people, like the Daleks and all of that, all out of the sky with his regeneration energy, and wins the day! Then he goes back to the TARDIS, is young again for a bit, has a schizophrenic episode with Amy, where he leaves Rory out, takes off the bow tie, and then sneezes into Peter Capaldi. Kidneys. I've got new kidneys. I don't like the colour. And there we go, on a new adventure with our new Doctor Who. Peter Capaldi is the 12th Doctor. Okay, so I skipped a lot there, like the Papal Mainframe became the Church of the Silence, and also became Dalek duplicates because of the eye stalk thing, which like, Dalek duplicates have been in the show since Resurrection of the Daleks, but they never had this eye stalk thing. Where the hell did that come from? Also, Clara had like a Christmas dinner or something. Bros, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really care. Rumour has it that this episode was meant to be Series 7 as a whole, or at least Series 7B, with Trenzalore being an even bigger part of the story, alongside the Doctor's couple hundred years battle. This lines up, although I don't know if it's 100% true. Either way, these last 3 episodes are very complicated, and I am sure it will get less complicated with the next series. Am I right, guys? Series 8 with the new 12th, 13th, 14th? Peter Capaldi. The fan expectation for Series 8 was kind of weird. On one hand, you have people like me who are ecstatic about the casting choice. I don't want to pat myself on the back too hard here, but at the time, he was actually my #1 choice for Doctor Who. But then, on the other hand, you had people who weren't so happy about the announcement. From what I gathered, most of those people were those who had joined the show from 2005 and are mostly gravitated towards, you know, the rose stuff, the love stories, the audience surrogate female companion who runs off with a brooding dark figure, etc, etc. Now, I don't want to take a dump on those types of fans because, contrary to what you might think, I would still count you as a totally legitimate fan of Doctor Who if that is like your stuff. Like, this is the Doctor Who you like. I actually think that's perfectly fine. The sad thing is, Peter Capaldi didn't really align with that fantasy. Despite being younger than what people might think, he was a bit too old for a lot of these women. The truth is, since Doctor Who came back in 2005, those were the primary audience that Rusty Davies wanted to attract. It was an intermingling of bringing back those, and I use the term endearingly, geeks, who had been fans in the 80s and 90s, and then bringing in the new crowd who were fans of like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Now all of this is a very roundabout way of saying that a lot of people who were invested because of David Tennant and Matt Smith just disappeared. Although, as I will go into more detail later, many of them have become hooked on the show too much to quit. And if you go on social media nowadays, you will see a lot of these people savagely defending Peter Capaldi from people who quit after he was cast, talking about how he's the greatest and was actually really funny and sassy and great and whatever, blah blah blah. Shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to say is that even after the monumental success of the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, the show wasn't as big as it had been the last year. Not too detrimental, but especially in the series after this one, and even more so the one after that, it becomes pretty noticeable. But the hype was still here. Series 8 had a great advertisement campaign with these new trailers teasing a darker incarnation of the Doctor. The question he asks is, am I a good man? Sadly, I never found this conundrum too interesting because I immediately said yes and then moved on with my day. Deep Breath, the premiere of Series 8, was aired in cinemas, although not in 3D, and has an extra long runtime to boot. I really came round to this one. When it first aired, I liked it, but found it a bit too long. Then it kind of went down for me, but now a couple years later, I rewatched it and it went up again. Now I think it's pretty good. There's a lot of stuff I really like here, especially the production design. The new 12th Doctor lands in Victorian London after crashing the TARDIS in the previous episode, and there's a dinosaur in tow. He meets the Paternoster gang who look after him while he goes on a post-regenerative rant, basically going crazy. The dinosaur blows up and it turns out that there are these robot cyborg guys who are salvaging people to make a big hot air balloon out of flesh to go to heaven, and the way you trick them into thinking you're a robot is by holding your breath, and that's where Deep Breath comes from. The whole episode is trying to endear you to the Doctor, but also make you doubt him so that when he leaves Clara at the last minute, you believe it, but at the same time that Clara does, have faith that he will be there, and he is. And then he triumphantly saves the day by either pushing this guy off the edge or convincing him to commit suicide, whichever one you think is more moral. And he's dark and brooding, and ooh, there's symbolism there. Character arc. Talking of arcs, after the cyborg guy dies, he wakes up in this garden and meets this mysterious lady who says he came to heaven. Then the Doctor takes Clara back to her home, and after a phone call from the 11th Doctor, which he made at the end of the previous episode off screen, she is convinced to give him a chance, and they're friends again. Yay. Into the Dalek takes place a couple of weeks later. At Coal Hill School where Clara works, there's a guy who's a math teacher called Danny Pink, and he used to be a soldier, and he's killed a kid.
I shot a kid.
Clara makes him cry, and then they set up the fact that they have romantic chemistry.
I like to think there's a moral dimension.
You shoot people and then you cry about it afterwards.
Oh.
What the fuck, Clara? Yeah, after criticisms came from fans that Clara was too generic in Series 7, in the next two series they go super try-hard and try to make her cool and witty and etc etc. Saddest part is she still comes across the same as all of the other Moffat female characters. When these episodes were airing, I remember pretty much everyone hated Clara. Not Jenna Coleman, she's great, but the character herself. But now, basically everyone loves her. So I don't really know what happened. Me personally, I think she's done some shitty stuff. But you know, I'm glad that people have come around and they start to like something that they didn't like in Doctor Who. At least she has a good line here though.
This is Clara, not my assistant. She's some other word.
I'm his carer.
Yeah, my carer. She cares, so I don't have to.
Good job, Moffat. Anyway, the Doctor has found a space hospital called the Aristotle hidden behind this asteroid, and these soldiers are here fighting, guess who? It's the Daleks. Except, shock horror, we have a Dalek here who wants to kill other Daleks? What a unique idea. Oh wait, it's already happened. Anyway, the Doctor and Clara are going to be part of this team who gets shrunk down and going sneaky beaky like into the Dalek. They go through the Dalek and run away from antibodies. This random person dies and wakes up in the same garden with this woman again. She's called Missy, apparently. And then the Doctor and Clara have an argument about morality. They do this basically every episode this season, and I'm not gonna lie to you, it gets tiring. Then the Doctor fixes the problem with the Dalek, and then it turns back to normal, because what else did you think was gonna happen? Hello? These other Daleks find the Aristotle and shoot their way in, but the Doctor convinces the Dalek, who he's called Rusty, actually, Dalek's bad. Rusty believes him because he sees the Doctor hates the Daleks, and oh, nice clip show. Rusty blows all the Daleks up, and then everyone gets out safe and sound. What an adventure! Then Rusty says to the Doctor, "You are a good Dalek." Oh my days. What? Whoa, never heard that one before. Also, Clara decides to date Danny. Next up is Robot of Sherwood, where Doctor Who meets Robin Hood. After that is Listen, which is when the Doctor forgets to take his meds and thinks there's a monster that has evolved to be perfect at hiding. In this episode, we see Clara and Danny go on a terrible date multiple times, and then we see his old name used to be Rupert, and Clara straight up drops that on him, thinking that was cute. Then she goes to the far future and meets Danny's descendant, Orson Pink, who is heavily implied to be Clara's great, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, the important part happens at the end of the episode, where Clara shows up to the barn where Day of the Doctor happened and talks to the the young Doctor Who when they were a child, and she calms him down when he's scared of the dark and says, fear is a superpower. Non-canon. This episode tries in like the last 10 minutes to be like a mini origin story for the Doctor or something. We do not count it. I'm sorry. I speak for everyone. This episode doesn't make sense at all for reasons we'll say later, but what a lot of people were saying at the time was, it's kind of ridiculous that Clara is this important to the story. I mean, her being the impossible girl who saved the Doctor like a million times and told him which TARDIS to get into, which basically set in motion the whole show, and then she also told him to find another way to end the Time War, which saved Gallifrey, and also was there when the Doctor was a child and gave him this motivational speech. All of this is getting a bit too much, you know what I'm saying? But don't worry, because up next is Time Heist, which is about the heist. Skip. The Caretaker is about the time where the Doctor Who became a caretaker. Skip. No, wait, we've got some stuff here. He's the caretaker at Cold Hill School and finally finds out after defeating this thing called Scovrock Splitzer that Danny is dating Clara. There's drama that ensues, and of course it's my favorite type of drama where all three parties involved are being assholes and I don't want to root for any of them. Mid as hell. But elsewhere in the episode, this random Donny dies and gets sent to the heaven which Missy is in, which is now given a name, the Nethersphere. Sadly, for the next episode we have someone who tagged along from the previous. This kid called Courtney, who serves the very important purpose of somehow making this episode even worse. Kill the Moon is often regarded as trash. True. So it turns out, guys, that the moon is an egg and Clara has to make a decision on whether to abort it or not because the Doctor fucked off and didn't help. What happens next is maybe the dumbest thing that has happened in Doctor Who thus far, where Clara speaks to Earth and tells them to vote on whether or not to kill the moon baby, and they vote by turning their lights on and off. The people vote to kill it, but Clara says no and doesn't, which turns out to be the right idea because the moon hatches and then immediately lays another egg to act as our moon again, and it was all fine. Canon? Question mark? The Doctor and Clara have another argument about morality. Yay. Mummy on the Orient Express is an episode about a haunted flag on a replica of the Orient Express. That's actually a spaceship. The flag is causing this mummy to appear and kill people in 66 seconds, and the Doctor has to find a way to solve the mystery and stop it. Great premise, man. So good. What lets the episode down though is, as you predicted, the Clara stuff. This is so long. So Clara's like, this is going to be my last trip, and basically spends the whole time moping around being grouchy at the Doctor until he saves the day at the end where she's like, well, maybe you're not so bad after all, and then lies to the Doctor and Danny by saying that he's okay with them keeping traveling even though he isn't, and even though she was literally like, I want to stop like 40 minutes ago. Mwah, mwah. Still good episode though. Up next though is an episode which actually gets Clara right. Let's go, guys. Flatline is a triumph. Monsters stuck in the second dimension hide out as graffiti and slowly hunt people down in this contemporary setting where after the TARDIS has been shrunk with the Doctor inside, Clara is forced to take on the Doctor role and save all these people herself. Also introduced here is Riggsy, who's like just a guy. It was a good episode. Great episode, in fact. Okay, back to garbage. In the Forest of the Night is one of the episodes of all time. So the planet has gained sentience and has created a load of trees to protect itself from a solar flare. Yep, that's the whole story. Don't worry guys, we have annoying kids to keep you satisfied until the episode finally ends. Also, here's Missy watching the solar flare on a computer somehow. What the fuck? 10 out of 10. And here we are already at the Series 8 finale. Dark Water and Death in Heaven. I don't like this episode, by the way. So Danny Pink dies off screen. He gets hit by a car, so Clara goes to the Doctor and says, help me. There's a scene by a volcano where Clara betrays the Doctor, but it was just an illusion, and then the Doctor helps anyway, so that was pointless. So they go inside St. Paul's Cathedral, which has the 3W Institutes in it. 3W means 3 words, which are don't cremate me, because they have the Nethersphere in there, which is some Time Lord technology that creates an afterlife for all of the life forms in human history. The reason don't cremate me is important is because it means that after death, everyone still feels the pain their body goes through in the real world, which means cremation is being burnt to dust, and you feel it. Damn, that is dark. Arguably too far. And the one in charge is Missy, who is a Time Lord, and then it turns out the Nethersphere is turning everyone into Cybermen, and they come out of St. Paul's Cathedral, just like what happened in the invasion in season 6. So everyone in human history dies and goes through this horrific torture and then becomes a Cyberman, essentially a robo-zombie. Okay. And Missy is the master. Most obvious plot twist of all time. Literally impossible. I don't think there was a single person who didn't see it coming. Like, it's mind-bendingly obvious. She is also the lady from the shop who gave Clara the Doctor's phone number off-screen before Series 7B's Bells of St. John, which is a plot detail that never fully gets explained nor needed to exist in the first place. In Death in Heaven, units show up and take the Doctor away on Air Force One because he is the president of the world, apparently. Also, they bring Missy too, but she escapes and also kills Osgood. So Danny is a Cyberman now and takes Clara to this graveyard where the Cybermen, after destroying themselves, become a cloud which turned all the dead bodies in the graveyard into Cybermen. Why couldn't we do this without the Nethersphere? Like, why is that necessary for the plan? And then Danny says that more rain will come that turn living people into Cybermen later. Why don't you just start with that? So Missy and the Doctor end up in this graveyard where there's a whole Day of the Dead thing going on, and then Missy reveals her whole plan. She gives the Doctor the control to his own cyber army, and he says, we're not so different, you and I, Spider-Man. Her plan was to show she and the Doctor could still be friends by turning humans into Cybermen and then giving them to him. So the Doctor says no, and Missy is defeated. Unironically, what happens? What the fuck did you think was gonna happen? What was this plan? Why would he even need the army anyway? What was he going to use it for? Why did Missy ever think he was going to take it? Also, yes, Missy gets shot and then disappears. Then we cut to a little later where Danny has sent the kid he killed back into the real world. And the doctor, who got fake coordinates for Gallifrey from Missy, lied and said he found them. Yeah, remember? He's meant to be looking for Gallifrey. Kind of forgot about that plot point. So they both lie to each other and then say goodbye. Except in the next episode, she's back again. And they say goodbye in that episode as well. But then she comes back again. Last Christmas is a Christmas special about dream crabs who make people see Father Christmas, and there's dreams within dreams, like Inception. Behind the scenes, Jenna Coleman was initially going to leave, but then was convinced to stay. Clara's a lot of times where she says she's gonna leave and then just doesn't. Amy and Rory do as well, but Clara takes the cake. Some would say she also takes the piss. Series 9 premiered with The Magician's Apprentice and The Witch's Familiar. One thing you will notice about this series is the switch to mostly two-part stories after the criticism levied at modern Doctor Who for the longest was that their pacing was kinda bad. 45 minutes is a bit too short. Anyway, the episode begins with a young Davros on Skaro in the Khalid Thal War. In the current timeline, Davros is dying, so he sends out Koloni Saf to tell everyone, including the Shadow Proclamation and the Sisterhood of Khan, that he's dying. The Doctor hears about this, but also, chance of fate, he is also dying, apparently, as he sent a confession dial to Missy, who's alive, who herself told Clara after pausing planes in the sky and making her head big on a screen like a cartoon character, making a mockery of my favourite show, Doctor Who. Anyway, Clara and Missy, who's basically like a nefarious river song in this episode, go back in time where the Doctor is with his new sonic sunglasses, which is a sonic screwdriver, but they're a pair of sunglasses. So the Doctor and Missy and Clara go with Kolonisa to Davros, and end up on Skaro, where the TARDIS is destroyed and Missy and Clara are both killed. Except, they're obviously not. They escaped by absorbing energy with a teleporter. So Davros and the Doctor have a heart-to-heart where Davros opens his eyes, but it turns out he's pretending. But it turns out the Doctor's also pretending, and he uses his regeneration energy to power up the Dalek sewers, which exist now for some reason, and then they kill all of the other Daleks. The Doctor and Clara then escape after a minor mishap where Clara got stuck in a Dalek, and then they save the day. Yahoo! The implication given is that the Daleks have a forced vocabulary, and they say exterminate to shoot the gun, and the Dalek might not even be thinking those things which it says. It's the tank that's saying it, which goes against the whole metaphor of the Daleks. I think we should just save ourselves some trouble and count this one as non-canon. Thank you very much. Oh yes, also mentioned here for the first time is the hybrid, which is the reason why the Doctor ran away in the first place. Remember? He ran away. He also said he was exiled. Maybe this will finally answer the question from 1963, Season 1. Next up is Under the Lake and Before the Flood, an episode which actually involves time travel. Pretty good episode with a key lore drop in it when this character mentions certain events that happened in previous seasons, but then name drops the Minister of War, who the Doctor hasn't met yet. Interesting. Also, the Doctor breaks the fourth wall here. After that is The Girl Who Died and The Woman Who Lived, where this girl called Ashilda, played by Game of Thrones actress, dies, and then thanks to Maya technology, becomes immortal. It's that easy, I guess. The Doctor is convinced to do this act because of a flashback he has to the Series 4 episode, The Fires of Pompeii, where Donna convinces him to save someone from Pompeii. The person he ends up saving is Caecilius, played by Peter Capaldi. Another flashback from Deep Breath is used to justify this, saying that the reason the Doctor chose this face was subconsciously to remind himself of this lesson. Cool. I mean, I'm willing to buy the fact that they were just reusing actors because, you know, the BBC, but this is a cool explanation in universe, I guess. In the follow-up episode, The Woman Who Lived, we see Ashilda has lived so long she has forgotten all of her previous life and started calling herself me. And also, the Doctor is naturally repelled against immortal creatures as a Time Lord, which kinda explains his attitude to Captain Jack. Next up is the Zygon Invasion and Inversion, the sequel episodes to Day of the Doctor, which tackle the fallout of the two species being forced to live in harmony. Introduced here is the fact that there were actually two Osgoods, one Zygon and one human, and the one that was killed by Missy destabilized the human-Zygon alliance, the peaceful coexistence that was going on. Not much new info is dropped here, apart from the fact that Zygons can apparently shoot people with lasers that turn them into tumbleweeds, and also there's an evil Zygon which shapeshifts to look like Clara called Bonnie. Then the Doctor has a Lee epic speech, and then erases everyone's memory. Bonnie becomes Osgood, and now there are two Osgoods again, and it doesn't matter which one is human or Zygon, or if they're both Zygon, apparently. Sleep No More is next, and this episode is a found footage episode about sleep monsters and dust in your eye. Face a Raven is next and features Rigsy, who was in the best episode of last season. This episode isn't as good, but you know what, I'm not a hater. He wakes up with a countdown tattoo on his neck, which he received in a back street, which is like a hidden street, like diagonally, and it's run by me, Ashilda, from a few episodes ago. Anyway, they have this Raven that kills whoever has the countdown tattoo, and Clara takes it up from Rigby, which means she dies. No! So, the Doctor, filled with rage, teleports away and ends up in the next episode, Heaven Sent, which is a metaphor for grief, as the Doctor runs around the same house over and over again, with a creature from his nightmares as a kid on Gallifrey chasing him. He has these Sherlock-style Mind Palace scenes, and the whole episode is very well made mystery, as more pieces of the puzzle are shown, and of course, the MVP GOAT of this episode, Peter Capaldi, gets a chance, as he does every episode, but especially here, to prove how great he is. Every time he tells a secret about himself, the creature chasing him freezes, meaning we learn more about the hybrid, and how it's a hybrid of two warrior species, but it's not Time Lord and Dalek. etc, etc. Eventually, he is met with a wall of pure diamond and decides the best way to escape is to try and punch through it. He is reminded of the story of the bird. If you want to know what I mean, you're gonna have to watch the episode for yourself, but it's a good episode, so you probably will want to anyway. Anyway, he gets caught by the monster but manages to climb back up to the teleport where he came from and use his body as fuel to create another copy of himself, which creates a cycle that goes on for billions of years until he finally punches his way through the wall of pure diamond, and it's revealed he was trapped in his confession dial the whole time. And not just that, the confession dial was on Gallifrey. Oh my god, the hybrid is me. Next up is Hellbent, where the Doctor returns to the barn and then meets Rassilon again, who is not played by Timothy Dalton sadly, and through sheer badassery convinces everyone to ditch him, and then he becomes the president of Gallifrey again. Anyway, he doesn't really care about any of that, he just wants to get Clara back. So he does, and he shoots this guy, and then he and Clara run off together to the end of the universe and talk with a shielder. Then the Doctor erased his own memory of Clara because he realizes he's gone too far. So yeah, he erased his memory of her, and the immortal Clara leaves with me to explore the universe in her own TARDIS, which is disguised as the Dinah from Series 6's The Impossible Astronaut. If you've been counting, this means Clara was gonna leave the TARDIS 5 times. Anyway, Series 9 wasn't very well appreciated on broadcast. It always had its fans, but a lot of people weren't too happy with it, especially its final episode. But I think retroactively this series and Peter Capaldi's first are very well loved, and his third series, Series 10, is probably his most popular, at least within the fandom. After this series, there was a year off with only 2 Christmas specials in between. One was The Husbands of River Song, which ends River Song's story by having the Doctor and her spend a couple years together on a final night on Beryllium. And then next is The Return of Dr. Mysterio, which has Goku? And also, the Doctor has a new companion called Nardole. And now on to Series 10. Introduced in a short played at a sports game, Bill, played by Pearl Mackie, is the new companion. She's formally introduced in The Pilot, which is the premiere of the series and also kind of meant as a jumping on point for new viewers, but no one in good conscience would recommend this as a starting point for people. The Doctor is now a university professor. Bill works as a lunch lady, but listens in on the lectures because she's interested in the Doctor's descriptions. They become friends and have Christmas together. Anyway, Bill's crush gets eaten by a puddle, and then she comes back to hunt her down. She tries to hide in the basement where the Doctor and Nardole are maintaining the vault, but the puddle chases them down there. They go in the TARDIS across the world and universe, giving Bill basically a free ride, until they end up in the middle of the Dalek Movellan War. Anyway, the puddle decides, well, if you're not gonna come, you're not gonna come. So leaves, but gives Bill some of her tears, and then everyone's like, let's go home. Nardole, it turns out, is there to make sure the Doctor doesn't leave Earth, as he has an obligation to guard the vault. However, the Doctor wants to go outside, so he travels with Bill into the next episode, Smile, which is about these robots who speak emoji and accidentally killed all their crew trying to keep them happy. They try to go home after that adventure and instead land on thin ice on the frozen River Thames in the middle of the Frost Fair, except there's a big fish under the sea killing people. Bill has a conversation with the Doctor about morality, and thankfully they don't do this every episode like what happened in Series 8, because that got old real fast. Doctor Who punches this guy and then everyone goes home. Next up is Knock Knock, where Bill goes to this haunted house with a bunch of roommates and then they all get eaten by alien woodlice. The Doctor saves the day and then everyone lives happily ever after. What can I say? There's not much here. Next up is Oxygen, where the Doctor, Nardole and Bill leave Earth to go to a space station in the far future where capitalism has devolved in such a dystopian manner that even oxygen has now been commodified and turned into something people have to earn and buy. The suits themselves move, but the people inside suffocate and basically become walking zombie suits that try to kill others to save a profit. In the middle of this episode, the Doctor gets exposed to the vacuum of space and goes blind, but he gets cured. But wait, he actually doesn't, and so for the foreseeable future, the Doctor is blind. Extremis is up next and reveals that it is Missy who is behind the vault, in case you didn't figure that out already. Still a good mystery, but it was a bit obvious. And Nardole was sent to watch over him by River Song. In the main plot of the episode, the Doctor watches a recording from inside a simulation where these creatures known as the monks are testing to see how they can invade Earth. The fake Doctor sends all this footage to the real Doctor through the sonic sunglasses so that he is prepared for what's coming next. The pyramid at the end of the world is the monks enacting their plan, which involves a virus being leaked to the rest of the world due to a set of very unfortunate circumstances. A pyramid, operated by the monks, has landed on all of the major superpowers' borders, causing all 3 army leaderships to come together and find a solution. Eventually, it is Bill who sacrifices the human race in order to give the Doctor his sight back to save his life in a near-death situation. But now, in the third part of this monk trilogy, they have to sort out all of the mess they made beforehand. Lie of the Land is about a dystopia where the monks take over by altering history history and acting as human benefactors, using the Doctor to spread propaganda while imprisoning him on this boat. Bill and Nardole break him out, but it turns out that he wasn't in prison anyway, so they go and get Missy out of the vault, who says to get rid of the monks, they have to kill Bill. But they don't want to do that, so they launch an attack on Monk HQ and then just take them out that way through the power of love and Bill's fake memories. She's schizophrenic. Then, after the monks have disappeared, everyone just forgets about it and everything that happened. With no explanation, they just did. Next up is the Empress of Mars, which has the Ice Warriors return. And there's an Empress who is on Mars. Yay! Alpha Centauri comes back in this one as well. Remember her? Good job, Mark Gatiss. Next up is somehow an even more forgettable episode, The Eaters of Light, written by Rona Munro, who wrote Survival, the final episode of the classic series. It's a shame nothing really happens in this episode, except for Missy, saying that she wants to be good. Oh wait. Was that in The Empress of Mars? I honestly don't even remember. Either way, here we are at the part 1 of the finale for Series 10, World Enough in Time. To test if Missy would actually be good or not, the Doctor decides to go on a test drive where she says she's Doctor Who and they all go on a happy fun adventure. Missy dabs. What a fucking fraud. The adventure was not as fun as promised, as Bill gets shot and taken downstairs by these horrific abominations. It turns out the ship is being sucked into a black hole, so there's time dilation at play. The crew who were sent down to the lower levels had whole descendants, and now their civilization is in decay. Bill is down there too with a faulty machine heart and stuck in this hospital with all these guys who are in constant pain and agony, and have just had their speakers turned down when they start crying out in pain. Jesus Christ, that is dark. You see, this is the right amount of dark, okay? Good job, Mr. Moffat. Bill is just chilling with this random guy while waiting for the Doctor, but sadly he is too late, and we the audience realise that we are actually witnessing the origins of the Cybermen. Missy also discovers the ship is from Mondas, which, as we know from Season 4's first introduction to the Cybermen, the 10th planet, is where they originate from. Another discovery is made when it turns out Bill's friend is actually the Master from the past, the Saxon Master, played by John Sim. Now sadly, this wasn't a surprise to me because this whole episode was basically leaked ahead of time, but even if it wasn't, I've seen John Sim in so many things, I recognized his voice instantly, even with all that makeup. Bill has been converted into a Cyberman, and we finally have a multi-master story, as they give a wink at the camera while saying the line that this is a genesis of the Cybermen. The Doctor Fools starts with the Doctor getting shot by a Cyberman, starting his regeneration process before he, Bill, Nardole and both Masters go up to one of the upper decks in a shuttle. Here they camp out with some other inhabitants who are attacked by these primitive Cybermen every night, and have to get ready for when the increasingly advancing Cyberman threat come up to get them. The Doctor implores Missy and the Masters to stand with him and fight, but they're like, no, even though Missy kind of wants to. But then it turns out Missy betrayed the Master and intends to go back to the Doctor and help. But then she gets betrayed and shot in the back, meaning they both kill each other. The Master goes down in the elevator and presumably regenerates off screen into Missy, while Missy just straight up dies. No regeneration. Nardole takes all of the inhabitants up to another level, while the Doctor stands and fights the hordes of Cybermen, sacrificing himself for the greater good. In the ashes of the level, Bill then gets taken out of her Cyberman body by the Puddle Lady and becomes immortal, traveling through time and space. Hang on a second, this is exactly what happened with Clara. Bro just recycled the same storyline again. He didn't even try and hide it. Now, the 12th Doctor was supposed to die here, but through sheer force of will, he doesn't, and ends up coming across another Doctor who is weakened and dying after an encounter with the Cybermen from Mondas. The First Doctor, played by David Bradley. What a great cliffhanger, if only it weren't leaked. Still good though. Okay, just so nobody's confused, here is the history of the First Doctor's casting in Doctor Who. 1963, William Hartnell plays Doctor Who until he leaves in 1966. He returns to play the role of the first incarnation again in 1973 for the 10th anniversary, and for the 20th anniversary in 1983, the First Doctor was recast, and the role was instead played by Richard Hurdnall. In 2013, David Bradley was cast as William Hartnell, not the First Doctor, the actual actor William Hartnell in real life, in the docudrama An Adventure in Space and Time. However, in 2016, he would be brought in to play the actual First Doctor, a recast of William Hartnell, and would be in The Doctor Fools, and then the episode after it, Twice Upon a Time. It becomes clear while watching Twice Upon a Time that David Bradley's First Doctor is much different to William Hartnell's, and it's my opinion that while yes he is recast, this version of the First Doctor is practically its own incarnation, one that David Bradley has full ownership of. I don't see them much as the same character. Twice Upon a Time starts where the previous left off, with the two Doctors meeting each other. There's a parallel between them as both are the first incarnation of a new regeneration cycle for the Doctor, and both refuse to regenerate. Remember, in Time of the Doctor, the Time Lords gave the Doctor a new cycle of regenerations. Now if we look back at it to the 10th planet, which this episode begins with a previously on flashing back to it, there is no real indication of reluctance reference from the first Doctor, or really any explanation of regeneration at all, because of course at that point it hadn't been made up yet. Both characters are meant to believe that those ahead of them will muck everything up, and they both have to learn and accept to move on. A nice bit of meta commentary for Mr. Stephen Moffat as well. The two Doctors also serve as a way to show how far the Doctor has come, because as we all know, the 12th Doctor is objectively better than the first Doctor. You see, it's ironic because the first Doctor acts like he's older, but he's the young one. This is later played up when they have the first Doctor chide the modern Doctor for relying on technology and basically just acting like a grandpa because he is one. Anyway, as they're speaking to each other, time freezes and Mark Gatiss, a World War I soldier, walks in. They enter the TARDIS and the 12th Doctor reveals he is also regenerating. Funny banter ensues, and they get beamed up to Testimony, which is an artificial afterlife that humans create in the future. This includes Bill, who is back, but the Doctor doesn't trust it, so he runs away with the Doctor, Bill, and Mark Gatiss to the first Doctor's TARDIS. They created a whole new vortex effect just for this episode, and it's a shame because it actually looks great. Okay, so here's the big elephant in the room. Testimony is a new afterlife for humanity, and if you remember in the Series 8 finale, Dark Water and Death in Heaven, Missy used the Nethersphere to create her own afterlife. And if you want to go back even further, the idea itself was reused from Silence in the Library, but that's not what I'm talking about. Do these coexist? The Nethersphere is probably the most horrific concept in Doctor Who as a whole. If it is canon, then every single character we loved and lost is stuck in this hellish prison forever and ever, all got turned into a zombie Cyberman. Controversially, the Brigadier was turned into a Cyberman and then kamikazed himself. I didn't mention that while I was covering that episode because I was going to mention it here, but I feel like we can all agree that that happening to this character is frankly disrespectful. The Brigadier fought the Cybermen. Him becoming one, going through that eternal pain, is not how I want the story to be, especially after the passing and tribute in the Series 6 finale, The Wedding of River Song, to the character. However, I kind of think Testimony is lame, and at least the Nethersphere is a concept that is trying, you know. Anyway, the crew want to find out more about these guys, and after some funny banter, go to what the Doctor calls the biggest database in the universe. This turns out to be Rusty, the only good Dalek from Series 8 Into the Dalek, who's been a busy bee off screen, fighting the Daleks, hacking, etc. And he has access to the Daleks database, which is apparently bigger than the Time Lords. It turns out that the Testimony are actually good, and so the Doctor's like, oh okay, and then leaves. Not kidding, that's what actually happens. What is the point of this episode? By the way, this planet that Rusty is on was first mentioned in the Doctor Dances from Series 1, which is the second part of Stephen Moffat's first story for official Doctor Who. A neat way to tie together his first and last. Anyway, it turns out Mark Gatiss isn't going to die, because as a thank you, Testimony put him back a few hours later when the Christmas truce started. This is a Christmas special, by the way. And also, he's related to the Brigadier, because of course he is. The first Doctor accepts his regeneration, knowing his future is in safe hands, and leaves, leaving poor Peter Capaldi all on his own. He talks with the artificial projection of Bill and Nado one last time, and then Clara shows up on a green screen and gives the Doctor his memories back. Let's go! The 12th Doctor gives his big old speech about I wasn't listening, and then boom, regeneration into a woman, and then she immediately falls out of the TARDIS. Meow, dun dun dun. Now before we go on to the next Doctor, number 13 or 14? Oh, don't worry, I'm sure that'll be less complicated later. Let's go over the Moffat era and create a timeline from 2010 to 2017, series 5 to 10. 2 Doctors and I forget how many episodes. A lot of people really like this era. As a person, I love Stephen Moffat, and I think what he created was an achievement. For a lot of his stuff, I really like it, but there are certain elements which I am not particularly a fan of. It definitely isn't the worst of Doctor Who. In fact, I'd say it's pretty good, but still, can we not? But what about the timeline? Well, after about 2 minutes of thinking in my head, I think I've got it. Event 1 is the TARDIS exploding, which happens in the Pandorica Opens, but because it's a time machine, it happens outside of time. But for the purpose of the timeline, it has to go first. It's blown up because it was sabotaged by the Silence after the Doctor lands to defend Trenzalore in The Time of the Doctor, and the Church of the Silence is formed, decreeing that silence will fall. The TARDIS exploding causes the cracks in time, which eats up every major event from the RTD era, modern series 1 to 4, excluding probably the end of time, the series 3 finale, which has already been erased anyway, and definitely the Doctor meeting River Song in Silence in the Library. After being trapped in the Pandorica, the Doctor uses it to reboot the universe, which brings stuff back to a new status quo. His death is then foretold to happen on the 22nd of April 2011 at Lake Silencio by River Song's hand, being the reason why she is sent to the prison Stormcage. However, the Doctor faked his death and goes around trying to erase himself from various databanks in the universe. This, of course, is a fruitless endeavor, and doing so only sends him to Trenzalore, the place he must never go, the site of his grave. There, the Great Intelligence enter his time stream, but the Doctor is saved by Clara, who becomes the Impossible Girl. Shortly after that, 2 Doctors go back in time and stop Gallifrey from being destroyed, and all 13 Doctors seal it away in a painting. The Doctor then goes to Trenzalore, where the timeline then also starts, before dying and then getting a new regeneration cycle. He turns into the 12th Doctor, meets Missy, and discovers the hybrid is him and Clara. Oh yeah, did I mention that? The hybrid is the Doctor and Clara paired up together. Don't worry, it was revealed off screen in Doctor Who magazine. He forgets Clara, then traps and guards Missy in a vault under a university for a few years before deciding, hey, maybe she could be good, and taking her and his companions on a little trip that doesn't go very well. Missy teams up with the Master and they both betray each other, with the Master regenerating and Missy dying. The 12th Doctor then regenerates, and that is actually the whole Moffat era timeline. So can we move on now? Jodie Whittaker is the 13th Doctor. Revealed at some sports game, I don't know. This was a big deal. Everyone was talking about it. Some people cheering about it, mostly crying about it. I just remember when the YouTube notification popped up and I watched it. And I had no idea too. I can't lie. From the hand, I could recognize it wasn't a man. But when she pulled the hood down, I was still like, that ain't a male. And it wasn't. Jodie Whittaker is the first female Doctor Who. And people were up in arms because, women. Let me be honest. My first reaction was, it's not a man. My second was looking around and seeing all of the people frothing at the mouth and being like, whoa there, man, chill out. If you know me, you know I think every Doctor is good. And every Doctor is well cast. And basically from moment one of being cast, I can't see the actor who is the Doctor as anyone else, apart from the Doctor, ever again. A lot of people talk all the time about this was the moment where they became the Doctor. This is where they proved it to me. I basically accepted that Jodie Whittaker was the Doctor as soon as I saw the announcement, because I mean, she's a Doctor. She's Doctor Who. Not everyone was as happy as I was though, but it didn't really seem to matter. Doctor Who was back. After the lowest ratings in the show's history in Series 10, interest had returned to the show, and there were marketing campaigns, new posters, a new team, a new cast. I get what they were going for with this one, but come on man, it's a bit on the nose. You can't really blame people for being mad at this one. You're literally baiting. But either way, I was hype as hell. The new cameras made Doctor Who look actually good. New directors, new writers, new era, new storylines. After enjoying Series 10 but being a bit less than satisfied with what had happened before it, I welcomed the change. The biggest criticism for the show at the time, for me, was its massive reliance on previous events, lore and canon, which bogged the show down and made it basically impossible for casual viewers to follow along, as well as the overplayed story arcs that were getting less and less inspired. Series 11 promised no past monsters and no story arc, which to me, as a fan, was great news. Literally everything I asked for. But in retrospect, audiences didn't really want this. Looking back, of course, the answer the whole time was to, of course, not listen to the fans and do what you want to do. But, well, as you will see, the new showrunner, Chris Chibnall, is not good at doing that. Series 11 premiered in 2017 and was immediately accused of being an SJW show. Blah, blah, blah. I'm sure we've all heard this. This was despite Series 10 being way more stuff full of progressive politics than Series 11 could ever hope to be. But I guess female main character means woke. Woke means bad. Blah, 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 etc., etc. I don't even want to talk about this. What I'm trying to say is that before the show even came out, there was a rampant group of people who were very against it. And when it did come out, they grew even louder. Now, what I am not trying to say is that for those who didn't like Series 11, and there are a lot of you, I'm not saying that all of you are a part of this group. But what I am saying, before it even came out, there was a hate train here. You need to understand the context for how the show was received to understand where the story goes from here. Series 11, to me, is great. I'm sorry, I have to be biased. Now, you may just pause the video and comment right now, but you gotta hear me out. I like it. There's the explanation, that's what you get. There isn't much lore here, thank God, so I can just give you a brief overview of the series. It starts with the woman who fell to Earth, because in the last episode, she fell out of the TARDIS. Here we are introduced to our new central characters, Ryan, Yaz, Graham and Grace. Grace is Ryan's grandmother, and Graham is his step-grandfather, I think. And Yaz is like his friend, who is meant to be 19. Lol. Anyway, they meet the Doctor when she lands in the middle of their train and are wrapped up in an adventure to stop this alien predator species called the Stenza, or more specifically, just one of them called Tim Shaw. The Doctor creates a new sonic screwdriver using a mixture of Sheffield steel and alien technology and stops him, but not before Grace unfortunately passes away. The Doctor gets her new costume and then uses this machine to try and take her and her new friends to the TARDIS, but they end up in the middle of deep space. In the next one, they find the TARDIS and it's all new and has a custard cream dispenser, very nice. In this episode, mentioned for the first time is also this mysterious timeless child, which apparently the Doctor knows about, or at least had a memory of. From there until the end of the series, the episodes are all standalone, with the themes and character arcs being the things that carry between episodes. There were a few nods and references like the Venusian death grip and the bit in Kablam where the Doctor finally receives their fez, which they ordered in Series 5's The Big Bang. The story of the series is basically Doctor crashes on Earth, takes companions to find TARDIS, uses TARDIS to take them home with a few stops on the way, then they all agree to join the TARDIS team officially and then have a few more adventures until the character arcs conclude at the end of the series. The theme of grief is prevalent throughout all of the episodes, and the series ends with Tim Shaw coming back and Ryan and Graham finally accepting each other. These 3 episodes especially are really good, in my opinion. Not a perfect series and definitely has duds, but as I said, I like it. Next up is Resolution, which acts in the current fandom's consensus as sort of the real finale of the series, with the Daleks' grand return. Here we are introduced to Ryan's dad, but also to the Reconnaissance Scout, which is a special type of Dalek that apparently arrived on Earth in the 9th century, but was vanquished. Now that would have been a badass episode. However, it is revived in the modern day Earth and has special qualities such as being able to ratatouille people. It uses this skill to make its own Iron Man Dalek suit built in a cave with a box of scraps, and then has a shootout with the the army, is then defeated by the Doctor with a microwave, and after that is then thrown into a sun after Ryan learns to not hate his father, even if he doesn't have to accept him back into his life. Pretty good episode, but the response to series 11 was still negative. And I'm not just talking about the rampant group I mentioned earlier. The overall fan consensus was These loud people only serve to make it louder, and I think Chris Chibnall recognized this. He saw the legitimate complaints the fans had and did his best to service them for his next time round. People wanted lore, people wanted story arcs, people wanted stuff they'd recognize, so he would give the people what they wanted. Series 12 began with a New Year's Day special, a new tradition that had replaced the Christmas one since the year before. But this move would serve to be detrimental, as many casual audience members didn't realize the series continued after the premiere, thinking it was just a special. Spyfall though still was a hell of a way to start a series. In all honesty, the plot doesn't really matter, because the important thing here is the introduction of this character, O, played by Sacha Dhawan, who was another of the cast of An Adventure in Space and Time to get to be in the actual show. However, his role is bigger than first suspected, when it is revealed that he is in fact the Master. This was a good ass twist. The return of the tissue compression eliminator, the Master's TARDIS, and an all-star stellar performance from Sacha Dhawan. He is so good. The episode ends on a cliffhanger as the Master escapes after giving a cryptic message. Pretty good episode. The next episode, Spyfall Part 2, obviously has the Master in it as well. And brought back here is Contact, the psychic connection that Time Lords can make between each other, shown in the 3 Doctors and again in the 5 Doctors. This however makes no sense. Now correct me if I'm wrong in the comments below, but Contact, at least as I thought it was meant to be, was possible only between the same Time Lord. That's why only the Doctors did it before to each other. Also, I thought it shared information, not like allowed you to have a full conversation, like this is The Last Jedi or something. But it seems nobody was bothered by this retcon. Either way, that's not how it is now. But it seems nobody was that bothered by this retcon anyway. I guess no one in the Doctor Who fandom really cares about retcons anymore. I mean, fair. There's been so many at this point, and to care about only one, and not mention all of the countless hundreds of others, I mean, that would just be weird. Am I right? So the Master gets trapped in this pocket dimension, but leaves behind this message for the Doctor in her TARDIS, where he reveals that he destroyed Gallifrey. Again, it's destroyed again, guys. And as Jodie Whittaker sees for herself, this is indeed the case. Gallifrey is in ruin, and the Master says it had to be done because of the timeless child. Gasp. Oh my god, guys, it's the thing. I wonder what this timeless child thing is. It's the Doctor. We all know it's the Doctor. This is the most obvious plot twist of all time, since the last most obvious plot twist of all time. It's the Doctor. You know, I really think that these guys should have been the Vardens. Wait a second. In the Doctor Who universe, there's a search engine called Vor. Okay, moving on. This one's filler. This one's filler. Oh, Fugitive of the Jadoon. This episode has the Jadoon in it. Also, everything goes crazy. Number 1, Captain Jack is back, and he says, beware the lone Cyberman. Oh, lone Cyberman, you say? I think I saw him in the trailer. Number 2, this random lady called Ruth. Turns out, halfway through the episode, she's Doctor Who. What the fuck? This is a pretty crazy reveal. So this incarnation of the Doctor ran away from the Time Lord who's chasing her, and is the titular Fugitive of the Jadoon, who used the chameleon arc from Series 3's Human Nature and Family of Blood to disguise herself as a human and hide away in this random place. But the real question everyone has is, where does she fit in the timeline? I ain't going into all that again, but the long and short of it is that she is also the Doctor who worked for this group called Division. Okay, yeah, and this one's filler, and this one too. Actually, the Eternals are mentioned in this one. That's about it. Okay, here we go. The Haunting of Villa Diodati. This episode introduces the lone Cyberman we mentioned earlier, who is from the far future after the Cyber Wars. His name is Ashad, and he's a not fully converted brute who is dedicated to the cause with anger issues and an inner struggle. He wants the Cyberium to go back to the future and hopefully bring the Cybermen back, which happens. He succeeds. The Doctor gives it to him, and now they have to follow him to the future to fix the mess they made in part 1. Ascension of the Cybermen is exactly that. We follow on from the last episode where the Doctor and fam help out these human survivors escape from cyber drones, which are flying Cyberman heads. Did I mention that they're called fam? Don't worry guys, it's ironic and meant to be cringe. No cope. People apparently hate these guys for some reason. Personally, I like them. I keep them in my vault of cyber friends. Anyway, somehow or another they end up on this cyber cruiser, which has a bunch of new Cybermen in it with new designs. Thank God, both of these were trash. And then we go onto this planet where there is a portal to Gallifrey? And guess who pops out of it? The Timeless Children is the finale for Series 12. 12 and finally answers the question, who is the timeless child? It's the Doctor. The Doctor and the Master go through the Matrix and have a very long exposition dump, while everyone else runs around outside from the Cybermen. Also, the Master kills a Shad and ingests in the Cyberium into himself. He creates the Cybermasters out of the remains of the dead Time Lords. They're Cybermen who can regenerate. Ooh, yet another Master and Cybermen finale. But the elephant in the room is clear. The Doctor's the timeless child, guys. What does this mean for the lore? So yeah, first of all, pretty big implications. So the Doctor came through this portal originally and was used by Tecteun to elevate the Shobogans, who were the original natives to Gallifrey, as seen in The Deadly Assassin, into Time Lords by harnessing her power to regenerate. We see a silhouette of the big three in Time Lord society: Rassilon, Omega, and the other. Presumably Tecteun now. Could be the Doctor still, I guess. The Doctor acted as an agent for Division, which is a secret Time Lord society, until they decided, you know what, time to erase your memory. So they took them all out and started from scratch with the first Doctor. He had a limit of regeneration set in place, and from that moment on was a normal Time Lord. Okay, let's get some stuff out the way. Do I like the twist? No. Do I think the twist makes sense? Yes. Lore-wise, does it work? Yes. Unlike some would claim, this does not break Doctor Who. Does not counteract anything. What this reveal boils down to is that Time Lords can control regeneration at will, and that it was originally not in their biology. And when you put it in terms like that, this, if anything, fixes plot holes. Romana's regeneration in Destiny of the Daleks now makes sense. The War Games, Time of the Doctor, all of these episodes make more sense if we believe that the Time Lords give regenerations and are not born with it. But is it satisfying? Is it needed? Not really. The twist doesn't even really answer who the Ruth Doctor is, but the idea that the timeless child breaks Doctor Who is frankly ridiculous. It frames part of the story, the off-screen beginning, in a different way, meaning that none of the previous events shown in the actual series are changed at all. It's just the context around the character of the Doctor that changes. The Doctor is restricted to 13 incarnation and lives as any Time Lord up until they run away, presumably from exile, at the end of William Hartnell's incarnation. And yes, he is still the first Doctor because he is the first incarnation of the character of the Doctor. And then, in Time of the Doctor, he is given another 13 lives, so no, he does not have infinite regenerations like some people thought for some reason. And truly, compared to other Doctor Who plot twists, I have sat and thought about this one and there are barely any cracks. And if the argument against it isn't about it breaking the law, but simply just being a retcon, have we been watching the same show? There is a retcon basically every single episode of Doctor Who. If you wanted me to go over how many retcons there are in Doctor Who, the video would be longer than this one. If anything, the hybrid, the story arc of Series 9, is a bigger retcon than this. That one actually impacts the Doctor's actions in the actual show, whereas the Timeless Child just alludes to a vague past that happened way before the show even started. If you want to talk about plot holes, how about we talk about the fact that in Series 8, Clara meets her and Danny's descendant, even though in the same series, less than 10 episodes later, Danny dies before he has kids. Yeah, don't think I forgot about that. I mentioned that ages ago, just so I could bring it up now. What was I saying? Yeah, the Timeless Child reveal doesn't break Doctor Who. It doesn't even affect the numbering, unlike other twists and retcons. Anyway, the Master gets blown up, the Doctor escapes in her TARDIS, and everyone else escapes in this random TARDIS. Then the Jadoons show up and arrest the Doctor, and the episode ends. Now, I'm going to talk about the Master and Missy and all the deaths and explanations later, and you'll see why, while I talk about the fan reception to this episode. People did not like it. People didn't like it. Series 12 was genuinely well liked by the community, up until the last episode, which caused a genuine sugar storm online. And I thought Chris Chibnall would know this, being a fan himself, but then again, this is kind of reminiscent of the 7th Doctor's plotline that played out in the EU. Later on, it was revealed it also mirrors his personal experience as someone who was adopted, which adds a neat layer of subtext to it. However, I'm going to be the first to say it. This was 100% the audience's fault. Series 12 really seems like Chibnall trying to do the RTD era, with the story arcs and Captain Jack. Chris Chibnall's doing his best to listen to the fans, but in my opinion, good effort, but you should have just done more of Series 11. However, I do think Series 12 is pretty good. It looks great, these special effects are phenomenal, especially for Doctor Who. I remember people at the time saying, well, it's not Marvel, but if you look at the current state of the MCU now, in my opinion, Doctor Who looks far better. Next up is Revolution of the Daleks, which features the return of Captain Jack, the reconnaissance Dalek, this guy, and the actual Daleks, alongside biting political commentary. This episode also features the end of Ryan and Graham's journey in the TARDIS. They leave at the end of this episode, and I think this episode really did Ryan dirty. I mean, his character regresses so far here, but it ends nicely enough, with the ghost of Christmas Grace smiling down on both of them. There's a lot of RTD stuff here, as well as the silence, which is cool. Captain Jack doesn't really have a lot to do here, and due to controversies involving the actor, it's very likely that this will be his last appearance, which is a shame, but overall, this episode serves its purpose. Now it's on to Series 13. It's a miracle this series even got made, to be honest. COVID-19 ruined all of Chris Chibnall's original plans for Series 13, and for the longest, it didn't even seem like we were going to get anything. But somehow, this Giga Chad pulled it off by salvaging some of his plotlines. This resulted in Flux, unveiled at San Diego Comic-Con online. Series 13 would be a 6-part continuous story. Chris Chibnall had listened to the feedback for Series 12 and learned that most people did not care for the filler at all, and fan discussion exploded on the more lore-heavy episodes, so decided to just strip the filler and go for all one story. I genuinely admire Chris Chibnall's ability to swamp through the metric sugar tons of trash complaints that basically boil down to Woman Dr. Bad, and then actually fish out the genuine fair criticisms of his work. Personally, I was excited for the new series, expecting something similar, not in tone but in style, to Torchwood Series 3, and waited with bated breath for the release date on October 31st, Halloween. Trick or treat. As thankful as I am for the show's existence, I will be the first to admit you can see the seams on Series 13. Whereas Series 12 and especially Series 11 look top of the line visually, Series 13 is a huge step down. Not in the quality of direction, might I add. I think some of the shots in Flux are really impressive, but still. Also, just before I actually get into Series 13 fully, can I just say the marketing for this series was shocking. Unlike the Stephen Moffat era where everything was leaked loudly and publicly, Chris Chibnall went the complete opposite way and just did not promote the show at all. As in, the people who were making products like toys, calendars, annuals, you know, people who had contracts with the BBC, you have to release something. And yet somehow it did still win an award for best marketing campaign, because I guess there was a cool light show or something. Anyway, the Halloween apocalypse introduces us to Carvanista, Dan, Swarm, Azure, Vinda, this guy, and the titular Flux. As you may have noticed by now, Chris Chibnall has a particular style for writing Doctor Who, just as previous showrunners did. What he likes to do is have around 50 different locations that we keep switching between, with most of them being completely pointless. Big title cards to show scope, an arbitrary number of things either going missing or acting strangely that is never adequately explained, before giving up and then just doing a standard episode instead, where if you're lucky, he'll try and resolve everything he didn't even need to set up in the first place in the last 5 minutes. What I just described to you is Flux. And personally, well, you've just got to have a very distinguished palate, to appreciate it. Yes, I am a Flux enjoyer. In other words, I have superior taste. Is it overcomplicated? Is it simultaneously too long and too short? Yes. But, well, you see, you've got to have a very special third taste. Swarm has escaped his cage and tells the Doctor trick or treat. Then Dan gets kidnapped by Hacker the dog from CBBC. Oh yeah, Dan is the new companion and he's great. This guy is called Carvanista and the Doctor was looking for him, but she didn't tell Yaz why. He's a Lupari who was species bonded with humanity and are all flying through space to save their humans from the Flux, which is approaching Earth. Oh my god. Also, there's this mad miner guy who seems to know something ominous is coming. And there's this lady in Norway who is living with this guy, and it turns out she's actually Azure, who is Swarm's sister. If you want me to explain this in greater detail, you got me fucked up. The Doctor and Yaz save Dan, and the Doctor has a psychic connection with Swarm, who reveals they used to be enemies in the past. Then they see the Flux coming, and the Doctor tries to stop it by shooting vortex energy at it. It doesn't work, and whoa, we're tumbling out of the TARDIS, guys, no! War of the Sontarans opens with this black and white scene of the Doctor looking at this house, and when we saw this, me and like 3 other people in the fandom pointed out our screens and were like, Long Barrow. Sadly, this didn't turn out to be true. Apparently, Chris Chibnall hasn't even read Long Barrow. It's an EU thing, don't worry, you don't have to know about it. Then she wakes up in the Crimean War, except the Sontarans have replaced Russians. Oh yeah, did I mention the Sontarans are in the last one? And so were the Weeping Angels. Sorry, that just kind of slipped my mind. Because the vortex energy touched the Flux, everything got messed up. Yaz gets sent to this place called the Temple of Atropos, and Dan gets sent back to Earth, where the Sontarans have taken over. He gets a walk from his dad and goes to beat them up. Meanwhile, the Doctor teams up with Mary Seacole, and Yaz meets that Vinda guy from last time. They're here because the Mori need repair, and the Mori are the ones who protect time, the planet that they're on. But the time they are protecting is like the concept of time, or like the time vortex. Don't worry, he'll explain it to you.
There is no greater battle than this. The battle between time and space. And time shall not lose. Time shall never surrender to space.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Swarm Major and this new guy, Passenger, show up on the Temple of Atropos and put Yaz and Vinda in the place of the Mori. The Doctor and Dan talk via Sontaran ships, and then both of them blow shit up and go home. They get taken to the Temple of Atropos and meet Swarm, who's like, I think I'm gonna kill one of them just for the heck of it. And the Doctor's like, Once Upon Time is the next episode, and it starts with the Doctor entering Flash Time for this like B-Tech Sherlock sequence. But then all of our main characters get sent into a time storm. Whatever that is. Basically an excuse for everyone to have a bunch of flashbacks, except for Yaz, who plays a video game where a Weeping Angel shows up. Anyway, Vinda has flashbacks that reveal how he got exiled after calling out this villainous bastard, the Grand Serpent. The Doctor also has a flashback, but this time, she's the fugitive Doctor. We see her and her division squad, Dan representing Carvanista and Yaz and Vinda representing these two, helping her in the Siege of Atropos, where Swarm and Azure were defeated last time. After this, they were imprisoned and the Mori were put in place to protect the flow of time, because Swarm and Azure wanted time to destroy space, or But anyway, they get out of the time storm and it turns out Dan's girlfriend is trapped inside Passenger, and Passenger isn't a person at all. It's like a portable container that can absorb things into it. Then everyone's like, let's go home. But a Weeping Angel takes control of the TARDIS. Dun dun dun. The next episode is The Village of Angels, which is co-written by Maxine Alderton, who wrote The Haunting of Villa Diodati in Series 12 and is the only other writer on this series other than Chris Chibnall himself. This episode also serves as the most popular and has, in my opinion, the best visual style of the series as a whole. The Angel takes the TARDIS to this village in 1967, where a little girl has gone missing. The Doctor goes to investigate something that caused the sonic screw to heat up, while Yaz and Dan go to try and help this kid. They get caught by a Weeping Angel and sent back in time, while the Doctor encounters Claire, who appeared in episode 1, and Eustachius Jericho, who is a curious scientist and the best character of the season. Claire is another one of those pesky psychics who just exist in the Doctor Who universe with no explanation, and she has a Weeping Angel in her head. Anyway, Weeping Angels show up in the house and Jericho starts playing Five Nights at Freddy's with the cams. Here the Angels use his voice to taunt him, similar to the trick they used in Series 5 with Bob. The Doctor makes a psychic connection with the Angel in Claire's head, who reveals the Weeping Angels here tonight are an extraction squad for the division, and she hid in Claire's head to escape from them. However, this Angel double crosses the Doctor, and after a tense escape scene through the basement where Jericho gets himself sent back in time, the Doctor gets caught by Division herself and gets turned into a Weeping Angel? Weeping Angels are Time Lords confirmed? Shown in this episode for the first time is what happens if a Weeping Angel touches someone twice. Anyways, up next is Survivors of the Flux, where somehow things get even more complicated. So Dan, Yaz and Jericho, who I guess is along for the ride now, have been traveling the world in the past for 3 years. Jesus Christ. Doing what? I don't fucking know. Looking for shit, I guess. Meanwhile, this evil bastard shows up again, and we see more of the origins of UNIT, the Grand Serpent slithering his way up the ranks, with even a brief off-screen cameo from the Brigadier, which brings the UNIT timeline even more into question, as well as a line that says that the Brigadier was brought in after the BT Tower incident in London. This is referring to the War Machines from Season 3 of Doctor Who, but as we know, the Brigadier was brought in after the Web of Fear from Season 5, and I thought that he helped found UNIT, or at least that he had been in charge since it was founded, and yet this changes that. This is a bigger retcon than the Timeless Child. Where are all the riots, people? But then later on we see that it is in fact this guy who is responsible for UNIT shutting down, which we heard about in an offhand comment in both Resolution and Spyfall. Anyway, Kate Stewart apparently sees through this charade, and just as she does in every other episode, does nothing. What a fraud. Most people have speculated that the Grand Serpent here is the mysterious Minister of War that was name dropped in Series 9's Before the Flood. I leave that up to you to decide. But the main meat of this episode takes place with the Doctor, who is transported out of the universe itself, which is why she was turned into a Weeping Angel, and meets this person, Orsok, who was briefly shown earlier. Turns out that this Orsok person is actually Tech Tayun, the Doctor's adopted mother, and the place they are standing in is actually the Vision. Anyway, Tech Tayun has all of the Doctor's memories stored in this fob watch, like in Series 3's Human Nature, Family of Blood, and Series 12's Fugitive the Jadoon. And also, she is the one who is responsible for the Flux. She is monitoring it from this place, which is essentially moving all of the essential stuff from the old universe into this new one. She set the Ravagers, Swarm and Azure, free to destroy everything, because a rogue element, the Doctor, had ruined the Vision's experiment with the universe. Well, this backfires because the Ravagers build a psychic bridge which lets them teleport to Tech Tayun, who they immediately kill. End of episode. Oh wait, no. Sontarans show up and are scheming with the Grand Serpent. Now the real end of episode. Finally, we have the Vanquishers, which brings everything together, almost. Kate Stewart has set up a secret underground network against the Grand Serpent, off screen. She then meets Yaz, Dan and Jericho, who have used the Mad Miner's Mind to travel through time, because it does that, apparently. The Doctor also gets split into 3 different parts because there are 3 different plot lines to deal with, and also the Ravagers torment her by playing with her memories, which is represented by that mysterious house from earlier. The Sontarans lure in the Cybermen and the Daleks, and also killed all of the Lupari apart from Carvanista, off screen, yada yada yada. The Doctor saves the day, the Sontarans, Daleks and Cybermen get hit by the Flux, and then it gets absorbed by Passenger. Bada bing, bada boom, day is saved. Then the other Doctor gets taken by the Ravagers back to time, the planet, where they meet the embodiment of time. The thing? The question mark? Then the Ravagers get killed by time and the day is saved. Yay? I guess. Time then turns into the 13th Doctor, but with her coat inside out, and gives a dark prophecy. Beware the forces that mass against you, and their master. Duh! Master? Wonder who that could be. Somehow she genuinely doesn't figure this out. This scene is just a rip-off of the Knock 4 Times prophecy. So after that's sorted, Dan decides, you know what, might as well join the TARDIS. So he does. The Doctor still has the fob watch with all of her memories in it, but she decides not to open it and instead gives it to the TARDIS to keep safe, which in my opinion is the right choice. And yeah, that's basically Flux. Just so you guys know, I skipped over a lot, like the TARDIS is breaking, acting weird, and that Kate Stewart showed up again to say, I think you're a good doctor, goodbye. And also Dan has a girlfriend, and also Vinda has a girlfriend, and people theorize that Vinda and his girlfriend called Belle, who's pregnant with a baby called Tigme, actually the doctor's parents, and then the doctor was going to be Tigme. And also I didn't explain how the Flux worked, but don't worry, the show didn't do that either. Crazy shit. Anyway, up next is Eve of the Daleks, which is an actual good episode. Let's go! We've got Groundhog Day, and we've got Daleks. I like this one a lot. After series 13, we received the news that Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall would be leaving together, meaning with only 3 specials left, the New Year's, the Easter, and the scheduled BBC Centenary special, this was the final stretch. Some celebrated, some were sad, and some like me were satisfied, and excitedly looking on to the future. To be perfectly honest, nothing much happens in either of the Daleks. The Daleks are mad after the Flux, and the Doctor defeats them at the end and saves the day. The main important thing here happens in terms of character moments. Confirmed after years of speculation are Yaz's feelings of love towards the Doctor, which were heavily implied throughout series 13 and a bit here and there before that. For years the shippers have been creating massive amounts of fan art and other stuff, but now they were finally getting vindication. And some cultural radio shows and irrelevant stuff like that were also angry. We all know how those pearl-clutching Puritan think of the children people are. They never change. Also, this guy from Woman Who Fell to Earth shows up and seems to be doing a lot better for himself. Good episode. And look who that is in the next time trailer. Oh my God. Ever since it was announced Chris Chibnall was going to be a showrunner, I had been looking forward to this. Chris Chibnall wrote the Silurian 2-parter in Series 5 and Dinosaurs on a Spaceship in Series 7, which featured the Silurian arc, and has gone on record saying that the Sea Devils were some of his favourite villains in Doctor Who. As an avid Sea Devil enjoyer, I could not wait. There were some small hints here and there, with the Silurian gun being used in Series 12's Nikola Tesla Night of Terror, but I could not believe that we were actually getting them. And they look so good! Eagerly, I tuned in at Easter to watch my highly anticipated episode of Doctor Who, Legend of the Sea Devils. I could not wait. This episode is a piece of shit. Okay, let's list the positives. Okay, that's it. Now, I know you guys are gonna hate me, and I kind of hate me as well, but somehow, I still enjoy this episode. But goddamn, is it trash. Look at this boy's goofy ass haircut. Just looking at it actively pisses me off. What the fuck? The Sea Devils were done dirty here. The Merca did not return. There is a sword fight that happens in this episode. Bro, this shit is ass. Okay, I don't want to shit on this episode too harshly because newcomer co-writer to this episode did the best they could with the limited budget. And as I said, COVID made it a miracle anything got made in the first place. The pirate ship set is kinda, I can't guys. This episode sucks donkey dick. This episode is the most COVID restriction episode ever. So I commend you guys for trying, I guess. I mean, you got Malcolm Hulk's name wrong in the credits. This episode was a mess. The Sea Devils in this episode are a rogue sect and thus have no identity, but at least they look good, more or less. It is so hard to give this episode a compliment, but there is a good scene at the end where Yaz and the Doctor sit down and just talk for a while. Here it is confirmed, at least somewhat, the Doctor reciprocates Yaz's feelings, but is scared to go further after fear of loss. Neither want to commit if they know it will hurt them long term. And that leads us into the next episode and the centenary special for the BBC as a whole. That means 100 year anniversary, by the way. And I must say, the trailer for this looked badass as hell. We had to wait for months for a title, but it finally came. The final Jodie Whittaker 13th Doctor episode would be called The Power of the Doctor. This is the big one. 90 minutes in length, this episode is a special. And I think we can see that compared to the previous episode, this one got a few more resources allocated to it. And of course, it has the biggest advantage of all. Sacha Dhawan is back as the Master, and just as always, he is killing it. To be honest, I'm surprised he didn't show up in Flux, but scheduling was probably an issue. Now, for the finale of the Chibnall era of the show, he doesn't really encapsulate it at all. The Timeless Child arc was intentionally left open, with Chris Chibnall saying in an interview, it was meant to inject more mystery back into the show. So to provide answers would go against that, which I get, but at the same time, you do realize that this change is going to be immediately retconned, just like literally everything else in Doctor Who has been. This episode instead is basically its own thing, with the Cybermasters from the Series 12 finale and the Master, and of course Yaz and Dan, being the only real holdovers from Chibnall's era. Diane, Dan's girlfriend, doesn't even make an appearance despite being featured briefly in the previous episode. That being said, Power of the Doctor does have all of the common Chibnall era tropes, with various random locations, 12 missing paintings, and 46 missing meteorologists, but all of that, in my opinion, doesn't really matter, because this episode is fucking awesome. If the Day of the Doctor is the modern equivalent to the 3 Doctors, this episode is the modern equivalent to the 5 Doctors. And also, neither episode actually has 5 Doctors in it. The episode begins with the Cybermaster's return, before Dan's subsequent exit, where he decides it's best to just go home, I guess. Anyway, he's out of the episode now, so it's just Yaz and the Doctor, and a Dalek.
No longer believe in the Dalek.
That's a new one.
Are you serious right now, bro? Anyway, this Dalek has turned traitor and tells the Doctor to meet her at a volcano. After that, Kate Stewart messages the Doctor to tell her to come to UNIT, and at the new UNIT HQ, the Doctor reunites with old companions Tegan, Jovanka, and Ace. They've been out fighting the good fight and investigating these missing Who bodies, and realize it all traces back to the Master. The Doctor goes to confront him, and he is basically all kooky, with the Cyberium still in his head from the series 12 finale. Anyway, he gets put in prison, but not before spitting some hard bars.
Tegan Jovanka.
How's your auntie Vanessa? Do you keep her in a little doll's house?
Tell him! But he's not trapped for long, because as soon as the Doctor leaves, this toy doll which the Master sent Tegan begins to expand, and it turns out to be a shard with a group of Cybermen. They attack UNIT and free the Master. Some nice Easter eggs here. Number 1, the Master manipulates Tegan very nicely here. Additionally to that, Ace mentions gold bullets, as if you recall in the classic series, Cybermen were weak to gold. Also, the Master mentions that he cloned a shard, and that's how he's back. Whatever, man. This scene is kind of similar to the Genesis arc reveal in Doomsday, the series 2 finale. Meanwhile, with the Doctor, she got caught by the Daleks and taken back in time to Russia in some year in the past. I don't remember. Rasputin is the Master. Oh yeah, and also he's taken this cyber planet or whatever and has connected his TARDIS to the core of it, and he's moving it around like Starkiller Base. Anyway, the Master goes on a long monologue in a scene which is basically a carbon copy of that one in The Sound of Drums, and then dances to Rasputin. I don't know if this was intentional or not, or if Chris Chibnall had just watched the scene in the past and wanted to emulate the same feeling that it evoked in him when he watched it, but just ended up accidentally ripping it off. But it was very distracting to me. But I will say, this Rasputin scene is pure art. Best Master. Now, the Master reveals his evil plan when he puts the Doctor in this machine and uses his Psycho Planet to do a body switch and steal her life. I like this. I think it's a pretty good evil plan that befits the Master. The Master's plan is a success, and he becomes the Doctor. Sacha Dhawan gets a chance to show again why he is the GOAT, and then puts on this amalgamation of an outfit, making fun of all the Doctors and starts framing the Doctor for his bad misdeeds. He takes Yaz as his companion, but she pushes him out and takes the TARDIS for herself. But the Master doesn't seem all too worried. He knows she'll come back to her, eventually. And then he pulls out the recorder and plays the same song that the Doctor played from The Web of Fear, which was a reference I'm convinced only like 3 people got, including me, because I'm a man of culture. In the TARDIS, Yaz talks with the holographic projection of the Doctor, which she implanted on Yaz, Ace and Tegan before she got body snatched, and gets Vinda, who ended up landing on the Master's Death Star. Back at UNIT, Ace escapes from the roof while Tegan goes back to the basement. Yaz picks Tegan up and sends her to the volcano where the Daleks are going to try and destroy the Earth. Oh yeah, did I mention that? They're doing that. Chris Chibnall has actually been really good with the Daleks in his run. This Earth core mining stunt is literally exactly what they would do. But where's the Doctor now? The real Doctor? Well, she wakes up on this metaphysical plane where she meets the Guardians of the Edge. At first, it's just David Bradley, returning to the role of the first Doctor, but then its appearance shifts to the 6th, 5th, 8th and 7th Doctors. Colin Baker, Peter Davison, Paul McGann and Sylvester McCoy are back. This is probably the best scene in New Who. They stop Jodie Whittaker's 13th Doctor from fully passing through and explain that they are vestiges of her consciousness from the past. This is a crazy revelation, as it means that after they regenerate, every Doctor resides in here as Guardian of the Edge. I almost can't think of a more perfect idea. Chris Chibnall, you're a goddamn genius. Everything about this scene is perfect, from the dialogue to the performances to the 8th Doctor not doing robes, which is 100% in his character. I mean, I just can't imagine it getting any better than this. Also, I like how here they say, pass through here and there's no way back. And then later in the episode, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. In the basement, Tegan talks with her hologram Doctor, who takes the form of Peter Davison's 5th Doctor, which is an excuse for more fan service, but also a mention of Adric. If you recall, in season 19, he did not survive his encounter with the Cybermen. I like how they don't even try to digitally de-age or something like that. I think it would ruin it, to be honest. Ace also meets her Doctor, and hints are given at what led to them arguing and breaking apart, an event that happened off screen after the cancellation of the original show. Ace was the final companion in the original Doctor Who and never got to get a proper goodbye. Neither did Tegan, but in her own way, as she ran off. Ace then runs into Graham and they beat up a Dalek and blow it up with Nitro 9. Yaz goes back to pick up the Master, but then tricks him with the help of a hologram of the fugitive Doctor to trap him and give the Doctor her body back. In reality, this is quite a tragic story for the Master. Anyway, Tegan saves Kate Stewart and they escape the building before it blows up. The Daleks are defeated in the volcano, and the Doctor goes to the Master's Death Star and tries to fix everything. He sends Vinda on her way, and there's a scene where everyone flies the TARDIS. But before she quite finishes up, the Master shows up, back in his own body, and shoots the Doctor with an energy beam before dying himself, and then having the whole planet he was on get destroyed. In a move mirroring the 5th Doctor's tragic end in the caves of Androzani, Yaz picks the Doctor up and carries her back to the TARDIS. She is surrounded by friendly faces in a scene that now mirrors the final 4th Doctor story, Logopolis. Tegan has now been in 2 Doctor regeneration stories. Actually, this moment marks multiple occasions. Kate Stewart's first time in the TARDIS, and the first time a companion in Yaz has been around since the Doctor's first episode until their last. That's actually kinda crazy. Yaz takes everyone home before having a moment alone with the Doctor. They look over Earth, eating ice cream together, and decide mutually that, knowing what happens next, they don't want to keep going. They leave each other sadly, but on good terms. Just as she gets dropped off, Yaz gets picked up by Dan and Graham, the best duo, and taken to a Companions Anonymous meeting. Here we have Yaz, Dan, Graham, alongside Tegan, Ace, and Kate, but also Joe Grant from the 3rd Doctor's seasons 8 to 10, Melanie Bush, or Mel, from seasons 23 and 4, and Ian, the first, not counting Susan, Doctor Who companion from seasons 1 and 2 of Doctor Who. From the very first episode, originally the main character, Ian returns for the Centenary Special. Literally magical. Fun fact, William Russell also holds the world record for longest break in appearances in an ongoing show of all time, with his last appearance being in 1964. Now that is crazy. Now before we go over the final scene, I have a few things to talk about. Number 1, the final Doctor Who timeline. The Jodie Whittaker era is pretty clear, with only 2 major events needing to be added onto the timeline, which comes together to basically look like this. Yep, that is the whole Chibnall era timeline. And so, if we compile every timeline together, we get something that looks like this. Pretty concise. I hope you got all of this down. That is the complete, up to this point, Doctor Who timeline, EU excluded. With all that aside, let's talk about the Master. So yeah, he died. And as you can probably guess by the fact that this was the last episode of Doctor Who aired before this video came out, yes, we are at the end now. But this does not mean that the Master is dead. Far from it, in fact. As you might have guessed by now, he is one of those characters that always comes back. Along with the Daleks and the Cybermen, this guy will never stay dead for long. Now whether he returns in the next episode, we'll have to see. I do kind of doubt it. But the question a lot of people have is, what about Missy? Well, the answer is, well, some theorize that the O-Master comes before Missy. He more than likely comes after. How did Missy survive? She just did, okay? She came back to life. It ruins Missy's arc. A, no it doesn't. B, it's selfish to give an evil character a redemption arc in your second to last episode and expect people in the future to just adhere to it from now on. It was never gonna happen. I'm glad the Master is actually evil again. Missy was never going to be the last Master. Get over it, guys. In the context of New Who, this means that the Master was resurrected 3 different times. 4 if you count the one that hasn't happened yet. The Master was first resurrected off screen by the Time Lords to fight in the Time War. That makes sense. Then he died again in the Series 3 finale and was resurrected by the Cult of Saxon in the End of Time Part 1. That one makes less sense. And then of course, Missy was killed by the Doctor in the Doctor Fools and came back to life through the power of sheer badassery. When you compare this to the classic series where, from his introduction in Season 8 to the final episode, Survival, the Master is technically all the same incarnation throughout, and in fact survives after death not once, but twice, well, it's a lot different. He should have died in Planet of Fire in season 21, which was in fact meant to actually write out the character of the Master. They were also going to retcon him into being the Doctor's brother, but that line was scrapped and his fate was left ambiguous. Somehow he survived Planet of Fire and didn't even regenerate. He then gets executed in the TV movie, but somehow survives that as a snake lizard monster thing and possesses another body, the Eric Roberts Master. This is technically still the 13th Master until he dies by getting sucked into the Eye of Harmony. To be honest, with all the crazy stuff the Master does and how he survives after dying, he should be the Timeless Child. That might even make more sense story-wise and character-wise, but alas, we can only dream of what might have been. Talking about that, let's talk retcons. There have been an infinite amount in Doctor Who, and it baffles my mind that the Timeless Child is the only one which people seem to complain about. The 13 incarnation rule is established and broken in the same episode. The War Doctor exists. The Hybrid. Stephen Moffat retconned all of the major events of Russell T Davies' series as showrunner in his 3rd episode, and then rebooted the universe. And that is somehow less egregious? The Impossible Girl retcons. Clara inspiring the Doctor in Listen. Hell, the Guardians of the Edge in this episode. I went on a tangent there, but I had to. Those are only the obvious ones. Sit and think about any episode of Doctor Who and you will find any number of inconsistencies and law-breaking details, etc. You can watch almost any episode and say, where the hell are the Reapers? But we don't, because we know that these retcons are a part of the show and that everything will eventually be retconned. The Timeless Child, maybe not now, maybe not even in a few years, but later down the line, will be retconned. It's just bound to happen. Just look at this video and see how much stuff has changed. Look at it, learn from it, accept it. If you're upset about the timeless child, I don't want to say you can't be. What I would say to you is that in the future, there will be a time where it's been retconned. So just imagine that time is now. Every fan has their own headcanon. There's so much content in Doctor Who. I talked about every single episode, and I haven't even scratched the surface. There's enough to pick and choose what you like and don't like. But don't throw a hissy fit tantrum, unless you're being funny. Then it's allowed. But here I am, getting sidetracked. There's still some more of the episode to go. Jodie Whittaker's 13th Doctor leaves the TARDIS to go out to Durdle Door. This will be the first regeneration of the new series to take place outside the TARDIS, and it is visually stunning. Well, Doctor Whoever I'm about to be, tag, you're it. She regenerates as the music from the incredibly talented Sagan Akinola swells, and the clothes change. The audience gasps. Shock horror. It's David Tennant! Meow. David Tennant is the 14th Doctor. Bet you didn't see that coming. Unless you saw the leaks like me. What? 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 But what does this mean for the future? What will happen next? With Russell T Davies returning to the role of showrunner, David Tennant confirmed as playing the 14th Doctor and not the 10th Doctor, and even more excitingly than that, Ncuti Gatwa being already confirmed as the 15th. Anything. If you want more information on what we already know about the 14th Doctor, or want to know more about the 15th, I have videos about them here. But until then, we're just gonna have to wait. November 23rd, 2023 will be the day the Doctor Who 60th anniversary airs. And there you go. There you are, all up to speed. I hope I caught you up with everything and that you enjoyed the video. I understand this might have been a bit complicated or maybe rambly, but I tried my best. And that's about it. I hope you enjoyed the video, and don't forget to leave a like and subscribe.